Lapel test. I don't see the, there it is. Good morning from the office. I'm your host, BKP. Thank you for being here. Good morning. That would be behind me today. Which way could I go here? Oh. I don't see the...
Yeah, turn it on.
Oh, I gotta turn it down. If I go that way, let's see, stay right there, Don't, let me just ride around here.
There you go.
Yeah, that is the Fannin County Courthouse right there. That's our backdrop this morning, the Fannin County Courthouse. And just to let you know, at 8:25, I gotta get my act together here. At 8:25, you're watching FYNTV.com. At 8:25, I will be doing my Fannin County report from the commissioners meeting. So I'm doing it at 8:25. That's my promise. I'm gonna go break at 8:20. I'm not gonna lose my train of thought. Oh well, there's some chances there, huh, Cole? Yep. I'm not gonna lose my direction, my focus at 8:20. We have the video ready. We had a Fannin County meeting. We're gonna go local for a reason. So if you're out there and saying, I tune in nationally because, hey, the audience is growing nationally, we thank you very much for sharing this with your friends. But if you're out there and say, I tune in nationally, you will want to stay for our Fannin County Board of Commissioners. You'll want to stay for that report because this will be a real eye-opener that could be happening in your local county in Missouri, Connecticut, Florida, wherever you're at in the United States, or another county in the state of Georgia. And I will explain what I have here, and we will be discussing the Fannin County Board of Commissioners meeting. It has to do with the county clerk, Lynn Doss, the county attorney, Lynn Doss, and the chairman, Stan Helton, and their misunderstanding of something that is a problem that we need to correct now. So that will be at 8:25. So you want to tell your friends, 8:25, Fannin County Board of Commissioner report. Everybody will want to see that. Congratulations to Chuck Payne. Before we move any further, that is the 54th District's new state senator. After a very expensive, we're going to break that down today, very expensive. I was wrong, your host was wrong. I thought it would be about 3,000 votes. It's a little over 6,000 votes. 6,000 votes basically in 4 counties with approximately 80,000 registered voters has chosen the new state senator in a special election for the 54th District. That is Gordon County, Whitfield County, Murray County, and West Pickens. And that is also Chuck Payne is a Republican, and I guess you might be headed down to Atlanta to get a lot of backslapping today. Way to go, Chuck! Way to go, Chuck! Chuck, my boy, right? So, oh my God. What if he is black? And I'd have just said that, like Beauregard did to the black attorney. Boy, I say. Anyhow, Chuck is headed down to the Capitol, and he is headed down there. Congratulations, he defeated Debbie Peppers that ran as an independent there in that district. So moving right along. Yes, did I watch President Obama give his farewell speech? No, I did not. I was well aware of his failures. I'm well aware of his lies. I'm well aware of his echo chamber like God was speaking. I'm well aware of the people that cried. I'm well aware of the people that fainted. I was getting text messages. You have to watch the last one. No, I did not. I asked, first of all, let me get this straight. I asked my wife, which it took like, there's not even, what is a shot clock? It breaks it down into tenths of a second, right? Yeah. Lisa didn't even need, the shot clock was on. I said, she could have made 3 3-pointers in the time that 1 second that I asked her, Lisa, would you like to watch the president's speech? No. Dang on, that was a shot clock. Shot heard right across the living room. No, we did not. Anyhow, yes, I do. Let me just say, yes, he was in the echo chamber. And Stasha and Malia, let me tell you the one thing Stasha and Malia do not have to worry about. They do not have to worry about a drive-by shooting in their nice home with the rich parents that you and I created their wealth. They did not create their wealth. This is the clearest divide. Capitalist President-elect Trump versus you and I created this man, his family's wealth. Stasha and Malia go to a private school in a house that they're building a wall around in a very high-end, lives like, what, a block down the street from Chris Wallace, and a high-end neighborhood in Washington, D.C. He goes to Chicago, 700 and some murders, 3,900 murders in the 8 years that he's president of the United States, a regular war zone. Stasha and Malia need to be thankful they do not have to worry about a drive-by shooting like any other black young lady that's 5 years old sitting on the front stoop in Chicago has to worry about today. So good for them. I'm glad they're happy. Michelle Robinson, the girl from the South Side, whatever. So that's enough on him, period. That's enough. That's enough. The echo chamber. Aye. Barack. Wow. Okay. Now, I'm going to say this and move on, and it's intended to upset so many of you out there, and it's intended to upset you. It is. Because I'm asking you, realistically, how can you look at Barack Obama after 8 years, okay? After 8 years, and see what has happened in this country? I read all the Facebook posts, and not say, if it was not for George W. Bush, Republicans, economic collapse. See, George Bush had it for 8 years, okay? And I'm hearing the arguments now, yes, but in 8 years, he did not create the economic policies and the Federal Reserve. Yeah. The prescription plan, Medicaid or Medicare unfunded prescription plan, list goes on, okay? So he has 8 years. It collapsed. I remember Hank Paulson. I remember TARP. I remember Bear Stearns. I remember Lehman Brothers. I remember all that. I remember Obama rushing in, and he had 8 years to save it. So 16 years of your damn life last night in an echo chamber. Damn it. Okay, anyhow, let me move on from that, because I got a lot going on today. So I'm just serious. I'm serious. So George Bush, Republicans, thank you very much. When I see Obama, now the best thing I could say, regardless of how upset you are at me at this point, is thank God the Democrats did not win. Thank God that Hillary Clinton did not get elected. Thank God. That's all I can say. That a capitalist, Donald Trump, will take the oath on the 20th. Now, if you're wondering, and if you're new to the show, what side I'm on, it's real clear. I watched a video this morning at 4 a.m. of Trey Gowdy. Oh, why am I wearing a hat 2 days this week? Because I have a hair appointment. Just so you know, I have a hair appointment. I mean, I used to have a damn barber, and now I have a hair appointment. Oh, to this day. Hey, I'm going up to watch basketball tonight at Young Harris College. Can't wait to go up there. Going to go up. I've got some meetings in Towns County tonight. I have some meetings, and I'm going up to watch some basketball at Young Harris College. Can't wait to. Going to watch the girls and boys game. All right, I watched a video of Trey Gowdy this morning at 4 a.m. Awesome video. It's called the $44,000 breakfast. We might get to it today. I don't know. At 9 o'clock, we're going to play the Rex Tillerson confirmations. We're going to go that live. Don't leave. You don't have to leave FYNTV.com to watch the confirmation hearing live. We are going to break from 10 to 11 on FYNTV.com, right here where you're at. We're going to break at 11 o'clock for Donald Trump's press conference. Okay? We're going to do that. Now, the Russian BuzzFeed article came out just in time, didn't it? Just in time. Now, the media, which had a problem with WikiLeaks, okay, and the media is treating this BuzzFeed article, which I don't have time to read. When you get a chance, you need to go and read the article from Tyler Durden on Zero Hedge. That's a website you need to keep up with, Zero Hedge, for 4chan claims to have fabricated anti-Trump report as a hoax. You need to go read that article. BuzzFeed drops this unconfirmed. He drops this unconfirmed, okay? They dropped this article just in time for Rex Tillerson's hearing today. So can you hear Rex Tillerson's hearing today? My God, have you ever eaten Russian food? Where did you stay in Russia? Do you know how to drive in Russia, or does somebody drive you around? How many times have you had lunch with Vladimir Putin? How many times have you shaken the hand of the evil Vladimir Putin? Anyhow, we're just in time. Russia and the media is treating this WikiLeaks. Hey, how about this? In the recent intelligence briefing and report that was released to us, validates that WikiLeaks, what they released, was true, is true about the DNC. True. Are we breaking any of that down to the corruption of Cheese Pizza Podesta? No. No. All right. I want to say there's an article out there. You got that picture of Seth. Can I get that picture of Seth? What's his name? Seth Rich? Yep. Seth. That's Seth. We don't want to forget Seth. Here at fyntv.com, fetchyournews.com. Good morning from the office with BKP. Say that 3 times fast. We don't want to forget Seth. Now, see, Seth was gunned down in Washington, D.C. All right? Walking home. He's a DNC staffer, shot in the back. His wallet's intact, his credit cards are intact, his watch is still on his wrist, his money's in his pocket, nothing taken, just boom, boom, he's gone. Down for the count. He's over, through, right? Decent neighborhood. Now, no evidence whatsoever is coming out. No witnesses. Nothing on any of the interviews, by the way. There's something bad wrong here, folks. We got to stay with this because there's something bad wrong that Seth is dead. Because Washington, D.C., you may not know this because you know what? We don't have them posted around the circle or on Main Street or on East Main Street or down in Pickens County or around the square in Dahlonega, whatever you're at. We don't have them posted everywhere. All right, so we're not used to surveillance cameras. But there's 2 places, I will tell you now. New York City, you are pretty much not going to walk on any street in New York City that there's not some sort of surveillance footage that could be pulled in New York City. And behind that, Washington, D.C. So there's an enormous amount of surveillance footage everywhere in D.C. I don't care where you're at today in D.C. because of the seriousness of terrorism and God forbid anything happened to any of the swamp people up there in D.C., but surveillance. Something tells me, I would like to see the block and have somebody tell me that within that block, nowhere was there surveillance. I don't know, just take Seth off there. Just don't want to forget it. Now, Sessions yesterday, Jeff Sessions, going for, I can't go into all the details, but Jeff Sessions goes up there to Capitol Hill. We played it here on fyntv.com. I listened almost all day long, right here from this desk. I listened to it. I started taking notes, and I heard Feinstein and Dianne Feinstein, and Jeff Sessions said yesterday, in a general summary, is laws on the book. I'm the Attorney General, okay? I'm not going to be the Attorney General to create laws. I'm not going to be the president's cheerleader. I'm not going to be the president's sidekick like Eric Holder. I will be the Attorney General, okay? Your district attorney, take it down locally. Your district attorney is there to enforce the laws, not create laws. She's there to prosecute at any time someone that breaks those laws. Jeff Sessions is there to prosecute at any time anyone that breaks those laws. So their determination yesterday was, Dick Durbin kept bringing his cast of characters. I brought with me today a crackhead. This guy was a crackhead. He was a crackhead. He was on crack. He was in jail. Thank God President Obama commuted his sentence and got this crackhead out of jail. This guy's a Syrian refugee journalist. Dick Durbin kept rolling. And the end of it is, Jeff Sessions kept saying, I will abide by the law. There's laws on the book on immigration. There's laws on the book, the DREAM Act. I will abide by the law, period. Now, it was important. I heard Orrin Hatch, Patrick Leahy, Lindsey Graham. My God, why? Lindsey Graham gave a 5-minute speech on how he was going to support this guy and then went into the DREAM Act. Lindsey Graham did not support Jeff Sessions. The DREAM Act. What would you do with $8 million out there? Gomer Pyle's brother there from South Carolina. What would you do with the $8 million out of the shadows? The shadows. Only the damn shadow knows, right? What would you do with them? Out of the DREAM Act. All right, so here, Durbin, everybody's up there. The one thing that they did not hear Jeff Sessions say is, I will make my decisions based on liberal, bleeding heart compassion. I will be compassionate. No, damn it, there's a law, and I will uphold the laws. I'm not going to be some bleeding. Now, Al Franken was determined. What the hell? I mean, he had a good season at Saturday Night Live. Maybe he had 2 good shows. Maybe he wrote 1 good damn skit. And this guy is asking, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. You're not a damn comedian either. Anyhow, just the fact that you're a senator is a good joke. But let's move on from that. Al Franken, right? His only need yesterday was to get Jeff Sessions to say, if the Russians investigation, will you prosecute Donald, his whole damn family, every damn friend he has? Will you prosecute everybody? Even the little Barron kid, the kid Barron, will you get him up there, prosecute him just because Donald Trump's his dad? Will you not take, sides with the president and prosecute him if necessary over this Russian thing? Oh, what the hell. Anyhow, it's 8:18. I'm in a great mood today. I'm your host, BKP. There's a lot more going on. I don't have time to get into the fake news cycle of what's going on just in time. Now, U.S. Senate hearings delayed for 3 wealthy Trump nominees. They're going to delay these hearings. I had a guy call me yesterday. The Republicans are in charge. You watch Obama last night, and the mess that's been made out of this country. All the way back, George W., don't say Obama. George W., okay? So you see the mess that's been made out of this daggone country, and you watch this guy last night, and you think to yourself, a guy calls me yesterday, he says, I got a question for you. So, okay, let me hear it. I quit saying shoot. It started making me a little nervous. When somebody said, I got a question for you, I said, all right, shoot. Ooh, that made me nervous. So I had to back off. I'm not going to request anybody shooting anymore. So yeah, this guy says, I have a question for you. So, okay, what's that? He says, Republicans are in charge of the Senate. Why didn't they just say we're going to vote? Why even allow the dog and pony show? Why? Why not just say we're going to vote? And I have to agree with them. I don't care. Vote. This dog and pony show for the fake media. Anyhow. All right, I'm your host, BKP. Good morning from the office, North Georgia's only live online morning show. My next segment, you're going to want to stay with me through the break because we're going to go local, Fannin County Board of Commissioners, all right? Now, I want to say this. I do like the new Commission Chair, Stan Helton. I have some concerns. On how some things were handled last night at the meeting with the County Attorney Lynn Doss. I have all the video. We're going to play it. All right, and I'm going to break this down. The reason you need to stay, even if it's your national audience, because this could be happening, and you need to get involved. Donald Trump said, drain the swamp. If you're ever wondering what side I'm on the side of the citizens' money, period. Watch Trey Gowdy in this video. I'm not going to play it right now, but I'm on the side always of, I take the people's names out of it. I take the positions out of it. It's all your money, your tax money, and you will think when you run out of it, if you keep sending it to these people and just let them go. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, Fannin County Board of Commissioners. By the way, I've been reading this book. There's 3 things. I've been reading this book. I mean, it's called The Handbook for Georgia County Commissioners. Interesting. All right. I've been reading this book. They may need to know I have that copy. And 2, I will explain what this is when I come back. Take us to break. I'm here. Hey, whoa, don't go nowhere yet. 706-889-9700. 706-889-9700 or email me, chief@fetyournews.com. Text me, email me, let me know what you think. The Russians are coming. The Russians are coming. Take me to break, Cole, because I'm scared to death of Vladimir Putin.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one, the 20% off MSRP model year end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper, with huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now, at Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
Looking for in a vehicle, start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in Ellijay, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Okay, we're back. I'm your host, BKP. Good morning from the office, North Georgia's only live online morning show. Now, a couple things. I'm going to try to stay focused. If you are part of our national audience or out of the North Georgia area, please stay tuned because I think this is something you're going to want to watch. Pay attention to this report because it's probably something you're going to want to identify maybe in your own county, in your own state. Now, first of all, this right here is the Constitution. That's my pocket Constitution. And this is my red book. What this red book is let me just pull this off here, okay? That's called the red book. And what this red book is this is called the Citizen's Guide to Open Government, the Georgia Sunshine Laws. Nice little book you keep with you. As you can see, it's pretty worn out. I've had to open it several times. I can't quote it, but I almost can quote this. I can almost quote this. You're going to hear what I tell the county attorney in Fannin County, Lynn Doss, and the commission chair, Stan Helton. I can almost quote this book. And so first of all, last night, Fannin County Board of Commissioners held their monthly meeting. They do not have a clerk, a county clerk, because they terminated Rita Kirby Davis, which, you know, they were legally able to do that. So they've terminated her. They do not have a clerk for this meeting. So there's going to be a couple things I want you to watch in this video. It's a couple minutes long. First of all, I want you to pay attention to the appointment of a clerk very closely. I'm going to explain what that means to me legally, okay? And then I want you to listen to what they approve and listen to your host. You're going to hear a voice. That's your host here, BKP, what I asked the chairman. So let's play this first one, okay? And Cole, you got it ready? Yeah. All right, go with it.
I'm going to back up. I jumped ahead one step. We have to have a motion to appoint for this meeting Ms. Doss as the county clerk. Do I hear a motion? Motion. Second. County clerk? For this meeting, yes, sir. Second. Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Motion carries. Now we'll read. Next item of business, approve the invoices over $4,500. Any comments, anything on that, gentlemen? Okay, do I hear a second? Second. All in favor? Yes, sir.
Not to interrupt, my sincere apology, but in the future, could we, at least the media, get a copy of what you approve in that stack? Or maybe even put a copy out for the citizens to review? And can I get a copy of what you approved tonight there, as far as those invoices over for? Can I get a copy of what you just approved?
I'm not going to answer that right now without consulting our county clerk, please. We'll be glad to discuss it with you after the meeting.
Yes, sir. I apologize for interrupting. Okay, a couple things there. First of all, let me just tell you, from left to right, that is Post Commissioner Earl Johnson. In the center is that I'm talking to is Stan Helton. He is the commission chair, the new commissioner chair, took over in January. Next to him is Larry Joe Sosby, and next to Larry Joe Sosby is the County Attorney Lynn Doss, but is also now the County Clerk. Well, he said for this meeting, but I will tell you, we did not show you this, but at the end of the meeting, nobody voted to remove her. So this morning in Fannin County, I don't know who the acting county clerk is. Now, my concern is, number one, the county clerk is responsible for open records, and I'm concerned about open records being preserved. Now, before I go any further, you notice they appointed her county clerk. That gives her another, not just the county attorney, that gives her another legal obligation in this meeting. Second, I want you to take notice, they approve, okay? They approve all checks. It has to be. The Fannin County Charter says that they have to, the spending level for the chairman is $4,500. Anything over $4,500, okay? Anything over $4,500 has to come up there for approval by the commissioners, okay? So, now once a check is approved, it's a public document. No matter who you write the check to, it's a public document. I mean, you can see it, it's your money. Now, another thing I want to clear up, because this is what, when you try to wonder what side I'm on and what I'm looking at, those chairs those people sit in there are yours. And they're to be there to do the business of the citizens, period. Good stewards of your money do the business of the citizens, period. Now, you always need to respect these offices and respect the people when you ask questions. I apologize for interrupting and, thanked him for his time, okay? But at the same time, you have the right to look at those documents. They just brought them. Another thing I want to let you know is when they gavel in a meeting, when you go to a meeting, when they gavel it in and there's a quorum like this, it's now a legal meeting. So from here to here, okay, opening to close, this is a legal meeting with legal minutes. The whole thing is legal. It gets recorded in the minutes and put on file for the citizens. The next meeting, they legally have to approve the minutes. So there's another thing here. If you notice, I asked this question during the meeting. During the legal meeting, I asked this question. So this is a little different than just asking out in the hallway or going down to the office and say, can I see this? I asked during a legal recorded meeting. Now, if you notice, the chairman says, I'm going to defer to the clerk. I'm not for sure you can see these. Now, I'm not going to say it's on video, so some of these are not his quotes, but he's looking at me like, I'm not for sure you can see these. Well, wait a minute. You brought them into a public meeting, you approved them, and you're telling me I can't see them? So he doesn't say that as of yet, okay? Now, moving right along here, I want to see these documents. Anything over $4,500 I want to look at. I want to look at what they agreed to pay. If you notice, it didn't take the post commissioners very long to say, okay, I don't know that they've seen the documents. I don't know when they see the documents. I'm not getting into that. But they have to be approved. The documents are present. That's another thing I want to clear up. Now, the county attorney, I am concerned for the citizens of Fannin County that the county attorney gets around $5,800 a month, no questions asked, and doesn't know the answer to an open records request. Now, I do know she was county attorney for 8 years, okay? I do know she was county attorney for 8 years while Chairman Bill Simons was there. I do know she was county attorney with Dr. Vollrath. I know she's been county attorney. I'm going to say off the top of my head, give or take, don't anybody, 20 years now, county attorney? And I think one time that there was an attempt. What does this woman know? Because I'm going to tell you something. As county attorney, I'm not for sure what she does. Now, she may be very upset saying, how dare you say you don't know what I do? I don't, because your bill's not itemized. It just says $5,800. County attorney takes 12 pieces of paper, says date, vendor number, $5,800, and says, hey, every month, pull this out, attach my check to it. Send me a check for $5,800. So I don't know what she does, because not all the time, but every time you ask her a question, whether it's about wages, look at the lawsuit that the chairman and the post commissioners went through over a year ago. The county attorney has to refer out. Anytime you ask a question, the county attorney refers out to a wage and salary attorney, a specialist. Well, what do you advise the county? Who do you represent? I don't know. I don't have the bill. Now, moving right along, my concern for $5,800 a year, that your host knows this, the chairman does not, but I want you to see the kind of advice the chairman will be getting from this individual. Now, the next two videos, you're going to have to stay with them because I don't have the camera up here. I just got it around my neck. It's shaking around. Accidentally, I start the camera. It's there for like 15 seconds, and I accidentally hit the off. I had to hit it back on. I'll explain it to you. So, let me tell you two things before we go to the next video. And let me say this, okay? The next video before we go there. The Georgia Open Records, okay? All public records. This is the law, 50-18-71, after 20-some years. The one time somebody tried to fire this lady, she mounted a recall against the chairman to have the chairman recalled for dismissing her. I mean, I do not know what this lady knows, that no matter what level of incompetent advice she gives the chairman, because you're going to see last night's advice. And I sent a message asking for records to be preserved because I'm concerned. Okay? All public records, this is the Georgia law, all public records shall be open for personal inspection and copying, except those which by order of the court of the state or law are specifically exempt from disclosure. Meaning all of them are there. So the checks are not exempt from disclosure. They're checks, they're brought into a legal meeting, the citizens are sitting out there, and they said, okay, they approved $4,500, they're there. All public records shall be there for inspection and copying. Now you're going to see in the next video, the records are right in front of me. He could have said, hey, look at them right here, flip through them and go, because that's legal. Okay. Records shall be maintained by agencies, blah, blah, blah. Now, agencies shall produce for inspection all records responsive to a request within a reasonable amount of time, not to exceed 3 business days of receipt for request. The reason it's not to exceed 3 days, okay, the reason it's not to exceed 3 days, all right, is because you may have to look for them. You may have to call the county attorney and say, can this information be released? It has this on it, has that on it. You may have to go in the archives. You may have to run a report, whatever. So they give you, like, you can't go up there as a citizen and just say, boom, I want to see this in like 2 seconds. If it's available, you can. Absolutely, if it's available. It was available. The request, here's another thing, county attorney, you're going to see in the next video, a request made pursuant to this article may be made to the custodian of public records, which last night became the chairman. You can't get any further custodian of public records than the chairman and the clerk. You've seen it, they voted her in. So has to go to the custodian of public record orally or in writing. Orally or in writing. Okay? You can orally ask. Now, I put 99% of all of my open records requests in a written form. But when I do an oral open records request, what you heard on the video was an open records request. It was in a public meeting, a legal public meeting, to the chairman, the clerk, and the commissioners for documents to review that were on the table. Let's go to the next video. Now, you're going to have to stay with these next two. Hold on, Cole. I got to get these up myself. So don't jump the gun there, Heiss. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out by your first name. Now this first one, hold on there, Cole. I'm going to get it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Got it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, let's go to the first one and then back to me, and then we'll go to the next one and I'll explain this one. First of all, what you're getting ready to see, because you're not going to understand, the meeting is over. I'm walking up to talk to the chairman. I accidentally turned the camera off, but you're going to hear a clip of me asking and what he says to me, and I'll explain that, and then we'll go to this one, Cole.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I get a copy of what you approved?
Brian, I think where I'm at on that.
Okay, can I get a copy of what you approved? What you see in the video, the documents are in front of him. They don't have to go downstairs. They don't have to hunt them. They don't have to go through a file. The open records law says if they're available for inspection, at any time you can go up to the courthouse and say, I want to look at these records, if they're available for inspection. They were available for inspection. Now here's the interesting thing. In the next one, you're going to hear my exchange. Now you're not going to see a lot, okay? You're going to hear my exchange with, okay? You're going to hear my exchange with the county attorney and the chairman, and then I will explain when we're over. And you listen for the county attorney. I want you to listen to this video real close, and I want you to listen for the county attorney, 20 years, says, I got her on something. Well, you got me on that one. Look, take the day off for $58 and read this damn book after 20 years. So when somebody comes to you and asks you a question as simple as I did last night with records I like, why the hell couldn't I see the checks? What was in the damn stack? All right, let's play this one. Calm down over there, Heiss. Play this one for me. Listen close, folks.
It's not turning anything loose, sir.
It is, and I'm not going to do it without going through the process.
But if you sign a check and pay somebody, that's a public record, period. Whether it's tonight, tomorrow.
It may be, but it's
not.
still going to have to be a request, Brian. I'm not just
I made a request.
Well, fine.
I did. That's an open records request. Verbal, it's in the book. If you want to pull up the book, we'll pull up the book. Verbal is a request. I mean, I'm
not arguing that point with you. I'm just saying I'm going to be very careful about
what.
Has everybody always got copies of checks?
Well,
I don't think so. I think when Bill Simon was here, everybody let him away with murder.
No, I understand that.
Everybody let Bill Simon away with murder. Now, whatever's going on is going on.
No, I just want to see them. I've asked before.
Brian wants to see the checks we signed. I'm saying if he wants something specific, give me guidance here.
Well, he literally just made it in writing. But now the problem is that somebody needs to reduce that to writing so that we can make sure we get him what he needs, and then we can do.
No, ma'am. This is a recorded legal meeting, and according to the Georgia Sunshine Law, a verbal request is considered an open records request. So this was a legal gaveled-in meeting under the Sunshine Law. I made an open records request within the meeting.
Yes.
Also, you approved checks, and once you check, you brought this into a legal meeting.
And all I was saying to our chairman was that you, having made that legal request, somebody on this side of the table needs to write it down so they get downstairs and get you back what you need.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
it doesn't mean that you had to write it down.
Okay, my apology for the misunderstanding.
Write down what it is you're requesting, so that
I was just requesting to see what you approved.
Days, get you what it back to you that which you have requested. And as I understood, you were requesting copies
No, I just wanted to see what you approved tonight.
And you requested copies of
Right,
what they approved
you
tonight.
approve anything over $4,500 at this meeting. When you
not
bring
regular household.
right, when you I'm not. I understand. Okay, but when you bring that to the public and bring it to the meeting and approve it, the public has the right to review the documents,
And we'll get them to you.
and I can't review them now or get a copy now.
As I
I just wanna-
understand open records, they've got 3 business days to comply and get you the documents that you're requesting.
Ma'am, this is really not an open records. You brought the documents into a public meeting to approve, so it's really not an open records. It's a review by the public at any time. An open record, I could come in at any time. You have 72 hours to fill mine, but I could come in at any time and request to review documents, and you and I both know that. So I could say, like there, 72 hours is based on a written request.
You know, Brian, you got me on that one because I've never had
Well,
anybody come in and ask me, do they want something
All right.
immediately, but I can check on that.
It's not immediate. You brought it in a public meeting. I mean, that's not immediate. You brought it in a public meeting, so that's all I'm saying. So, all right. And I did, for the record, for Mr. Johnson, I did used to request them from the other chairman, so that's nothing new.
Folks, the documents are laying right there. $5,800 a month times 12, $5,800 a month. And this person, after 20 years, did not understand that I had a right to look at those checks laying right there. Did not understand I had a right to look at those checks laying right there. $5,800 a month. And as you heard, I'm asking for them. I just want to see them. It's an illegal meeting. You brought them up there, you approved them. I want to see them. Now, I don't get to look at them. So I sent the county attorney last night a message and the chairman together at the same time a message kindly quoting 2 statements out of the law saying, hey, and I asked the county chairman to preserve the documents. I have to tell you the truth. I mean, I am caught off guard. I have no agenda. It's the citizens of Fannin County. There is, let me just say this. I'm going to go, I'm not going to pull the other county up because it may not, well, I am going to pull the other county up. Let's stay here just for a minute, okay? Now, the majority of the counties, I can't say I know everyone because somebody will take me to task and find one, but the majority of the counties, okay, the very first business meeting of the year, okay, very first business meeting of the year, I'm going to go into legal notices. Let me give the upside while I'm looking at this. I do want to say to the chairman, Stan Helton, thank you for sending the agenda over for us to review in advance and post on the website for the citizens. So I'm going to make sure that's positive. Now, there's another meeting here, and I'm going through the agenda, and it will take place tomorrow night. And I will video that tomorrow night and show it to you. But this agenda here, let's see. Number 11, action on resolution. This is number 11. The majority of the counties in the state of Georgia, I'm not saying all, this is a formality at the beginning of the year so that they have a contract in place and they legally tell the state. So your county clerk is your legislative liaison to the state, okay? And then the state also has to know that you have proper representation from an attorney, the county's supposed to. Number 11 in this meeting agenda for tomorrow night in another county, number 11, resolution to appoint the county clerk for 2017. Formality, same person gets it, they have the job, but they do a resolution to do that. Number 12, this is the damnedest thing. It's called the citizens' money, so number 12 is resolution to appoint a county attorney for 2017. So they bring that is going to be an action item, they're going to have a resolution, they're going to vote, and they're going to put same county attorney back in as last year, but it's going to be done in public. We do not know, I do not know to this day, who came up with $5,800 a month for the county attorney. I do not know that. I do not know what her contract is. I've never seen it. And I do not know why she is able to get a check without having to itemize when you and I would not. I looked at somebody the other day and said, hey, if you took $5,000 to an attorney and you said, hey, represent me, and the next month they said, I need another $5,000, you say, well, what'd you do with the first $5,000? Well, I represented you. That's all you need to know. Give me another $5,000. Your money, you would not be happy. Well, it's the citizens' money. So it's not anything other than, it's very concerning to me that the records at Fannin County Courthouse this morning are under the direction of County Attorney Lynn Doss that doesn't even know. See, my opinion is she knew these rules. That's my opinion. She knew these rules last night. So when she says, I got her on something after 20 years, read it. If the records are laying right there and they're public, there's no reason you can't see them. I'm your host, BKP. I can't go any further on that today. It's just very disappointing. Very disappointing. And I've asked to have the records preserved, and I've also asked, because I got to go to Young Harris when I get done here today, to stop by and actually review the 4,500. And I'm saying I want exactly the same documents that were laying on that counter that I have video of that they approved over 4,500. I just want to brief through them. What's the big deal? You say, well, why the hell do you want to see them? Just because. If you're a citizen, it can be just because you want to see them, period. There's no other reason. I don't have to answer a question just because I want to see them. I'm your host, BKP. Take us a break. I'll be right back, obviously.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one, the 20% off MSRP model year-end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper, with huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now, at Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated, and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
matter what you're looking for in a vehicle, start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in LOJ, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Okay, we're back. I'm your host, BKP. Good morning from the office, North Georgia's only live online morning show. Now, in about 3 minutes, folks, we are going to go to the Rex Tillerson live confirmation hearings. We're going to go to that. That'll be big today. That is the CEO of ExxonMobil. Cole's giving me the 3-minute mark. That will be live. You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave the show. Go anywhere. You can watch that. We're going to preempt the balance of my show and preempt George this morning. The Katie Sassine Show will air today. Stay with us on YouTube. Stay with us on fetchyournews.com, fyntv.com, and you will see the Katie Sassine Show. So don't leave and keep us right there on Facebook. Now, I'm going to go to the Twitter deck, Donald Trump, and yesterday there was a small business article came out and said confidence is the highest it's been in 8 years, highest it's been. There's two reasons that the confidence is through the roof of small business owners. One, last night they knew that was it, the party's over, the confidence is up because we know Barack Obama is leaving and at the same time Trump is coming in. So the confidence of what is about to happen this year is through the roof. So Trump did that. 12 hours ago, fake news, a total political witch hunt, Donald Trump. He retweeted Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen is Trump's attorney. I have never been to Prague in my life. Michael Cohen puts a picture of his passport up, says you could check his passport because they're saying Cohen, Donald Trump's attorney, was in Prague. Go through that. But this is Donald Trump. BuzzFeed runs unverified Trump-Russia claims. Fake news, Donald Trump says. Russia just, this is another tweet from Donald Trump. We're reading Donald J. Trump's tweets. This is an hour ago. An hour ago, Russia just said the unverified report paid for by political opponents is a complete and total fabrication, utter nonsense, very unfair. Okay, I don't have time to go into it. It was paid for by political opponents. Don't have time to go for that. Also, an hour ago, Russia has never tried to use leverage over me, Trump said, because they're saying that Russia has information that they will blackmail Donald Trump and his administration. Russia has never tried to use leverage over me. I have nothing to do with Russia. No deals, no loans, nothing. These are all in caps, so he's yelling at the fake, the crooked media's ass. So let me do it Donald Trump style. First of all, he starts out, he says, Russia has never tried to use leverage over me. I have nothing to do with Russia. No deals, no loans, no nothing! Exclamation point. Well, if it's all in caps, right, you're screaming at somebody, right, Cole? Pretty much. Cole's got it down. Cole, I'm glad you guide me right through this sucker. Okay, I win an election easily. A great movement is verified, and crooked opponents try to belittle our victory with fake news. A sorry state. And another hour ago, intelligence agencies should never have allowed this fake news to leak into the public. One last shot at me. Are we living in Nazi Germany? They keep leaking. The media gets briefed before Donald Trump. Anyhow, we'll go into that later. What's it say? There's a time?
Yeah, it's not like it's time.
Okay, we're going to the Rex Tillerson confirmation. All this Russian talk is just in time to find out Rex Tillerson. So stay tuned. Right now, we're going live right there. Rex Tillerson confirmation hearing for Secretary of State, Exxon Mobil CEO. Cole, take us to those confirmation hearings. We'll be back later. Stay on fyntv.com and join our YouTube channel. Go ahead, Cole.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one, the 20% off MSRP model year end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper, with huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now, at Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated, and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
Looking for in a vehicle? Start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in LJ, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair, and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
that we'd be proud of in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and I want to personally thank you for that and welcome our 4 new members to our committee. And with that, I'll withhold until after the introductions.
This committee has been and certainly a beacon of bipartisanship, as was mentioned. Sometimes an island of bipartisanship. But I think all of us understand the importance of us being united, especially when we leave the shore's edge. And I know that we will continue, we'll conduct the hearing today in that manner. With that, we have 4 very distinguished individuals who would like to introduce the nominee. We thank each of them for being here. I know that they plan to spend about 2.5 minutes each. To do so, we welcome you here. We have the distinguished Senator Cornyn from Texas, the distinguished Senator Cruz from Texas, the distinguished Sam Nunn from Georgia, who we miss, but thank him for his service, and the distinguished Secretary Gates, who has served 8 presidents. I'm actually surprised he's not serving a 9th, but we thank you for being here. Each of you, if you would, please give your comments, and then we will move to opening statements. Thank you for being here. Senator Cornyn.
Chairman Corker and Ranking Member Cardin, members of the committee, I'm proud to be here today with my colleague Senator Cruz to introduce a fellow Texan, Rex Tillerson, as the nominee to be the next Secretary of State. Without a doubt, Rex Tillerson is an inspired choice by President-elect Trump for this critical position. The depth and breadth of his experience as an accomplished and successful business leader and skilled negotiator give him a solid understanding of our current geopolitical and economic challenges, making him uniquely qualified to serve in this important office. After graduating from the University of Texas with a degree in engineering, Mr. Tillerson joined the Exxon Corporation, eventually moving up the ranks and into overseas assignments in Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. In 2006, he assumed command of ExxonMobil, a tenure during which he displayed exceptional acumen, helping Exxon weather complex geopolitical obstacles to make the company into one of the world's most profitable corporations. As a lifelong Texan, Rex has been recognized for something you don't ordinarily associate with being a powerful business leader and head of one of the largest corporations in the world. He's been recognized for his humility and his altruism. One of my constituents recently wrote a piece in the Dallas Morning News talking about serving on a jury with Mr. Tillerson recently. She noted that on that jury, his natural leadership, ability, and charisma helped them deliver justice in a delicate and difficult case of sexual assault. Following the trial, Mr. Tillerson then donated to the local nonprofit that helped support and counsel the victim after the trial. Mr. Tillerson understands how to separate friendships and business. He knows who he works for. My first encounter with Rex was when I was Attorney General. I don't know if he remembers this, but we were on opposite sides of a lawsuit. I was representing, in my capacity as Attorney General, the state of Texas, and we had the temerity to sue ExxonMobil. And let's say our first encounter was a little awkward, to say the least. But over the years, I've grown to admire and respect Rex, and he didn't let our differences get in the way of what we could agree on. Since then, I've seen him demonstrate an uncanny ability that will serve him and our country well as its chief diplomat, and that is an ability to deftly handle business matters while maintaining and building relationships, a further testament to his integrity and strength of character. Once he's confirmed, I'm confident that he will be instrumental in shaping American foreign policy as we face a broad array of diplomatic challenges that will define the security and success of our nation for generations. So thank you, Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Cardin, members of the committee, for letting me introduce Rex Tillerson.
For being maybe the first prompt senator I've witnessed here. Thank you so much.
Trying to
Senator
set the
Cruz.
standard.
Thank you,
Chairman.
sir.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cardin, members of the committee, good morning. It is a privilege to join you this morning and have the opportunity to help introduce my fellow Texan and the Secretary of State designee, Rex Tillerson. As many of you know, Rex is a Texan born and raised in Wichita Falls, and he's a proud Texas Longhorn, which John and I might think is plenty enough alone to qualify him for Secretary of State. But I recognize y'all might set a higher bar than that. The good news is that is only the beginning of a long, substantive list of qualifications, achievements, and international relationships that Rex brings to the table. A list that I believe has prepared him to be a strong candidate to lead our State Department as we face the monumental task of restoring America's influence across the world. As all of us know, this is no easy task. We live in a dangerous year and a dangerous world. And after the last 8 years, we face a circumstance where many of our friends no longer trust us, and many of our enemies no longer fear us. Rex Tillerson is a serious man who understands the value of perseverance, and he knows what it takes to accomplish difficult tasks. From an early age, he worked to climb the ranks in Boy Scouts to become an Eagle Scout, and he started as a production engineer at Exxon in 1975, eventually climbing his way to the top as CEO of the Fortune 10 company. At Exxon, he led one of the world's most respected companies with over 75,000 employees and over $250 billion in revenue. Exxon, a proud Texas company, does business in 52 countries. And Rex has traveled the globe negotiating business deals with world leaders, effectively advocating for the interests of his company, shareholders, and employees. The numerous achievements that Rex has earned They don't come without hard work, dedication, and passion for one's mission. This is the work ethic and spirit that America needs in its Secretary of State. That is the attitude that gives me confidence in the opportunity that Rex has to chart a different, better, and stronger course for our national security and diplomacy. We need a Secretary of State who understands that America is exceptional, who will establish policies upon that foundation of exceptionalism, and who will put America's interest first. Repeatedly, the current administration has used the United Nations to try to circumvent the will of Congress and the American people. I look forward to a President and Secretary of State who will instead vigorously defend U.S. sovereignty. I believe that Rex has an incredible opportunity to defend the foreign policy principles upon which President-elect Trump campaigned, to strengthen our friendship and alliances, and to defeat our enemies. And I look forward to all of us working with him in the years ahead as we restore American leadership across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you also for those concise comments. Much appreciated. Thank you both for being here. And if should you need to leave to go to other hearings, please feel free to do so. Senator Nunn, sir. You need to turn your mic on, sir. You
Thank
get
you.
out of practice leaving here for a few years.
I thank you, Chairman Corker and Senator Cardin and my friend for a long time, Johnny Isaacson, Senator Isaacson, members of the committee. I just wish I'd thought of this clock a long time ago. It would have saved an awful lot of agony for our committee. So I'm going to try to cut my statement as short as possible and ask the whole statement be put into the record.
Without objection, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Rex Tillerson's resume is well known, so let me just tackle 2 points that I know have been raised with the committee as well as with the Senate. First, Rex Tillerson's knowledge of and experience in Russia. And second, how his work in the private sector prepares him to be our top diplomat and run one of the most important departments in our government. With respect to Russia, certain facts are clear. Russia's recent flagrant actions indicate that its national interests sharply differ from America's national interests in important places, most acutely in Ukraine, in Europe, and in Syria. Russia's values differ from America's values, and particularly in our form of government, our commitment to personal freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. These fundamental differences are very important, and the fact that our interests and values differ should always inform our policy toward Russia. But, Mr. Chairman, the important facts don't end here. It is also a fact that Russia today deploys hundreds of nuclear warheads on ballistic missiles that could be fired and hit their targets around the globe in less time than it will take to have opening statements at the hearing today. It is also a fact that for both the United States and Russia, the risk of an accidental, unauthorized, or mistaken launch of a nuclear ballistic missile is unnecessarily high, particularly in our world of increasing cyber vulnerability. It is also a fact that the United States and Russia, like it or not, are bound together in areas of unavoidable common interest, including the prevention of nuclear and biological terrorism, the prevention of nuclear proliferation, false warnings of nuclear attacks, and the hacking of command and control systems or nuclear facilities. These facts lead me to an inescapable conclusion. It is dangerous for the United States and Russia and for the world to have virtually no dialogue on reducing nuclear risk and very little military-to-military communication. If this continues, then we are guided by zero-sum logic. On both sides, we and Russia may be rewarded at some point with catastrophe. This is my judgment even when we have stark disputes, including strong evidence from our intelligence community that Russia has interfered in U.S. elections, a finding that Congress must fully examine, including its ominous implications for our political process and our security. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, there have been other moments in history when voices in both Washington and Moscow argued that our areas of disagreement were so great that we should not work on issues even of common interest between our two countries. For those who are considering this point, I would suggest rereading President Kennedy's commencement address at American University delivered just months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. President Kennedy spoke of the pursuit of peace as necessary and rational, quoting him, "In an age where a single nuclear weapon contains almost 10 times the explosive power delivered by all the Allied forces in the Second World War." President Kennedy rejected voices saying it is useless to speak of peace until the leaders of the Soviet Union adopt a more enlightened attitude. Kennedy warned, "Let us not be blind to our differences, but let us also direct attention to our common interest and to the means by which these differences can be resolved." Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, these words remain true today. I know Rex Tillerson pretty well, and I am confident that he is well prepared to do what is essential for the security of our nation, to hold firm and tough where our national interests and values demand it, and to build on our common interest in working with other nations, including Russia, on practical, concrete steps that will make the American people safer and more secure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Cardin, and other members of the committee, I also consider Rex Tillerson's experience and knowledge in business as an asset, and as well as his knowledge of Russia. I think both are assets, not liability. I also consider his business experience very relevant to the world today. It's an asset. As I look at the world today, every significant international challenge we face has a very important business component. It's true in Ukraine, it's true in the Middle East, it's true in most places. Rex Tillerson knows these crucial regions, he knows the leaders, and he understands the challenges and the risk. He is also keenly aware of the power of the private sector and the important role it can play in addressing these fundamental issues. Mr. Chairman, in wrapping up, I'm confident that if confirmed to be Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson will take off his corporate hat, but he'll use his vast experience to devote 100% of his considerable intellect, energy, and experience to protecting America's interest in the troubled world we're in. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge his confirmation.
Thank you so much for being here and participating in your many, many contributions relative to nuclear safety around the world. Secretary Gates.
Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Cardin, distinguished members of the Foreign Relations Committee, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my friend and fellow Eagle Scout, Rex Tillerson, as the President-elect's nominee to be the next Secretary of State. I've known Mr. Tillerson for a number of years through our shared experience in leading the Boy Scouts of America. On many occasions, after a day of meetings, Rex and I would talk, often for hours, about international affairs, including Russia and Vladimir Putin. I believe I have a pretty good idea about how he thinks about the world and the challenges we face. The Secretary of State has four important roles: advising the President, negotiating with foreign governments and international organizations, representing the United States abroad, and leading the Department of State. Against a backdrop of having known or worked with 12 Secretaries of State, I believe Mr. Tillerson is superbly qualified to carry out each of these roles. He is deeply knowledgeable about the international scene and geopolitics, and importantly would be an informed and independent advisor to the President. He would be candid and honest, willing to tell the President straight from the shoulder what he needs to hear. He would bring decades of experience as a tough and successful negotiator with foreign governments to the position. I've heard him speak often to scout groups about American values. I know he would be an eloquent and passionate representative of the United States to the world. And finally, based on his long experience in leading a major corporation as well as the Boy Scouts, I know he will lead the Department of State with skill and respect for the professionals. Much has been said and written about Mr. Tillerson and Russia. I've spent my entire adult life dealing with the Soviet Union and Russia. I joined CIA over 50 years ago to do my bit in the epic struggle with the Soviet Union. During that time, I acquired a reputation of something as a hardliner. Just ask a couple of previous Secretaries of State. Yet I knew that we not only had to resist and contain the USSR, we also had to contain the risk of conflict with it. And that meant engaging in dialogue, negotiations, and even reaching agreements limiting strategic nuclear weapons and establishing agreed procedures to prevent confrontations from escalating. This new administration must thread the needle between pushing back against Vladimir Putin's aggressions, meddling, interventionism, ambitions, and bullying, and at the same time find a way to stop a dangerous downward spiral in our relationship with Russia. I believe Mr. Tillerson is the right person at the right time to help accomplish both of those goals. And so it is with pride and confidence that I introduce him to you today and encourage his confirmation.
We thank you all for being here. You honor us with your presence. We thank you for your contribution. You do not have to leave, but you cannot stay there. So we actually hope you will stay somewhere in the premise and participate if you would like.
Thanks, Ted.
We have some new members to the committee today, and I was thinking prior to this hearing that 10 years ago, I came on this committee as a new senator. Many ways to broaden my ability to serve our nation and to serve our state, having been mostly a business person. When I came here, the first order of business was to deal with the surge in Iraq. Pretty monumental time. We had an under-resourced effort that was taking place in Iraq, and at a time when really in many ways the United States had unleashed forces in the region that had not been seen, not unlike taking in some ways a big stick and hitting a hornet's nest and changing dramatically the dynamic in the region. And so we had the choice of whether we surge and try to be successful at what we began or take another course. Afghanistan also had been under-resourced, and all of a sudden we began discussing things like nation building, things that had not been part of our vocabulary for many years. We had the Arab Spring that took place in 2011, again, some of which was built off of some of the activities that I mentioned earlier. And we had all kinds of incoherent things that took place. The quick throwing aside of a leader in Egypt that we had known for years, an undertaking in Libya that I still have never understood what the goal was, but left a large vacuum in the region with arms spreading throughout northern Africa and other places. We had the conflict in Syria that began, if you remember, with us cheering on the people who wanted basic human rights and more of a democracy. And then we had the red line that our country did not follow up on. After that, we had the taking of Crimea and the destabilizing of eastern Ukraine, some of which I think was driven by observing U.S. leadership in the world. We had China redrawing a map that had been around for thousands of years in the South China Sea and claiming islands and properties and building runways and doing things that, again, until that time had not occurred. We've had the whole destabilization of Europe, where I think confidence levels in Europe are probably the lowest they've been in our lifetimes, driven by concerns about, in many cases, what our role is, but also the role of Russia and what it's been doing in the region, the role of immigrants that are flowing in, the whole challenging of the European model. And then we've had a campaign, let's face it, that has been somewhat unorthodox, one that has also given concern to our allies in the world and to many around the world as to just where America is going to be. With all of this chaos that has exhibited through multiple administrations and will continue under this for a period of time, we've had chaos where the United States has been withdrawing in its leadership world. And to me, that's a a recipe for further chaos. So this is a very important hearing. I had the ability the other day to sit down with General Flynn, who's going to be the National Security Advisor, and has spent time with people around him for some time. And I know that, rightly so, his focus is also on our country doing well economically. Every military leader we've had before us, and certainly Secretary Gates, have told us that if our nation is not strong economically, if we're not doing the things fiscally to keep ourselves strong, then our nation will be weak and our leadership around the world will be diminished. And so I'm thankful that that is the case. A lot of people here realize that it's not only important for us to be economically successful, but we understand that autocrats in other places, when they themselves are not successful, end up creating havoc around the world for nationalistic reasons to build support within their countries. And therefore, we don't wish the other major countries in the world harm as it relates to economic growth. We want them to do well. Countries like China and even Russia, who no doubt has conducted very nefarious activities here in our country. Many of us have seen in the Middle East the fact that poverty, not unlike what happens in our own country, where people who live in cities and neighborhoods have no hope, crime permeates, things occur. And we've seen the same thing happen in the Middle East, where young people with no hope are attracted to ideologies that end up threatening our own nation. So I appreciate the fact that at the National Security Office, they're not only connected to those who will be dealing with our issues of foreign policy and our role in the world, but also focus on those economic issues, which brings me to trade. Our country has shown great leadership around the world. Rob Portman served as our trade representative in previous administrations, and there's been a great deal of talk about what our role will be in that regard. I think most of us believe that a world that continues to focus on free enterprise, a world that continues to have democratic principles more and more permeated, is a world that's a better place for us. And while we should also always focus on trade as it relates to improving the standard of living of Americans, an ancillary benefit is that people within those countries begin to adopt the values that we hold so dear here in our country. One of the things that many of us on the committee and so many in the audience have been able to do is also to see the importance of American values around the world. It's an amazing thing to be in Afghanistan, for instance, and to see women at 4:30 in the morning, who, by the way, do all of the hard work in Afghanistan, up and ready to vote in the first election that they've voted in, or to see young girls going to schools that they never had the opportunity to go to be in refugee camps where truly every eye is on the American that's there with hope, to be in Venezuela and to see families whose loved ones are in prison for political reasons and looking to us to change that, to be in villages in Africa where for the first time, because of American ingenuity, 600 million people without power now have hope with very little in the way of U.S. resources, but our leadership in setting a vision and working with others. The elimination almost of HIV, the dealing with malaria, the dealing with other diseases like Ebola. Many of us, all of us, I think, have been in situations where young people just want to touch us. They just want to see us. They want to hug Americans because they, like the people who founded our country, believe in the American ideal. It's not just a country, but it's their hope. It's their vision of what their life might be with American leadership. I believe the world's at its best when America leads, and I think most people at this dais believe the same thing. And we understand the importance of diplomacy, and that all of us know with the 1% of the U.S. budget that we spend on efforts like Mr. Tillerson may lead, with that 1%, if we're successful, the likelihood of the men and women that we cherish so much in our military are much less likely to be in harm's way. Which brings me to you. This is a person, Mr. Tillerson, who, by the way, had never met Mr. Trump, as I understand, until a few weeks ago, a month ago. I believe, like Senator Cornyn said, that it's very, very possible that you are, in fact, an inspired choice. We look at the president who, if you think about it, approaches everything almost from an economic standpoint. That's been the world that he has lived in. And the fact that you've led a global enterprise with 70,000 employees around the world, have been there for 41 and a half years, have met world leaders, know them up close and personally. To me, that is going to give our new president much greater confidence in your ability to offer advice. And I think it's going to give the State Department possibly the ability to have the appropriate balance with other forces as it relates within the White House and other places, as it relates to developing a vision for our country. If you think about it, not only does the world not really understand where America is today, and all of us have had leaders in our offices wondering what is next, all of us. But if you think about the body politic here in our own country, doesn't understand. You look at the election, we had the Bush presidency, and then we had the Obama presidency, which was not the Bush presidency, and then we've had this election where many things have been said, and sometimes in unorthodox ways. And so not just the world leaders not know where we are, not just citizens who watch us on television and other places, but our body politic here does not know. So, Mr. Tillerson, this is a momentous time. This, to me, is the most important nomination that the President has made. The world paying attention to this hearing, I think, denotes that. You have the ability, no doubt, to draw a crowd. But it's going to be your responsibility to define clearly what America's role in the world is going to be. I know Secretary Gates has spoken to this many times as he talks about the way the world was when it was us and the Soviet Union. But now it's very different. And the American people even don't fully understand what the future holds. You've got to restore our credibility, secondly. Look, the NATO alliance is shaken. Europe is shaken. Our Arab friends, because of negotiations that have taken place, are concerned about the future. And I could go on, but I want to be respectful to other people's time. But one of your first goals is going to be to restore U.S. credibility around the world. You're going to need to prioritize. One of the things I've witnessed over the last for the entire 10 years I've been here actually, is there's a lot of activity that takes place, but it's hard to discern where it's taking us. And so I think as a person who's led an organization, who's risen from the bottom, who's been the CEO of a global enterprise, may in fact be an inspired choice to prioritize, to restore credibility, which is what a company like yours has had to do, to have those relationships based on trust, based on people knowing that we're going to do what we say. And then lastly, you are the person that is charged with being the principal advisor to the President on foreign policy. And I think that's the question that people on both sides of the aisle will raise most here today is, we know that We know that the President-elect's foreign policy is evolving as he takes office, as he talks to people, and there's no way that you could speak on his behalf today. That cannot happen. So what people here today are going to want to know is, how are you going to advise him? You're going to be one of the last people to talk to him. You're going to be up under the hood, sharing with him what you think ought to happen. We know that at the end of the day, you're going to carry out his policy, and all of us have watched as other secretaries of state have tried to carry out their own policy and not the president's, and we know that that does not work. So we thank you for being here. My sense is that you are going to rise to the occasion, that you are going to demonstrate that you are, in fact, an inspired choice, that you're going to be able to take the years of accomplishment and relationships and transfer that and translate it into a foreign policy that benefits U.S. national interest. Thank you again for being willing to put yourself before our country and the world in this manner. And with that, let me turn to our distinguished ranking member and my friend, Ben Cardin.
Well, again, Senator Corker, thank you very much for the accommodations in this hearing. And I agree with your final comment. This hearing is about Mr. Tillerson and Mr. Tillerson's views. But I think we're going to have some specific questions because of statements made by Mr. Trump. But we do want to hear your views, particularly as it relates to many of the challenges that Chairman Corker went through in his opening statement. To Senator Nunn, it's a pleasure to have you in our committee, and we thank you very much for your years of public service. Secretary Gates, thank you for all of your service, and you honor our committee, both of you, by being here today. And I also want to once again welcome our new colleagues, Senator Booker, Senator Merkley, Senator Portman, Senator Young. I've worked with all four of you before in different capacities, and I know your commitment to our national security and to foreign policy, and I know you all will be great additions to our committee. I want to acknowledge Senator King, who's here. It's not the first time that Senator King has been in our committee room to observe a hearing. We got to get you on the committee, but we thank you again for your interest in this hearing. And Mr. Tillerson, as I told you in our private meeting, thank you. Thank you for being willing to serve the public. It's not easy to put yourself forward. As you found since your nomination has been brought forward, your life has changed pretty dramatically, not just for you, but for your entire family. And we thank you for your willingness to serve our country. Providing advice and consent on the nominees of the President is one of the most important constitutional powers of the Senate. It's an awesome responsibility and one that I know that all of us on this committee take with the utmost seriousness. Mr. Tillerson, there is no question about your impressive record in the business world, rising through the ranks and then running Exxon, one of the largest multinational operations in the world. Yet, I would offer, having a view from the C-suite at Exxon is not at all the same as a view from the 7th floor of the Department of State. And those who suggest that anyone who can run a successful business can, of course, run a government agency do a profound disservice to both. Serving the narrow, market-driven interest of Exxon shareholders is not the same as serving the national interest of all the American people. Effective corporate governance and management does not always lend itself to government decision-making, where bureaucracies and representative institutions such as Congress serve a different political and social purposes than maximizing profits. I therefore want to get a sense of how you envision pivoting from the mindset of an oil man focused on profits to that of a statesman focused on promoting American interest and values around the world. And as you know, Congress, as a separate and co-equal branch of government, has an important role to play in assuring that the values that have animated our nation since its founding continue to flourish. So first, I want to share with you, as I did in our private meeting, my vision of the United States foreign policy and the role of the Secretary of State in carrying out that policy. I approach this hearing and discussion today with a clear set of expectations of the next administration. I believe strongly in a world where America works with its allies and partners, a world that is governed by laws and institutions consistent with the liberal international order, and one where we champion our values both at home and abroad. Indeed, I think it's worth spending a few minutes this morning on the questions of human rights, democracy, good governance, anti-corruption, and civil society support. It is worth doing so both because of the critical importance of these issues for America's role in the world, and our values are our interests, not a separate set of considerations, but also because of the nature of Exxon and your work there. Mr. Tillerson leaves some troubling questions about how you view these issues and how you, as Secretary of State, intend to approach them. As you may know, over the course of my tenure in the House and Senate, I've championed the cause of human rights and the importance of democratic process and good governance. So when I see violations of the sovereignty by China in the South China Sea, I speak out. When I see gross human rights violations in Ethiopia, I speak out. When I see massive corruptions in countries with extreme poverty, like Equatorial Guinea, I speak out. And when I see severe erosion of democratic institutions in Venezuela, I speak out. Indeed, events over the past year serve as a stark reminder that democracy will not defend itself. It requires those of us who believe in the enduring values of the democratic experiment to nurture and support it, and to defend it from authoritarian opponents who do not share our values. Perhaps the most egregious events we've seen recently has been what has happened by President Putin of Russia, having effectively killed the nation's nuanced democracy, has led efforts across Europe and the former Soviet Union to erode support for democratic institutions and calls into question well-established rules of the road. Moscow directs efforts to undermine democracy through propaganda, false news, cyber attacks, and funding for populist political parties abroad. So perhaps it should come as no surprise that these nefarious activities have reached our shores, but it's stunning nonetheless. Last week, the intelligence community found that Mr. Putin did indeed direct efforts to interfere in our elections. That's their conclusion. They found that the Kremlin attacked Hillary Clinton and directed resources to that end. I'm not saying that Russia's efforts were decisive in our election outcome. That's not the point. The point is that we, the United States, were victims of cyber attack of our democratic process. Recent news accounts indicate Russia may well have information about Mr. Trump, and they could use that to compromise our presidency. It cannot be business as usual. That is why I was proud to introduce a bipartisan bill yesterday with Senator McCain and several members of this committee, including Senator Menendez, Shaheen, Rubio, and Portman, along with Senator Graham, Klobuchar, Sass, and Durbin, which will impose enhanced sanctions on Russia for its interference in our election and its ongoing aggression in Ukraine and Syria. We need to stand up to this bully in Moscow and increase the cost for his behavior. So I was disappointed that in your prepared opening remarks submitted to the committee yesterday, there was no mention about the direct confirmed cyber attack by Russia on America. But you did find time to say it was the absence of American leadership that this door was left open and unintended signals were sent. So I want to know exactly what additional actions the United States should have taken against Russia, in your view. Do you, for example, support additional sanctions against Russia, demonstrating America's leadership like what my colleagues and I introduced yesterday? Mr. Tillerson, I'm sure you can understand why I and many of my colleagues have deep concerns about your relationship with Mr. Putin. And this is not simply a question of what you saw when you gazed into his eyes. You don't strike me as someone likely to be naive, but also about how Exxon conducted itself in supporting directly and indirectly funding for the tools that Putin has used to crush democracy and dissent at home and to sow division abroad. While I do not suggest it was your intent, it's frankly not too great of a distance from Exxon's business partnerships to Putin's Kremlin-controlled slush funds essential for his disinformation campaign around the world. You will be representing a president who may blatantly ignore the consensus of 17 independent intelligence agencies who have said that the Russians interfered with our election in an unprecedented way. The same president to whom you will report has also made it clear that he may ignore Putin's invasion of Ukraine, his illegal annexation of Crimea, his interference in Syria, where Russian forces partnered with Iran, Hezbollah, and Shia militia to shift battlefield momentum towards a dictator guilty of war crimes. Russia itself is culpable of war crimes for its backing of Bashar al-Assad, who has starved, barrel-bombed, and tortured the Syrian people into submission. And yet, President-elect Trump may take quick steps to make Putin a close ally of the United States of America. So there's serious discussion to be had here today about Russia and the President-elect's plans for Putin, and we need to know and understand your views, as the chairman has said, on these critical issues of national security. In addition, if we take seriously that your tenure and experience at Exxon serves as qualifications for Secretary of State, then there's likewise a serious discussion this committee needs to have about the potential for conflicts of interest that arise from your long corporate tenure. For far too long, in my estimation, U.S. foreign policy has treated core governance issues as secondary considerations. If you become our nation's top diplomat, I want to know if governance issues will become a primary consideration. I've always worked to treat governance issues as one of the most important aspects of our foreign policy. I have been centrally involved in several legislative efforts over the years to bring transparency to extractive industries, to foster high standards on corrupt practices, and to use all the tools at our disposal when it comes to supporting human rights and civil societies. So I'm troubled that on many of these issues, Exxon, under your leadership, appears to have been pushing in the opposite direction. Mr. Tillerson, we have much to discuss. If confirmed, you will be assuming your new job at a consequential time. Indeed, I believe the United States today stands as a turning point in history. National power, economic, military, diplomatic, is being redefined and redistributed across the globe. International institutions, international financial and economic orders are under distress. Climate change is causing irreparable harm and creating and leading to greater instability. In many parts of the world, there's a view that American power, determination, and maybe more importantly, our support for American values is uncertain. And clearly, candidate Trump added to that uncertainty. We have global challenges. The Middle East is undergoing a period of unprecedented violence and instability. Iran is committed to confrontations with the United States and its allies, fomenting terrorism to challenge regional order. There are no less than 3 civil wars in this part of the world. U.S. leadership is required to not only support movement towards negotiated political settlements. 6 years after the hope of Arab Spring, the region has entered into a long winter in which many governments are backsliding in inclusive politics space for civil society and open economies. The fractured Middle East underscores my fundamental belief that the United States cannot pursue a hard-nosed security agenda or economic ties without prioritizing values such as political inclusion, human rights, and free, active media and civil society. Without these elements, instability will persist, with serious implications for countering violent extremism and stemming the flow of refugees heading for Europe's shore. I also need to stress that our important partner in this part of the world, Israel, needs more than tweets about how great our relationship is going to be. I hope we will hear from you today concrete visions with specific proposals for the way forward in strengthening that strategic partnership. And despite the challenges, encouraging opportunities exist for our country. President Obama leaves the next administration as an inheritance: strengthened relationships with historic allies in Europe and Asia, a re-energized partnership with India, and growing economic relations with countries across sub-Saharan Africa that provide promising platforms to advance U.S. security and economic interests. I recognize that what I outlined here may not be in line with President-elect Trump's vision of the world, but I believe that core values like standing up against violations of international law, against war crimes, against human rights violations, against corruption, and speaking up for democracy and freedom of speech must be at the forefront of Americans' foreign policy agenda. Finally, I want to note that if confirmed, you will be taking over as leader of one of the most skilled and able workforces of any organization on the planet. Our foreign affairs and development professionals are truly among the most able and dedicated of our public servants on the front lines safeguarding our national security. And as ranking member of this committee, I have benefited greatly from their insight and counsel over the years. I hope and trust and encourage you will take full advantage of the dedicated public servants of the Department of State and USAID should you be confirmed. They are deeply committed to protecting and extending our nation's values and interests. I am certain that you and our nation will benefit greatly from a full and robust partnership between your office and the department you have been nominated to lead. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to hearing from our witness, and I look forward to questionings.
Mr. Tillerson, thank you for being here. I think you've been adequately introduced, and I think the world knows more about you than they ever thought today. So without using any more time, we thank you for being here today. I know you may have some family members to introduce, which is always helpful. And if you wish to do so, begin with that and then with your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have members of my family with me today. My wife, Renda, of more than 30 years, who has kept a welcoming home when I would come back from my many travels, and also for our sons and our 5 grandchildren. My sister, Jolynn Peters, a lifelong educator, high school mathematics teacher, math teacher coach, teaching many, many years in the Texas public school systems. My sister, Dr. Rayanne Hamilton, family practice physician in Abilene, Texas for more than 30 years. And my brother-in-law, Judge Lee Hamilton, who is now finishing or has just begun to serve his 5th term on the bench at the 104th District of the State District Courts of Texas in Abilene, Texas. I appreciate so much the love and support they've given me in my past endeavors, but most particularly that they would come all the way up from Texas to be with me today. Good morning, Chairman Cork and others. I'm honored to have the backing of Senator Cornyn and Senator Cruz from my home state of Texas. I do want to thank Senator Nunn for his commitment to nuclear nonproliferation, something that he remains as steadfast today as ever, and to Secretary Gates for his service to 8 U.S. presidents and his own leadership as President of the Boy Scouts of America. Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Cardin, and members of the committee, it is an honor to appear before you today as President-elect Trump's nominee for Secretary of State and seek the approval of this committee and the full Senate for my confirmation. I come before you at a pivotal time in both the history of our nation and our world. Nearly everywhere we look, people and nations are deeply unsettled. Old ideas and international norms which were well understood and governed behaviors in the past may no longer be effective in our time. We face considerable threats in this evolving new environment. China has emerged as an economic power in global trade, and our interactions have been both friendly and adversarial. While Russia seeks respect and relevance on the global stage, its recent activities have disregarded America's interest. Radical Islam is not a new ideology, but it is hateful, deadly, and an illegitimate expression of the Islamic faith. Adversaries like Iran and North Korea pose grave threats to the world because of their refusal to conform to international norms. As we confront these realities, how should America respond? My answer is simple. To achieve the stability that is foundational to peace and security in the 21st century, American leadership must not only be renewed, it must be asserted. We have many advantages on which to build. Our alliances are durable, and our allies are looking for a return of our leadership. Our men and women in uniform are the world's finest fighting force, and we possess
My home was destroyed. Senators, be brave. Protect my community. Protect America. Rex Tillerson, I reject you. I reject you. My home was destroyed by Hurricane Sandy.
Our men and women in uniform are the world's finest fighting force, and we possess the world's largest economy. America is still the destination of choice for people the world over because of our track record of benevolence and hope for our fellow man. America has been indispensable in providing the stability to prevent another world war, increase global prosperity, and encourage the expansion of liberty. Our role in the world has also historically entailed a place of moral leadership. In the scope of international affairs, America's level of goodwill toward the world is unique, and we must continue to display a commitment to personal liberty, human dignity, and principled action in our foreign policy. Quite simply, we are the only global superpower with the means and the moral compass capable of shaping the world for good. If we do not lead, we risk plunging the world deeper into confusion and danger. But we have stumbled. In recent decades, we have cast American leadership into doubt. In some instances, we have withdrawn from the world. In others, we have intervened with good intentions, but did not achieve the stability and global security we sought. Instead, our actions and our non-actions have triggered a host of unintended consequences and created a void of uncertainty. Today, our friends still want to help us, but they don't know how. And meanwhile, our adversaries have been emboldened to take advantage of this absence of American leadership. In this campaign, President-elect Trump proposed a bold new commitment to advancing American interest in our foreign policy. I hope to explain what this approach means and how I would implement it if confirmed as Secretary of State. Americans welcome this rededication to American security, liberty, and prosperity. But new leadership is incomplete without accountability. If accountability does not start with ourselves, we cannot credibly extend it to our friends and our adversaries. We must hold ourselves accountable to upholding the promises we make to others. An America that can be trusted in good faith is essential to supporting our partners, achieving our goals, and assuring our security. We must hold our allies accountable to commitments they make. We cannot look the other way at allies who do not meet their obligations. This is an injustice not only to us, but to long-standing friends who honor their promises and bolster our own national security, such as Israel. And we must hold those who are not our friends accountable to the agreements they make. Our failure to do this over the recent decades has diminished our standing and encouraged bad actors around the world to break their word. We cannot afford to ignore violations of international accords, as we have done with Iran. We cannot continue to accept empty promises like the ones China has made to pressure North Korea to reform, only to shy away from enforcement. Looking the other way when trust is broken only encourages more bad behavior, and it must end. We cannot be accountable, though, if we are not truthful and honest in our dealings. As you are aware, my longstanding involvement with the Boy Scouts of America, one of our bedrock ideals is honesty. Indeed, the phrase, "on my honor," begins the Boy Scout oath, and it must undergird our foreign policy. In particular, we need to be honest about radical Islam. It is with good reason that our fellow citizens have a growing concern about radical Islam and the murderous acts committed in its name against Americans and our friends. Radical Islam poses a grave risk to the stability of nations and the well-being of their citizens. Powerful digital media platforms now allow ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and other terror groups to spread a poisonous ideology that runs completely counter to the values of the American people and all people around the world who value human life. These groups are often enabled and emboldened by nations, organizations, and individuals sympathetic to their cause. These actors must face consequences for aiding and abetting what can only be called evil. The most urgent step in thwarting radical Islam is defeating ISIS. The Middle East and its surrounding regions pose many challenges which require our attention, including Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. There are competing priorities in this region which must be and will be addressed, but they must not distract from our utmost mission of defeating ISIS. Because when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. Defeating ISIS must be our foremost priority in the Middle East. Eliminating ISIS would be the first step in disrupting the capabilities of other groups and individuals committed to striking our homeland and our allies. The demise of ISIS will also allow us to increase our attention on other agents of radical Islam, like Al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood, and certain elements within Iran. But defeat will not occur on the battlefield alone. We must win the war of ideas. If confirmed, I will ensure the State Department does its part in supporting Muslims around the world who reject radical Islam in all its forms. We should also acknowledge the realities about China. China's island building in the South China Sea is an illegal taking of disputed areas without regard for international norms. China's economic and trade practices have not always followed its commitments to global agreements. It steals our intellectual property and is aggressive and expansionist in the digital realm. It has not been a reliable partner in using its full influence to curb North Korea. China has proven a willingness to act with abandon in the pursuit of its own goals, which at times has put it in conflict with American interest. We have to deal with what we see, not what we hope. But we need to see the positive dimensions in our relationship with China as well. The economic well-being of our two nations is deeply intertwined. China has been a valuable ally in curtailing certain elements of radical Islam. We should not let disagreements over other issues exclude areas for productive partnership. We must also be clear-eyed about our relationship with Russia. Russia today poses a danger, but it is not unpredictable in advancing its own interest. It has invaded the Ukraine, including the taking of Crimea, and supported Syrian forces that brutally violates the laws of war. Our NATO allies are right to be alarmed at a resurgent Russia. But it was in the absence of American leadership that this door was left open and unintended signals were sent. We backtracked on commitments we made to allies. We sent weak or mixed signals with red lines that turned into green lights. We did not recognize that Russia does not think like we do. Words alone do not sweep away an uneven and at times contentious history between our two nations. But we need an open and frank dialogue with Russia regarding its ambitions, so we know how to chart our own course. Where cooperation with Russia based on common interest is possible, such as reducing the global threat of terrorism, we ought to explore these options. Where important differences remain, we should be steadfast in defending the interest of America and her allies. Russia must know that we will be accountable to our commitments and those of our allies, and that Russia must be held to account for its actions. Our approach to human rights begins by acknowledging that American leadership requires moral clarity. We do not face an either-or choice on defending global human rights. Our values are our interest when it comes to human rights and humanitarian assistance. It is unreasonable to expect that every foreign policy endeavor will be driven by human rights considerations alone, especially when the security of the American people is at stake. But our leadership demands action specifically focused on improving the conditions of people the world over, utilizing both aid and, where appropriate, economic sanctions as instruments of foreign policy. And we must adhere to standards of accountability. Our recent engagements with the government of Cuba was not accompanied by any significant concessions on human rights. We have not held them accountable for their conduct. Their leaders received much, while their people received little. That serves neither the interest of Cubans or Americans. Abraham Lincoln declared that America is the last best hope of earth. Our moral light must not go out if we are to remain an agent of freedom for mankind. Supporting human rights in our foreign policy is a key component of clarifying to a watching world what America stands for. In closing, let us also be proud about the ideals that define us and the liberties we have secured at great cost. The ingenuity, ideas, and culture of Americans who came before us made the United States the greatest nation in history. So have their sacrifices. We should never forget that we stand on the shoulders of those who have sacrificed much, and in some cases, everything. They include our fallen heroes in uniform, our foreign service officers, and other Americans in the field who likewise gave all for their country. If confirmed in my work for the President and the American people, I will seek to engender trust with foreign leaders and governments and put in place agreements that will serve the purposes and interests of American foreign policy. The Secretary of State works for the President and seeks to implement his foreign policy objectives. To do that, I must work closely with my Cabinet colleagues and all relevant departments and agencies of the administration to build consensus. But let me also stress that keeping the President's trust means keeping the public trust. And keeping the public trust means keeping faith with their elected representatives. I want all the members of this committee to know that should I be confirmed, I will listen to your concerns and those of your staff and partner together to achieve great things for the country we all love. I'm an engineer by training. I seek to understand the facts, follow where they lead, and apply logic to all international affairs. We must see the world for what it is, have clear priorities, and understand that our power is considerable, but it is not infinite. We must, where possible, build pathways to new partnerships and strengthen old bonds which have frayed. If confirmed, I intend to conduct a foreign policy consistent with these ideals. We will never apologize for who we are or what we hold dear. We will see the world for what it is, be honest with ourselves and the American people, follow facts where they lead us, and hold ourselves and others accountable. I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do you commit to appear and testify upon requests from this committee?
Yes, sir.
With that, I know the committee members know I rarely give opening statements, certainly not expansive ones like I gave. In order to move this along, I'm going to reserve my time for interjections and move to the ranking member, Senator Cardin, and then we'll move to Senator Rubio.
Once again, Mr. Tillerson, thank you very much. Do you agree with me that creating stable, democratic, free societies around the world that support the aspirations of their people, including basic human rights, is in our long-term national security interest?
Without question, Senator.
And do you also agree that Russia, under Mr. Putin's leadership, fails in that category?
Yes, sir.
So what we try to do in order to provide international leadership is to put a face on an issue. Thousands of people in Russia have been harmed or killed as a result of Mr. Putin's leadership, and millions have been impacted by that. There's one person who lost his life in a courageous way, Sergei Magnitsky, a young attorney representing a client with U.S. interests, found corruption, did what any lawyer is supposed to do, reported it to the authorities. As a result, he was arrested, tortured, and killed. And those who benefited from the corruption were held with no accountability whatsoever. Through U.S. leadership, we brought that case to the international forum. The Congress has passed a law, the Magnitsky Law. Other countries have now passed similar laws to deny our banking system and the right to visit our country to those who perpetrated those gross violations of human rights that were not held accountable by Russia. Do you support that law?
Yes, sir, I do.
I thank you for that, because under the Obama administration, there have been 39 individuals who have been individually sanctioned under the Magnitsky Law, and 5 more were just recently added on Monday. That law provides for Congress to be able to submit through appropriate channels additional names to be reviewed by the administration for inclusion for sanctions. Do you commit that you will follow that provision on names that we submit to you for potential sanctions for human rights violations under the Magnitsky Law?
Senator, I will ensure that if confirmed, myself and the State Department does comply with that law.
And this year, under the National Defense Authorization Act, that was extended globally. It now applies to human rights violations throughout the world. Do you also commit to support the global Magnitsky Law using the tools of our visa restrictions to prevent human rights violators from coming to America?
Senator, again, consistent with all applicable laws that might impact immigration, will endeavor to comply with that, yes.
Well, the laws allow the Secretary of State to, visas are privileges to come to America. There's no due process issue on issuing of visas. This is a privilege to be able to come to a country. So we have, there's no, I'm not aware of any restrictions on your ability to withdraw the right of someone to come to America. There may be, other than through treaties that we have diplomats that have to come in, which is exempted from that provision.
I understand, Senator, and that was what I intended, is that I think I would ensure that a full examination was made of any and all applicable laws or other policies, but then we would follow those and implement.
You mentioned in your statement about the invasion by Russia of Crimea. Does Russia have in your view, a legal claim to Crimea?
No, sir. That was a taking of territory that was not theirs.
And do you agree that Russia has not complied with the Minsk agreement in regards to the resolution of Ukraine?
The process for implementing the Minsk agreement, as I understand it, it continues. And no, a full completion of all the Minsk Accords has not yet been achieved.
So I want to get your view on the sanctions that the United States applied. And maybe I'll drill down, if I might, by asking you this first question. You stated in your statement that part of the reasons why Russia, or we were ineffective in preventing Russia, is that we didn't exercise strong enough international leadership. What would you have done or recommended to have been done to prevent Russia from doing what it did?
Well, Senator, in terms of the taking of Crimea, I think my understanding is that that caught a lot of people by surprise. It certainly caught me by surprise, just as a private citizen. So I think the real question was the response to the taking of Crimea that then led to subsequent actions by Russia, which I mentioned. The next action being coming across the border of eastern Ukraine with both military assets and men. That was the next illegal action. I think the absence of a very firm and forcible response to the taking of Crimea was judged by the leadership in Russia as a weak response, and therefore...
So what would you have done after we were surprised by what they did in taking over Crimea? What should the U.S. leadership have done in response to that we didn't do?
I would have recommended that the Ukraine take all of its military assets it had available, put them on that eastern border, provide those assets with defensive weapons that are necessary just to defend themselves, announce that the U.S. is going to provide them intelligence and that there will either NATO or U.S. will provide air surveillance over that border to monitor any movements.
So your recommendation would have been to do a more robust supply of military?
Yes, sir. I think what Russian leadership would have understood is a powerful response that indicated, yes, you took the Crimea, but this stops right here.
So as I understand, our NATO partners, particularly in the Baltics and Poland, are very concerned about Russian aggression. NATO has deployed troops in this region in order to show Russia that Article 5 means something. I take it you support that type of action.
Yes, I do. That is the type of response that Russia expects. If Russia acts with force, taking of Crimea was an act of force. They didn't just volunteer themselves. So that required a proportional show of force to indicate to Russia that there'll be no more taking of territory.
And that's encouraging to me to hear you say that, because it's not exactly consistent with what Mr. Trump has been saying in regards to Article 5 commitments under NATO by the United States. So I appreciate your commitment, or your views on that issue. So let me get to the response that was done. We imposed U.S.-led sanctions against Russia as a result of its conduct in Ukraine. We went to Europe and were able to get Europe to act. The United States, in my view, wanted to go even further, but we couldn't get Europe to go beyond what they were willing to do. Do you agree or disagree with that strategy for the United States to lead by showing sanctions as we did?
Senator, sanctions are a powerful tool, and they're an important tool in terms of deterring additional action. Once actors have acted up, then we want to deter any further action on their part. So yes, American leadership is oftentimes, if not almost always, required to demonstrate that first step.
And as you understand, unless we move, and we have to move in a strong position, we're going to be the best. We're going to get the strongest reaction on sanctions from the United States. We saw that in Iran. And I know that some of us have mentioned to you the legislation that was filed yesterday. I don't know if you've had a chance yet to respond to it or not. I might do that for questions for the record. But we have legislation I would urge you to take a look at that seems consistent with what you're saying here, that would provide the administration with the tools to show Russia that if you attack us by cyber, or you continue to do what you're doing in Ukraine or what you're doing in Georgia, that there's going to be an economic price you're going to pay. I take it you believe that's a powerful tool and one that you would consider applying.
Senator, I have not had the opportunity to review the legislation. I'm aware that it has been introduced. And yes, I think in carrying out the State Department, carrying out its diplomacy, or carrying out its important role in trying to negotiate to a different course of action, to a different pathway, we need a strong deterrent in our hand. It's the old tenet of Teddy Roosevelt, walk softly, carry a big stick. Well, even in diplomacy, it is useful to have a stick that is in your hand so that whether you use it or not becomes part of that conversation.
Let me ask one final question. I was meeting with Mr. Pruitt yesterday, and I asked him about his view of global leadership on climate issues, and he said that you should ask that question to the Secretary of State nominee. So I'm going to ask it to you. And that is, we were part of COP21. Do you agree that the United States should continue in international leadership on climate change issues with the international community?
I think it's important that the United States maintain its seat at the table on the conversations around how to address threats of climate change, which do require a global response. No one country is going to solve this alone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rubio.
Welcome, Mr. Tillerson. Do you believe during the 2016 presidential campaign, Russian intelligence services directed a campaign of active measures involving the hacking of emails, the strategic leak of these emails, the use of internet trolls, and the dissemination of fake news with the goal of denigrating a presidential candidate and also undermining faith in our election process?
Senator, I have had no unclassified briefings because I've not received my clearance yet. However, I did read the interagency report that was released on January the 6th. That report clearly is troubling and indicates that all of the actions you just described were undertaken.
Based on your knowledge of Russian leaders and Russian politics, do you believe these activities could have happened without the knowledge and the consent of Vladimir Putin?
I'm not in a position to be able to make that determination. Again, that's indicated in the report, but I know there's additional classified information that might inform my view.
You've engaged in significant business activities in Russia, so I'm sure you're aware that very few things of a major proportion happen in that country without Vladimir Putin's permission. So I ask, based on your views of Russian politics and your experience, is it possible for something like this involving the United States elections to have happened without Vladimir Putin knowing about it and authorizing it?
I think that's a fair assumption.
That he would have
Yes.
needed to. If Congress passed a bill imposing mandatory visa bans and asset freeze sanctions on persons who engage in significant activities undermining the cybersecurity of public or private infrastructure and democratic institutions in the United States, would you advise the President to sign it?
I would certainly want to examine all the corners, all four corners of that.
Well, those are the four corners. We would sanction people who are involved in cyber attacks against the United States and interfering in our elections.
The threat of cyber attacks is a broad issue, and those are coming from many, many corners of the world. Certainly this most recent manifestation, and I think the new threat posed in terms of how Russia has used this as a tool, that introduces even another element of threat. But cyber attacks are occurring from many nations.
So no matter where they come from, if they come from Belgium, if they come from France, if someone is conducting cyber attacks against the United States and we pass a law that authorizes the President to sanction them or actually imposes these sanctions as mandatory, would you advise the President sign it?
I think it is that second element, Senator, that you just described that leaves the executive branch no latitudes or flexibility in dealing with the broad array of cyber threats. I think it is important that those be dealt with on a country-by-country basis, taking all other elements into consideration in the relationship. So giving the executive the tool is one thing, requiring the executive to use it without any other considerations, I would have concerns
So,
about.
Mr. Tillerson, I understand your testimony. You're saying it was mandatory. You would not be able to advise the President to sign it because you want to have the President have the flexibility to decide which countries to sanction and which ones to not sanction.
Under which circumstances to sanction?
In essence, because you want to be able, for example, to take other things into account, like, for example, the desire to perhaps improve relations with that country, and therefore the President maybe doesn't want to sanction them, even though they're attacking us.
There could be a whole array of important issues that require consideration, including trading issues, trade relation issues, mutual agreements around our national security. So I don't think it's appropriate, and certainly for me at this time, to indicate that I would just say that it's a blanket application. I think that is the role of the executive branch. It is the role of the Secretary of State and the State Department to assist and inform the President in judgments about how to use what is a clearly powerful tool.
Well, again, I mean, what's troubling about your answer is the implication that somehow, if there is some country that we're trying to improve relations with or have significant economic ties with, the President, you may advise the President not to impose sanctions on that country, on individuals in that country, out of concern that it could damage the rest of our relationship with them on a cyber attack, which is a direct attack on our national security and our electoral process. So let me ask you, would you advise the President-elect to repeal the Obama administration's recent executive orders regarding cybersecurity and Russian interference in the 2016 elections?
I think the President-elect has indicated, and if confirmed, I would support that what's really required is a comprehensive assessment of our cyber threat and cybersecurity policies. In my view, based on what I've been able to read and have been briefed, we do not have a cybersecurity policy. We do not have a comprehensive strategy around how to deal with what has been a rapidly emerging threat. And as I said, we're seeing it manifest itself in ways that we never envisioned.
But Mr. Tillerson, I understand the cybersecurity plan. We have to have one to protect ourselves and handle cyber attacks against our country. That is separate from the question of whether people that have already conducted attacks should be sanctioned and singled out. There's an executive order that is now active that has sanctioned those individuals, and my question is, do you believe that executive order should be repealed by the incoming President?
If confirmed, Senator, I would want to examine it and all aspects of it in consultation, not only with the President, but with other interagencies that are going to have input on this as to their views.
Well, again, Mr. Tillerson, if all the executive order says is that certain individuals responsible for cyber actions against the United States will be sanctioned, and you still need to examine whether that's a good idea or not. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Is Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
I would not use that term.
Well, let me describe the situation in Aleppo, and perhaps that will help you reach that conclusion. In Aleppo, Mr. Putin has directed his military to conduct a devastating campaign. He's targeted schools, markets, not just assisted the Syrians in doing it. His military has targeted schools and markets and other civilian infrastructure. It's resulted in the death of thousands of civilians. This is not the first time Mr. Putin is involved in campaigns of this kind. Back when he was just appointed prime minister before he was elected, and I'm sure you're aware of that period of time, there was a series of bombings, and they blamed it on the Chechens. And Mr. Putin personally said that he would punish them, and so he ordered the Air Force to bomb the Chechen capital of Grozny. They used Scud missiles to hit hospitals, the city's main outdoor market, packed with shoppers. 137 people died instantly. They used thermobaric and fuel-air explosive bombs. These are the bombs that ignite, and they burn the air breathed in by people who are hiding in basements. They used cluster munitions. He used battlefield weapons against civilians. And when it was all said and done, an estimated 300,000 civilians were killed, and the city was completely destroyed. By the way, there's credible body of reporting, open source and other, that this was all those bombings were part of a black flag operation on the part of the FSB. And if you want to know the motivation, here's what it is. Putin's approval ratings before the attacks against the Chechens was at 31%. By mid-August of that year, it was at 78% in just 3 months. So based on all this information and what's publicly in the record about what's happened in Aleppo and the Russian military, you are still not prepared to say that Vladimir Putin and his military have violated the rules of war and have conducted war crimes in Aleppo.
Now, those are very, very serious charges to make, and I would want to have much more information before reaching a conclusion. I understand there is a body of record in the public domain. I'm sure there's a body of record in the classified domain, and I think in order to deal with a serious question like this,
Mr. Tillerson, what's happened in Aleppo is in the public domain. The videos and the pictures are there.
Fully informed before advising the President.
Well, I encourage you, there is so much information out there about what's happened in Aleppo, leaving the Chechen issue aside. What happened there is clearly documented as well. There's so much information out there. It should not be hard to say that Vladimir Putin's military has conducted war crimes in Aleppo, because it is never acceptable, you would agree, for a military to specifically target civilians, which is what's happened there through the Russian military. And, I find it discouraging, your inability to cite that, which I think is globally accepted. I want to, in my last minute and a half here, move really quickly to an additional question. In fact, I want to enter two things into the record, Mr. Chairman, without objection.
Without objection.
The first is a partial list of political dissidents, journalists, and critics of Vladimir Putin who were suspiciously murdered or died under highly suspicious circumstances. The second thing I want to enter into the record is a letter addressed to this committee by Vladimir Murza, who himself was mysteriously poisoned and is an opponent of the Putin regime. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Tillerson, do you believe that Vladimir Putin and his cronies are responsible for ordering the murder of countless dissidents, journalists, and political opponents?
I do not have sufficient information to make that claim.
Are you aware that people who oppose Vladimir Putin wind up dead all over the world, poisoned, shot in the back of the head? And do you think that was coincidental, or do you think that it is quite possible, or likely, as I believe, that they were part of an effort to murder his political opponents?
Well, people who speak up for freedom in regimes that are repressive are often at threat, and these things happen to them. In terms of assigning specific responsibilities, I would have to have more information. As I indicated, I feel it's important that in advising the President, if confirmed, that I deal with facts, that I deal with sufficient information, which means having access to all information, and I'm sure there's a large body of information that I've never seen that's in the classified realm. I look forward, if confirmed, to becoming fully informed, but I am not willing to make conclusions on what is only publicly available or have been publicly reported.
None of this is classified, Mr. Tillerson. These people are dead. Political opponents are dead.
Your question was people who were directly responsible for that. I'm not disputing these people are dead.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for coming by to meet with me. And I'd like to take this opportunity to expand upon the conversation we had last week. Since you've worked in one sector for one company throughout your entire career, getting a sense of your worldview is incredibly important, since you will be the chief advocate and advisor to the President-elect on those issues. So I'd like to go through a series of questions. I think many of them can be answered by a simple yes or no. Others will probably take a greater, more extensive answer. So, and you've alluded to some of this in your opening statement. So let me go through several of them. Do you believe it is in the national interest of the United States to continue to support international laws and norms that were established after World War II?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that the international order includes respecting the territorial integrity of sovereign countries and the inviolability of their borders?
Yes, sir.
Did Russia violate this international order when it forcefully annexed Crimea and invaded Ukraine?
Yes, it did.
Did Russia's continuing occupation of foreign countries violate international laws and norms?
I'm not sure which specific countries you're referring to.
Well, the annexation of Crimea, the
Yes, sir.
eastern Ukraine, Georgia, just to mention a few.
Yes, sir.
Does Russia and Syria's targeted bombing campaign in Aleppo, on hospitals, for example, violate this international order?
Yes, that is not acceptable behavior.
Do you believe these actions constitute war crimes?
Again, Senator, I don't have sufficient information to make that type of a serious conclusion. Coming to that conclusion is going to require me to have additional
Do you understand what the
standard
is for a war
I
crime?
do.
And knowing that standard and knowing what is all within the realm of public information, you cannot say whether those actions constitute a war crime or not.
I would not want to rely solely upon what has been reported in the public realm. I would want confirmation from agencies who would be able to present me with indisputable facts.
For all the
Senator
answers,
Menendez, if I could, let me ask a little bit.
if you won't take my time, Mr.
No, I'm not taking your time. It'll be added back. If you had sufficient evidence, though, in looking at classified information that had taken place, would that not be a war crime?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
For all of these answers that you've given me, does the President-elect agree with you?
The President-elect and I have not had the opportunity to discuss this specific issue or the specific area.
Well, in your statement on page 3, you say, in his campaign, President-elect Trump proposed a bold new commitment to advancing American interests in our foreign policy. I hope to explain what this approach means and how it implement that policy if I am confirmed as Secretary of State. So I assume to some degree that you've had some discussion about what it is that worldview is going to be in order to understand whether you're willing to execute that on behalf of the person you're going to work for.
In a broad construct and in terms of the principles that are going to guide that, yes, sir.
And I would have thought that Russia would be at the very top of that, considering all the actions that have taken place. Did not happen?
That has not occurred yet, Senator.
That's pretty amazing. You built a career on ExxonMobil that you said afforded you the opportunity to engage regularly with world leaders, including Vladimir Putin in Russia. In 2013, he awarded you with the Order of Friendship Award. And in our conversations, you told me you had direct and personal access to the Russian president over the course of your tenure there. Then in 2014, ExxonMobil lobbied aggressively against sanctions on Russia after their invasion of Ukraine. Exxon lobbied against the Stability and Democracy for Ukraine Act, which I introduced in the Senate last year. You employed well-known Washington-based lobbyists to support these efforts. You personally visited the White House and reported that you were engaged, quote, at the highest levels of government. In essence, Exxon became the in-house lobbyist for Russia against these sanctions. Sanctions are one of the most effective diplomatic tools in our arsenal, one we rely on to avoid putting American lives at risk by engaging in traditional kinetic warfare. Now today, in response to a previous question by Senator Cardin, you said sanctions are a powerful tool. But you have made statements and given speeches where you have said you do not believe sanctions are a useful tool. So if sanctions are not a useful tool, have you changed your view? What are the tools of peaceful diplomacy you will use to get countries to return and act within the international order? What are you going to say to Vladimir Putin when he says to you, but Rex, you said sanctions were bad?
Senator, I think it's important to acknowledge that when sanctions are imposed, they by their design are going to harm American business. That's the idea, is to disrupt America's business engagement in whatever country is being targeted for sanctions. And so broadly,
I don't think it's to disrupt American business. I think it's to disrupt the economies of those countries. Now, American business may or may not be affected to some degree.
American business, if America is going to have an influence on disrupting those economies, then the intent behind the sanctions is to disrupt that country's access to American business investment, money flows, technology, and all the
financial sectors.
Correct.
Our financial sector.
So by its very, and I'm only stating a fact, I'm not debating it, but the fact is sanctions, in order to be implemented, do impact American business interest. In protecting America's interest, and I think this is where the President-elect would see the argument as well, is sanctions are a powerful tool. Let's design them well, let's target them well, and then let's enforce them fully. And to the extent we can, if we can have other countries join us, or if we are designing sanctions in concert, let's ensure those sanctions apply equally everywhere. So as U.S. interest
when
is
you
not,
made your remarks, and I have a long list here, which I'll introduce for the record, you did not differentiate that way. You basically made the broad case that sanctions are not an effective tool. Now, I heard your response now, but in your opening statement, you said that, quote, America must continue to display a commitment to personal liberty, human dignity, principled action in our foreign policy, and that we are the only global superpower with the means and moral compass capable of shaping the world for good. I totally agree with you in that respect. But, Mr. Tillerson, our efforts in leading the international community, for example, on sanctions against our adversaries like Iran, and North Korea represent exactly that, leadership and a moral compass. It's not about disadvantaging American businesses. It's about putting patriotism over profit. Diplomacy is not the same as deal-making. Diplomacy requires getting other countries often to do things they may not always want to do, and there isn't necessarily something to trade for it for. This is how we were able to build an extensive and effective sanctions network against Iran through legislation from Congress and diplomatic pressure from secretaries of state across different administrations. We were able to build the framework of primary and secondary actions that ultimately crippled Iran's economy. Now, you lobbied against the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act, which I was the author of. You reportedly, under ExxonMobil, and I say you, ExxonMobil, but you were the head of ExxonMobil, wanted to eliminate secondary sanctions that would prevent joint ventures. This makes sense, as in 2003 and 2004 and 2005, you were engaged through a subsidiary company in businesses with countries who the United States listed as state sponsors of terrorism, including Iran, Syria, and the Sudan. Countries that, except for the maneuver of your subsidiary, ExxonMobil could not have been dealing with. ExxonMobil is listed as a coalition member of USA Engage, an advocacy group that lobbies against sanctions. This group also lobbied against sanctions, including against Iran, and applauded passage of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. So my question is, with that as a history, with the work that you did in the spring of 2011, where you oversaw an ExxonMobil deal with the Kurdish regional government in Iraq, after the United States government expressly did not want to see that happen, fearing that a deal would undermine the U.S. policy of one Iraq and lead the country closer to civil war. What message are you now going to be able to send to American businesses who are intent on pursuing their own interests at the expense of U.S. policies and potential political stability in foreign countries? How are you going to recalibrate your priorities as Secretary of State? Your shareholders are the American people and their security and their interests.
Well, there was a lot in that question, Senator.
So I'll give you the rest of my time.
Around which I could respond. First, I have never lobbied against sanctions, personally. I continue to believe
the company you directed did.
To my knowledge, Exxon never directly lobbied against sanctions, not to my knowledge. In terms of all the other actions that were mentioned there, they were all undertaken with a great deal of transparency and openness and engagement and input to the process. That's the beauty of the American process, is that others are invited to express their view and inform the process. But my pivot now, if confirmed to be Secretary of State, will have one mission only, and that is to represent the interest of the American people. And as I've stated multiple times, sanctions are an important and powerful tool, but designing poor sanctions and having poor and ineffective sanctions can have a worse effect than having no sanctions at all if they convey a weak response. So it's important in designing sanctions that, as I've said, that they're carefully crafted, they're carefully targeted with an intended effect, and then enforced. And to the extent American leadership then can broaden participation in those sanctions, and you're exactly right, the Iran sanctions were extraordinarily effective because others joined in.
Thank you. Senator Menendez has played an incredible role for our nation, making sure that sanctions are in place, and has led us all, if you will, relative to Iran. As my first longer interjection, and let the records say your time ran over to accommodate the interjection I made earlier. It's my understanding, and I think you called me during this time, that your concern with the sanctions that were in place relative to Iran were not that they were put in place, but that the Europeans had put them in a way that was different, and it caused an adverse situation for U.S. business relative to European businesses. Is that correct?
That was with respect to the sanctions for Russia. That's correct.
Okay. With that, let me just, on Senator Rubio's questions, I understand how a nominee would wish to to be careful how they answer, especially one that plans to do what they say. In the event with many of those where he was asking about war crimes, if you were able, through your own independent knowledge in working with classified agencies here within the government, to determine that the types of activities that he so well articulated took place, you would agree that those, in fact, would be war crimes?
Yes, sir.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Tillerson. I imagine you're having a pretty good time already. I want to pick up a little bit on sanctions because I've had my own legitimate concerns about the effectiveness of sanctions and the double-edged sword nature of them. For example, you are pretty well aware of events and public opinion inside Russia. I mean, I'm concerned that some not well-designed sanctions can actually solidify, for example, Vladimir Putin's standing within Russia. Is that a legitimate concern on sanctions?
Yes, sir, I think it is.
In your testimony, a couple of statements, you said that Russia is not unpredictable, which means, another way of saying that, Russia is pretty predictable. Russia does not think like we do. Can you further expand on both those comments?
Well, in terms of their...
They both want to drill and burn the Arctic. That will ruin the climate and destroy the future for our children and grandchildren. Please don't put Exxon in charge of the State Department. Protect our children and grandchildren. Please don't put Exxon in charge of the State Department.
Yeah, Bertie, if you would, I can easily add time myself, but if we would stop the clock when these kind of interferences take place, it'd be appreciated. With that, Senator Johnson.
If you forgot the question, it was explain your comments that Russia is predictable, basically, and that Russia does not think like we do. Expand on that.
Well, in my experience of both dealing with Russia and representatives of Russian government and Russian entities, and then as the length of time I've spent in Russia as an observer, my experience with the Russians are that they're very calculating, they're very strategic in their thinking, and they develop a plan.
As expendable. In our home state of Texas, people are resisting dated pipelines. Whether or not you become Secretary of State, oil is dead and people will not stop. Senators, be brave. Stop this man. Protect the vulnerable. Senators, be brave. Protect this man. Protect the vulnerable.
Apologize for that, Mr. Tillerson. Now I can maybe answer the question unimpeded.
I've found the Russians to be very strategic in their thinking, very tactical, and they generally have a very clear plan that they've laid before them. And so in terms of, when I make the statement they're not unpredictable, if one is able to step back and understand what their long-term motivation is, and you see that they're going to chart a course, then it's an understanding of how are they likely to carry that plan out, and where are all of the elements of that plan that are on the table. And in my view, the leadership of Russia has a plan. It is a geographic plan that is in front of them, and they are taking actions to implement that plan. They're judging responses, and then they're making the next step in the plan based upon the response. And in that regard, they are not unpredictable. If Russia does not receive an adequate response to an action, they will execute the next step of the plan.
So be a little more specific. Summarize that plan that you see that they have.
Well, Russia, more than anything, wants to reestablish its role in the global world order. They have a view that following the breakup of the Soviet Union, they were mistreated in some respects in the transition period. They believe they deserve a rightful role in the global world order because they are a nuclear power. And they're searching as to how to establish that. And for most of the past 20-plus years since the demise of the Soviet Union, they were not in a position to assert that. They have spent all of these years developing the capability to do that, and I think that's now what we are witnessing is an assertion on their part in order to force a conversation about what is Russia's role in the global world order. And so the steps being taken are simply to make that point, that Russia is here, Russia matters, and we're a force to be dealt with. And that is a fairly predictable course of action they're taking. I think the important conversation that we have to have with them is, does Russia want to now and forever be an adversary of the United States? Do you want this to get worse, or does Russia desire a different relationship? We're not likely to ever be friends. I think, as others have noted, our value systems are starkly different. We do not hold the same values. But I also know the Russian people because of having spent so many years in Russia. There is scope to define a different relationship that can bring down the temperature around the conflicts we have today. And I think, as Secretary Gates alluded to and as Secretary Nunn alluded to, both in their opening remarks, dialogue is critical so that these things do not spin out of control. We need to move Russia from being an adversary always to a partner at times, and on other issues we're going to be adversaries. It's not unlike my comments I made on China. At times China is friendly, and at times China is an adversary. But with Russia, engagement is necessary in order to define what is that relationship going to be, and then we will know how to chart our own plan of action to respond to that.
In my mind, if I take a look at the spectrum of America's relationship with different nations, you have friends and allies, you have friendly rivals, you have unfriendly adversaries, you have enemies. And right now you're basically putting Russia in the unfriendly adversary category.
Well, unfriendly to enemies. I think at this point they clearly are in the unfriendly adversary category. I hope they do not move to enemy, because that would imply even more direct conflict with one another.
But you don't hold out much hope that we can move them into the friendly rival category, maybe partners where we have mutual interest.
Yeah, Senator, I tend to think of that in three categories. There are our friends, there are our partners, and there are our adversaries. And at times, certainly our friends are partners from time to time on specific actions. Our adversaries from time to time can be partners, but on other issues, we're just not going to agree. And so we remain adversaries. An adversary at the ideological level
nominee 1, 2, 3.
Projects around the world. Obviously you're hearing from people around the world. Former President Carter in June of 2015 was commenting on President Obama's foreign policy. And here's some excerpts of his quotes. He said he can't think of many nations in the world where we have a better relationship now than we did when he took over, President Obama. The United States' influence and prestige and respect in the world is probably lower now than it was 6 or 7 years ago. Is that your general sense as you've traveled around the world during the last 8 years of this administration, that our power, influence, prestige, respect is lower, that we have not developed better relationships around the world?
Well, Senator, I don't remember if I shared it with you in the meeting we had, but I know I shared it with others in meetings that in many respects I've spent the last 10 years on an unintended listening tour as I traveled about the world conducting affairs. Engaging with the top leadership, heads of state in many of these countries. And I have had the opportunity to listen to them express their frustrations, their fears, their concerns as to the withdrawal and the stepping back of America's leadership, the lack of that engagement. And they are yearning and they want American leadership reasserted. When I met with the President-elect and we were meeting about his ultimately asking me to do this, I indicated to him, I said, Mr. President, we've got a tough hand of cards that you've been dealt. But I said, there's no use in whining about it. There's no use in complaining or pointing fingers at anyone. We're just going to play that hand out because what I know is America still holds all the aces. We just need to draw them out of that deck. And that leaders around the world want our engagement. I said, you're going to be pushing on an open door because people want America to come back.
One of the reasons I really value the private sector experience is just in your opening statement, the number of times you used reality, clarity, moral leadership, moral clarity, moral lights, facts, use logic, clear priorities. Those are the words of a business person. That's why I think your perspective will be very welcome in the State Department. Thank you, Ms. Tillerson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Tillerson, for being willing to consider the nomination which has been put forward to be Secretary of State. I agree with your opening statement that the United States has an important role to play in the world, not just standing up for our interests and values, but also for democracy, for press freedom, for human rights, for rule of law. You were unwilling to agree with Senator Rubio's characterization of Vladimir Putin as a war criminal. And you point out in your statement that Russia has disregarded American interests. I would suggest, as I think has been brought out in later testimony, that it not only has disregarded American interests, but international norms and humanitarian interests. The State Department has described Russia as having an authoritarian political system dominated by President Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, Freedom House currently puts Russia in a category of countries like Iran with very restricted political rights ruled by one-part or military dictatorships, religious hierarchies, or autocrats. Do you agree with that characterization of Russia and Vladimir Putin?
I would have no reason to take exception.
Senator Rubio and Senator Cardin both talked about some of those people who have been victims of the Putin authoritarian regime in Russia. And behind me is a poster with a recent New York Times story. I quote, "More of Kremlin's opponents are ending up dead." I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter the article into the record.
Without exception. Objection.
I think a picture is always worth 1,000 words, and when you put a face to Sergei Magnitsky, as this poster does, and see two other victims of the authoritarian regime in Russia, I think it speaks to what's happening there and how we should think about the country and dealing with President Putin. So I understand what Senator Nunn said, and former Senator Nunn and Secretary Gates said when they talked about the need to have dialogue with Russia and to continue a mill-to-mill relationship. But I also think it's important for us to understand who we're dealing with. In 2008, you notably said that there's no respect for the rule of law in Russia today. Do you think that continues to be true?
That is still the case, yes.
So I think you can probably understand, Mr. Tillerson, why some of us are very concerned about the President-elect's statements praising Vladimir Putin's leadership, his intelligence, including after being reminded of his ruthless persecution of political enemies, and after receiving compelling information that Russia has interfered with our elections. So do you think now is the right time to lift sanctions against Russia?
I think it's important that we keep the status quo until we are able to develop what our approach is going to be. That it will be all part of the approach. That is part of the incentives on the one hand, or part of the greater pressure on the other. That will be an important element of developing that approach of that first conversation with Russia. If confirmed, that is the foreign policy step that I will be working through other interagencies, again informed in the National Security Council with classified information, as well as being informed by the views of others to develop that strategic approach to engagement with Russia. So I would leave things in the status quo so that we are able to convey this can go either way.
Under your leadership, ExxonMobil has invested more than $100 million in its Global Women's Economic Opportunity Initiative, partnering with the U.S. government and foreign governments. As you know, the State Department also places a high priority on global women's empowerment, on gender equity, on combating violence against women. I was very disturbed when there was a request from the Trump transition team to find out who the employees within the State Department have been who have worked on gender equity programs, and while I know that has been walked back by that transition team, I still think it sends a chilling message to people in the State Department and to people concerned about efforts to empower women around the globe. So can I ask whether you agree that we should continue that initiative to empower women, and what steps you would take to ensure that the State Department and USAID continue to fund necessary programs to address global women's issues?
Well, Senator, this is an issue that's long been important to me personally as well. I have seen firsthand the impact of empowering women, particularly empowering women's participation in economic activities in the lesser developed part of the world. I know this is a really important area to you, and we talked about it in your office, and there is study after study to confirm that when you empower women in these developing parts of the world, you change the future of the country because you change the cycle within that family, whether that woman has daughters or sons. When you empower the woman and they see them participating at an economic level, it changes the way they will view things as they grow. I've seen specific examples and visited projects in Papua New Guinea, which allowed women to participate by forming a coalition of bread bakers. It takes very little money. Now, these are women that want the opportunity. What they need is the wherewithal and some structure to guide them around how to conduct a small business. Interesting in that example, when the women began to be successful selling their bread in villages all up and down the trails in the jungle, their next concern when they came to our folks was, we've got all this money and we're having to hide it all over the place and we're worried somebody's going to steal it. What do? They were introduced to banking. And they were assisted with opening a bank account in the capital of Port Moresby. This is just an example, though, of think about someone who starts with nothing, doesn't even know what a bank is, and all of a sudden now they have a bank account. So that will change their children, and it will change the cycle within that area. So these are extraordinarily powerful programs.
I certainly agree with that. And does that mean you will commit to continuing those programs if you're confirmed as Secretary of State?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's an important part of of all of our foreign aid assistance efforts, whether it's through USAID or whether it's through other opportunities we have in more structured ways.
Thank you. Under your leadership in 2012, ExxonMobil's foundation also helped develop a roadmap for promoting women's economic empowerment that specifically cited access to family planning and reproductive health services as a means to improve productivity and earning potential for women. You and I also served, as we discussed, in 2010 on the Center for Strategic and International Studies Commission on Smart Global Health Policy, which also advocated for expanded access to family planning services. Will you pledge to continue to prioritize quality family planning and reproductive health services for women worldwide and ensure that resources and access to these programs are not conflated with support for abortion?
Well, Senator, there are statutory requirements in place around the foreign aid. They're well known, I know, to yourself and myself as well. As I understand it, we currently invest a little bit or something around $500 million a year in programs directed at family planning through foreign assistance. And I think that's an important level of support.
So do I take that as a yes?
Well, I would want to, if confirmed, and I have the opportunity to examine all of the aspects of that program, I just am aware that we do spend about $500 million now.
Well, as you know, if the approximately 225 million women worldwide with unmet family planning needs had access to modern methods of contraception, we would see 52 million fewer unintended pregnancies, resulting in 600,000 fewer stillbirths, 6 million fewer miscarriages, and 15 million fewer unsafe abortions. So I would attest that this is not only a humanitarian value that we should support, but also an economic one. And I'm almost out of time, but I just want to go back to Russia for a brief moment, because as you talk about the potential to work with them, one of those areas that we've been successful on is the New START Treaty back in 2010, which this committee supported and the Senate supported, which ensures that Russians have to reduce their nuclear warheads and delivery vehicles. And it's given us more access to on-site inspections. Do you believe that continuing to support those efforts is important for us?
Yes, Senator. I think, again, this is an area where we have to stay engaged with Russia and hold them accountable to commitments made under the New START, and also ensure that we are in a position to meet our accountability as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flake.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your willingness to serve. It is a difficult thing to put your family through and everything else, and so I want you to know how much we appreciate that. In your opening testimony, you talked about this war on ISIS, that it will take a while. That's the implication I get from what you wrote, and I think that's certainly true. In Congress here, we rarely declare war these days, but we do authorize the use of military force, or pass a so-called AUMF. We've not passed one yet with regard to ISIS. We're still working under an ill-fitting 2001 AUMF with regard to al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Senator Kaine and I have offered a bipartisan AUMF to deal with al-Qaeda, or I'm sorry, with ISIS. And we think that it certainly helps to have congressional buy-in, that our allies certainly deserve to know where we are, and our adversaries need to know. What are your thoughts with regard to an AUMF, specifically regarding ISIS?
Well, I think the President-elect, in broad terms, indicated during his campaign and in comments made in other instances that he believes it is important that we not just lightly go into these conflicts, that he would seek the engagement of Congress and the support of Congress in some means, whether it's through a sense of the Congress or specific legislation. So and I would not disagree with your characterization that it is much more powerful when the U.S. shows up with everyone aligned. And I think having the support of the Congress standing behind those decisions to commit U.S. men and women, U.S. military resources, does give us a much stronger position than to engage with allies in building those alliances that are important. And in the case of defeating ISIS, that is one of the first actions that is going to be necessary, is to re-engage with our allies in the area and ensure that we know what they are willing to commit as well. So yes, I would strongly support engaging, certainly at the minimum, with this committee, and ultimately, if legislative action would support our efforts to defeat ISIS, I would be certainly talking to the President about that.
Well, that would certainly be welcomed here. What we don't want to see, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, certainly, but what I would not like to see is what we saw after the promise and the drawing of the red line, which you mentioned in your testimony. When you draw a red line, you said we sent weak or mixed signals with red lines that turned into green lights. I think that's certainly the case, but what happened with the last administration is that red line was drawn, but rather than enforce that red line when it was crossed, the administration came to Congress to ask permission. And we always enjoy the administration coming to us, but when you draw a red line, enforce it. The War Powers Act allows 60 days. And that's what I think that kind of collaboration with Congress is using us as a crutch rather than an ally in this battle.
No, I take the point.
With regard to Cuba, you mentioned that their leaders, under the new arrangement we have with diplomatic relations and loosened travel restrictions, I believe you're referring to, their leaders receive much while their people have received little. This serves neither the interest of Cubans or Americans. I would encourage you in the coming weeks and months to look at what has happened in Cuba. Certainly, I think the government is no less repressive with regard to dissidents. That is still going on. But when President Obama allowed Cuban Americans in particular to travel unfettered to Cuba and lifted caps on remittances, it allowed Cubans who had previously worked for the government in Cuba to engage in private sector activity. And from virtually no private sector employment in Cuba, we've gone to about 25% of the Cuban workforce in the private sector. And I would submit that they enjoy now a measure of economic freedom and political freedom that they didn't before. So I think that has benefited the Cuban people and will continue to if we continue the approach that we've now taken. And so I do share your aversion to sanctions, particularly those that are not multilateral. And I think we've seen that in spades in Cuba over the years, where it was only the U.S. who employed sanctions, and then sanctions that weren't comprehensive and didn't mean that much, other than giving the regime there a convenient excuse for the failure of socialism. So I would encourage in the next couple of weeks to look at what's happened in Cuba with regard to our new policy. With regard to Africa, we had a good discussion in my office. You at ExxonMobil have dealt with Africa a lot. Let's talk about soft diplomacy for a while. We have a lot of programs through USAID all over the continent. As you've viewed those programs, in addition to what ExxonMobil has done in the corporate governance area, what works and what doesn't? How can we refashion some of our policies to nudge countries toward democracy that need nudging, or that punish countries where it deems fit, or encourage cooperation with us on security measures or humanitarian measures?
Well, certainly the use of important USAID assistance, it really falls in kind of two broad areas: disaster relief, addressing imminent situations on the ground, whether it's starvation or the result of storms or as a result of conflict, providing assistance to relieve the immediate suffering. That is an important part of USAID. Over the past few years, in looking at the balance of that against what I would call development assistance, which is designed to create change, which hopefully becomes a sustainable change. That, regrettably, the disaster assistance part of that budget has grown, and that means there's less available for development. Other important ways in which we can provide assistance, though, are through other mechanisms, such as the Millennial Challenge Corporation. For those countries that qualify, that's a different model. And so I think in terms of what is the issue we're trying to address, that then conditions how do we put obligations on the country then to modify behaviors, whether it's take steps to reduce corruption, improve the strength of governments and their own institutional capacity to manage their affairs. Where I have seen good progress is when assistance was put into the country with some requirement that, for instance, they modify or streamline their permitting process. One of the ways to begin to reduce corruption is to remove the complexities of how people are able to carry out their activities. The more steps you have in the process, the more opportunities there are for people to be taking something out of it or adding a cost to it. So I know there are examples where governments have been required to simplify the simple thing of a citizen going down and getting a driver's license, or the citizen getting a permit to buy an automobile or a piece of equipment. It only goes to one place. You can shine a bright light on that, and it's easy to follow the money, as they say. And that in and of itself can be very effective in beginning to change the behaviors within some of these developing countries. So I think where we can tie our assistance to obligations, it's important that we do so and then able to follow up. And again, we have, I think it's every country's issues need to be examined on a case-by-case basis and then try to target and design assistance to advance America's values and help that country continue its journey along better governance. But in some cases, if it's disaster relief, that's hard to do because it's hard to start feeding starving people, and then when the host government's not meeting its obligations, we're suddenly going to stop feeding starving people. Those are very difficult choices to make, and I understand and appreciate that.
We had talked in our office about some of the programs like PEPFAR. Can you talk about how that has helped our situation and what you've observed in Africa in terms of goodwill?
Well, PEPFAR, I think, clearly has been one of the most extraordinarily successful programs in Africa. I saw it up close and personal because of ExxonMobil had taken on the challenge of eradicating malaria because of business activities in Central Africa, where malaria is quite prevalent, and worked with competent NGOs, some of which were receiving funding through PEPFAR, some through other agencies, along with other public-private partnerships. So eradicating malaria, there's been a great deal of progress made. That's where I saw it up close and personal. But I know that PEPFAR broadly has brought so much goodwill from Africa, recognition of the goodwill and the compassionate nature of the American people. It's probably one of the best projections of the American goodwill and compassion into the continent that I think you'll find anywhere. Broadly recognized by leaders, but more importantly, it's broadly recognized by those it touches.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Udall.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and you and the ranking member for working so carefully with us to get this organized in such a good fashion. Mr. Tillerson, let me first of all just thank you very much for your visit to my office and us being able to exchange ideas and discuss where you want.
With a new president who will make America great again. Now, the president-elect's leadership and his energy during the campaign was impressive. But as the chairman of the transition effort, I can assure the American people that his energy and his vision during the course of this transition has been even more inspiring. To see the way he has brought together men and women of extraordinary capability at a historic pace in this cabinet. 19 of the 21 cabinet officials have been announced, 9 committee hearings already scheduled, 7 more soon to go on the books in the next several days, And it is a compilation of men and women with an unprecedented caliber of leadership and background to help this administration move our nation forward. Perhaps that's why there's been such a concerted effort by some in the mainstream media to delegitimize this election and to demean our incoming administration. You know, I have long been a supporter of a free and independent press, and I always will be. But with freedom comes responsibility. And the irresponsible decision of a few news organizations to run with a false and unsubstantiated report when most news organizations resisted the temptation to propagate this fake news can only be attributed to media bias, an attempt to demean the president-elect and our incoming administration, and the American people are sick and tired of it. But today, we'll get back to real news, to real facts, and the real progress our incoming president has already made in reviving the American economy and assembling a team that will make America great again. And we'll hear from the president-elect about issues that are of paramount importance to the American people today. So it is my honor to introduce to all of you my friend and the president-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Because we used to give them on a almost daily basis. I think we probably maybe won the nomination because of news conferences, and it's good to be with you. We stopped giving them because we were getting quite a bit of inaccurate news, but I do have to say that, and I must say that I want to thank a lot of the news organizations here today, because they looked at that nonsense that was released by maybe the intelligence agencies. Who knows? But maybe the intelligence agencies, which would be a tremendous blot on their record if they in fact did that. A tremendous blot. Because a thing like that should have never been written, it should never have been had, and it should certainly never have been released. But I want to thank a lot of the news organizations, for some of whom have not treated me very well over the years. A couple in particular, and they came out so strongly against that fake news and the fact that it was written about by primarily one group and one television station. So I just want to compliment many of the people in the room. I have great respect for the news and great respect for freedom of the press and all of that, but I will tell you there were some news organizations, with all that was just said, that were so professional, so incredibly professional, that I've just gone up a notch as to what I think. Okay? All right. We've had some great news over the last couple of weeks. I've been quite active, I guess you could say, in an economic way for the country. A lot of car companies are going to be moving in. We have other companies. Big news is going to be announced over the next couple of weeks about companies that are going to be building in the Midwest. You saw yesterday, Fiat, Chrysler, big factory going to be built in this country as opposed to another country. Ford just announced that they stopped plans for a $1 billion plant in Mexico, and they're going to be moving into Michigan and expanding very substantially an existing plant. I appreciate that from Ford. I appreciate it very much from Fiat Chrysler. I hope that General Motors will be following, and I think they will be. I think a lot of people will be following. I think a lot of industries are going to be coming back. We have to get our drug industry coming back. Our drug industry has been disastrous. They're leaving left and right. They supply our drugs, but they don't make them here to a large extent. And the other thing we have to do is create new bidding procedures for the drug industry, because they get away with murder. Pharma has a lot of lobbies, a lot of lobbyists, and a lot of power. And there's very little bidding on drugs. We're the largest buyer of drugs in the world, and yet we don't bid properly. And we're going to start bidding, and we're going to save billions of dollars over a period of time. And we're going to do that with a lot of other industries. I'm very much involved with the generals and admirals on the airplane, the F-35. You've been reading about it. And it's way, way behind schedule and many, many billions of dollars over budget. I don't like that. And the admirals have been fantastic. The generals have been fantastic. I've really gotten to know them well. And we're going to do some big things on the F-35 program and perhaps the F-18 program. And we're going to get those costs way down, and we're going to get the plane to be even better, and we're going to have some competition, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. So we've been very, very much involved, and other things. We had Jack Ma, we had so many incredible people coming here, Mr. Arnaud. They're going to do tremendous things in this country. And they're very excited. And I will say, if the election didn't turn out the way it turned out, they would not be here, they would not be in my office, they would not be in anybody else's office. They'd be building and doing things in other countries. So there's a great spirit going on right now, a spirit that many people have told me they've never seen before, ever. We're going to create jobs. I said that I will be the greatest jobs producer that God ever created. And I mean that. I really we work very hard on that. We need certain amounts of other things, including a little bit of luck. But I think we're going to do a real job, and I'm very proud of what we've done, and we haven't even gotten there yet. I look very much forward to the inauguration. It's going to be a beautiful event. We have great talent, tremendous talent, and we have all of the bands, or most of the bands, from the different segments of the military. And I've heard some of these bands over the years. They're incredible. We're going to have a very, very elegant day. The 20th is going to be something that will be very, very special, very beautiful. And I think we're going to have massive crowds because we have a movement. It's a movement like the world has never seen before. It's a movement that a lot of people didn't expect. And even the polls, although some of them did get a secretary, but many of them didn't. That was a beautiful scene on November 8th as those states started to pour in. He's fantastic. We focused very hard on those states, and they really reciprocated. And those states are going to have a lot of jobs, and they're going to have a lot of security. They're going to have a lot of good news for their veterans. And by the way, speaking of veterans, I appointed today the head secretary of the Veterans Administration, David Shulkin. And we'll do a news release in a little while. I'll tell you about David. He's fantastic. He's fantastic. He will do a truly great job. One of the commitments I've made is that we're going to straighten out the whole situation for our veterans. Our veterans have been treated horribly. They're waiting in line for 15, 16, 17 days. Cases where they go in and they have a minor early stage form of cancer and they can't see a doctor. By the time they get to the doctor, they're terminal at the top of the line. It's not going to have the absolute, it's not going to have top of the line. And they're going to get together with their great doctors. Dr. Toby Cosgrove, as you know, from the Cleveland Clinic, has been very involved. Ike Perlmutter has been very, very involved, one of the great men of business. And we're going to straighten out the VA for our veterans. I've been promising that for a long time. And something I feel very, very strongly. So you'll get the information on David, and I think you'll be very impressed with the job he does. We looked long and hard. We interviewed at least 100 people. Some good, some not so good, but we had a lot of talent. And we think this election will be something that will, with time, straighten it out, and straighten it out for good, because our veterans have been treated very unfairly. Okay. Questions? Yes.
Mr. President-elect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. A couple of aspects of the intelligence briefing that you received on Friday that we're looking for further clarification on.
Sure.
First of all, did the heads of the intelligence agencies provide you with a two-page summary of these unsubstantiated allegations? And secondly to that, on the broader picture, do you accept their opinion that Vladimir Putin ordered the hack of the DNC and the attempted hack of the RNC? And if you do, how will that color your attempts to build a relationship with a leader who has been accused of committing an act of espionage
Okay, first
against
of
the
all,
United States?
these meetings, as you know, are confidential, classified, so I'm not allowed to talk about what went on in the meeting. But we had many witnesses in that meeting, many of them with us. And I will say again, I think it's a disgrace that information would be let out. I saw the information, I read the information outside of that meeting. It's all fake news, it's phony stuff. It didn't happen. And it was gotten by opponents of ours, as you know, because you reported it, and so did many of the other people. It was a group of opponents that got together, sick people, and they put that crap together. So I will tell you that not within the meeting, but outside of the meeting, somebody released it. It should never have been, number one, shouldn't have even entered paper, but it should never have been released. But I read what was released, and I think it's a disgrace. I think it's an absolute disgrace. As far as hacking, I think it was Russian, but I think we also get hacked by other countries and other people. And I can say that, you know, when we lost 22 million names and everything else that was hacked recently, they didn't make a big deal out of that. That was something that was extraordinary. That was probably China. We have much hacking going on. One of the things we're going to do, we have some of the greatest computer minds anywhere in the world that we've assembled. You saw just a sample of it 2 weeks ago up here, where we had the 6 top people in the world that were never in the same room together as a group. And we're going to put those minds together, and we're going to form a defense. And I have to say this also. The Democratic National Committee was totally open to be hacked. They did a very poor job. They could have had hacking defense, which we have. And I will give Reince Priebus credit, because when Reince saw what was happening in the world and with this country, he went out and went to various firms and ordered a very, very strong hacking defense. And they tried to hack the Republican National Committee, and they were unable to break through. We have to do that for our country. It's very important.
And just to the last part of that question, when I said, how could all of this potentially color your attempts to build a better relationship with President Putin?
Well, you know, President Putin and Russia put out a statement today that this fake news was indeed fake news. They said it totally never happened. Now, somebody would say, oh, of course he's going to say that. I respected the fact that he said that. And I'll be honest, I think if he did have something, they would have released it. They would have been glad to release it. I think, frankly, had they broken into the Republican National Committee, I think they would have released it, just like they did about Hillary and all of the horrible things that her people, like Mr. Podesta, said about her. I mean, what he said about her was horrible. If somebody said about me what Podesta said about Hillary, I was the boss, I would have fired him immediately, or that person, because what he said about her was horrible. But remember this, we talk about the hacking, and hacking's bad, and it shouldn't be done. But look at the things that were hacked. Look at what was learned from that hacking. That Hillary Clinton got the questions to the debate and didn't report it? That's a horrible thing. That's a horrible thing. Can you imagine that if Donald Trump got the questions to the debate, it would have been the biggest story in the history of stories. And they would have said, immediately you have to get out of the race. Nobody even talked about it. It's a very terrible thing.
Yes, President-elect, can I ask you a question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. On that intelligence report, the second part of their conclusion was that Vladimir Putin ordered it because he aspired to help you in the election. Do you accept that part of the finding? And will you undo what President Obama did to punish the Russians for this, or will you keep it in place?
If Putin likes Donald Trump, I consider that an asset, not a liability. Because we have a horrible relationship with Russia. Russia can help us fight ISIS, which, by the way, is, number one, tricky. I mean, if you look, this administration created ISIS by leaving at the wrong time. The void was created, ISIS was formed. If Putin likes Donald Trump, guess what, folks? That's called an asset, not a liability. Now, I don't know that I'm going to get along with Vladimir Putin. I hope I do, but there's a good chance I won't. And if I don't, do you honestly believe that Hillary would be tougher on Putin than me? Does anybody in this room really believe that? Give me a break.
Okay. But President Obama's steps,
will you keep on quite clear whether during your visits to either Moscow or St. Petersburg you engaged in conduct that you now regret, and that a reasonable observer would a reasonable observer say that you are potentially vulnerable to blackmail by Russia or by its intelligence agencies?
Let me just tell you what I do. When I leave our country, I'm a very high-profile person, would you say? I am extremely careful. I'm surrounded by bodyguards. I'm surrounded by people. And I always tell them, anywhere, but I always tell them, if I'm leaving this country, be very careful, because in your hotel rooms, and no matter where you go, you're going to probably have cameras. I'm not referring just to Russia, but I would certainly put them in that category. And number one, I hope you're going to be good anyway. But in those rooms, you have cameras in the strangest places. Cameras that are so small with modern technology, you can't see them and you won't know. You better be careful, or you'll be watching yourself on nightly television. I tell this to people all the time. I was in Russia years ago with the Miss Universe contest, which did very well. Moscow, the Moscow area, did very, very well. And I told many people, be careful, because you don't want to see yourself on television. Cameras all over the place. And again, not just Russia, all over. Does anyone really believe that story? I'm also very much of a germaphobe, by the way. Believe me.
More questions here.
About how you plan to disentangle yourself from your business. But first, I have to follow up on some of these Russia remarks. Based on your comments here today, do you believe the hacking was justified? Does Russia have any leverage over you, financial or otherwise? And if not, will you release your tax returns to prove it?
So I tweeted out that I have no dealings with Russia. I have no deals in Russia. I have no deals that could happen in Russia because we've stayed away. And I have no loans with Russia. As a real estate developer, I have very, very little debt. I have assets that are, and now people have found out how big the company is. I have very little debt, I have very low debt. But I have no loans with Russia at all. And I thought that was important to put in. I certified that. So I have no deals, I have no loans, and I have no deals. We could make deals in Russia very easily if we wanted to. I just don't want to because I think that would be a conflict. So I have no loans, no dealings, and no current pending deals. Now I have to say one other thing. Over the weekend, I was offered $2 billion to do a deal in Dubai with a very, very, very amazing man, great, great developer from the Middle East, Hussein Damak, a friend of mine, great guy, and was offered $2 billion to do a deal in Dubai, number of deals. And I turned it down. I didn't have to turn it down, because as you know, I have a no conflict situation because I'm president, which is, I didn't know about that until about 3 months ago, but it's a nice thing to have. But I don't want to take advantage of something. I have something that others don't have. Vice President Pence also has it. I don't think he'll need it. I have a feeling he's not going to need it. But I have a no conflict of interest provision as president. It was many, many years old. This is for presidents, because they don't want presidents getting, I understand, they don't want presidents getting tangled up in minutia. They want a president to run the country. So I could actually run my business. I could actually run my business and run government at the same time. I don't like the way that looks, but I would be able to do that if I wanted to. I'd be the only one that would be able to do that. You can't do that in any other capacity. But as a president, I could run the Trump Organization, great, great company, and I could run the company. I think the country, I do a very good job, but I don't want to do that. Now, all of these papers that you see here, yes, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to follow up on that before we get to the conflicts. Do you believe the hacking was justified, and will you release your tax returns to prove what you're saying about no deals in Russia?
Well, not releasing tax returns, because as you know, they're under audit.
But every president since the 70s has had a required audit from the IRS. The last 6 have released them. But as president, sir, as you're
the only
taking
one that
office,
cares about my tax returns are the reporters. Okay?
you don't think the American public is concerned
No,
about
I
that?
don't think so. I want them.
Do you believe the
When I
hacking?
became president. No, I don't think they care at all. I don't think they care at all. I think you care. I think you care. First of all, you learn very little from a tax return. What you should do is go down to federal elections and take a look at the numbers. And actually, people have learned a lot about my company, and now they realize my company is much bigger, much more powerful than they ever thought. We're in many, many countries, and I'm very proud of it. And what I'm going to be doing is my two sons, who are right here, Don and Eric, are going to be running the company. They are going to be running it in a very professional manner. They're not going to discuss it with me. Again, I don't have to do this. They're not going to discuss it with me. And with that, I'm going to bring up Sherry Dillon, and she's going to go, these papers are just some of the many documents that I've signed, turning over complete and total control to my son.
Sir, can we ask you one more question on Russia, though, sir?
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here today at President-elect Trump's request. He's asked me, as you've just heard, to speak about the conflicts of interest and the steps he's taking. As you know, the business empire built by President-elect Trump over the years is massive, not dissimilar to the fortunes of Nelson Rockefeller when he became vice president. But at that time, no one was so concerned. President-elect Trump wants the American public to rest assured that all of his efforts are directed to pursuing the people's business and not his own. To that end, as he explained a few moments ago, he directed me and my colleagues at the law firm Morgan, Lewis & Bockius to design a structure for his business empire that would completely isolate him from the management of the company. He further instructed that we build in protections that will assure the American people the decisions he makes and the actions that he takes as president are for their benefit and not to support his financial interests. As he said, he's voluntarily taking this on. The conflicts of interest laws simply do not apply to the president or the vice president, and they are not required to separate themselves from their financial assets. The primary conflicts of interest statute, since some have questioned this, is Section 18 U.S.C. 208, and it's simply inapplicable by its terms. And this is not just our interpretation. It's Congress itself who made this clear in 1989 when it amended Section 18 U.S.C. 202 to state that, except as otherwise provided, the terms office and employee in Section 208 shall not include the president. Even so, President-elect Trump wants there to be no doubt in the minds of the American public that he is completely isolating himself from his business interests. He instructed us to take all steps realistically possible to make it clear that he is not exploiting the office of the presidency for his personal benefit. He also sought the guidance of individuals who are familiar with and have worked extensively in the fields of government ethics and constitutional law. Critical to the Morgan Lewis team is Fred Fielding, standing here to our side and with us today. And many of you have known him. He has served several presidents over the years, including serving as counsel to Presidents Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, as well as serving on President George H.W. Bush's Commission on Federal Ethics Law Reform, and he also held the position of Vice Chair of the Ethics Resource Center. Mr. Fielding has been extensively involved with and approved this plan. He's here today to support the plan, and he will continue to provide guidance as the plan is implemented and as Eric, Don, along with others, take over management of the Trump Organization. I'm going to detail some of the extraordinary steps now that the President-elect is taking. First, President-elect Trump's investments in business assets, commonly known as the Trump Organization, comprising hundreds of entities, which again, if you all go and take a look at his financial disclosure statement, the pages and pages and pages of entities have all been or will be conveyed to a trust prior to January 20th. Here is just some of the paperwork that's taking care of those actions. Second, through the trust agreement, he has relinquished leadership and management of the Trump Organization to his sons, Don and Eric, and a longtime Trump executive, Alan Weisselberg. Together, Don, Eric, and Alan will have the authority to manage the Trump Organization and will make decisions for the duration of the presidency without any involvement whatsoever by President-elect Trump. Further, at the President-elect's direction, the trust agreement provides to ensure the Trump Organization continues to operate in accordance with the highest and legal ethics standards, an ethics advisor will be appointed to the management team. The written approval of the ethics advisor will be required for new deals, actions, and transactions that could potentially raise ethics or conflicts of interest concerns. President-elect Trump, as well as Don, Eric, and Alan, are committed to ensuring that the activities of the Trump Organization are beyond reproach and cannot be perceived to be exploitive of the office of the presidency. President-elect Trump will resign from all officer and other positions he holds with the Trump Organization entities. Further, in addition, his daughter Ivanka will have no further involvement with or management authority whatsoever with the Trump Organization. As she and Jared move their family to D.C., Ivanka will be focused on settling her children into their new homes and their new schools. The President-elect has also already disposed of all of his investments in publicly traded or easily liquidated investments. As a result, the trust will have two types of assets. First, it will hold liquid assets, cash, cash equivalents, and treasuries, and perhaps some positions in a government-approved diversified portfolio, one that is consistent with the regulations from the Office of Government Ethics. Second, the trust is going to hold his pre-existing, illiquid, but very valuable business assets, the ones that everyone here is familiar with: Trump-owned, operated, and branded golf clubs, commercial rental property, resorts, hotels, rights to royalties from pre-existing licenses of Trump marks, productions, and goods. So things like Trump Tower, Mar-a-Lago, all of his other business assets, 40 Wall Street, will all be in the trust. Through instructions in the trust agreement, President-elect Trump first ordered that all pending deals be terminated. This impacted more than 30 deals, many of which were set to close by the end of 2016. As you can well imagine, that caused an immediate financial loss of millions of dollars, not just for President-elect Trump, but also for Don, Ivanka, and Eric. The trust agreement, as directed by President Trump, imposes severe restrictions on new deals. No new foreign deals will be made whatsoever during the duration of President Trump's presidency. New domestic deals will be allowed, but they will go through a vigorous vetting process. The President-elect will have no role in deciding whether the Trump Organization engages in any new deal, and he will only know of a deal if he reads it in the paper or sees it on TV. Because any new deal could, and I emphasize could, be perceived as causing a conflict or as exploiting the office of the presidency, new deals must be vetted with the ethics advisor, whose role will be to analyze any potential transactions for conflicts and ethics issues. The ethics advisor will be a recognized expert in the field of government experts. Again, his role will be to scrutinize the new deals and the actions, and any new deal must receive written approval. To further reinforce the wall that we are building between President-elect Trump and the Trump Organization, President-elect Trump has ordered, through his trust agreement, to sharply limit his information rights. Reports will only be available and reflect profit and loss on the company as a whole. There will be no separate business-by-business accounting. Another step that President-elect Trump has taken is he created a new position at the Trump Organization, the position of Chief Compliance Counsel, whose responsibility will be to ensure that the Trump businesses, again, are operating at the highest levels of integrity and not taking any actions that could be perceived as exploiting the office of the presidency. He has also directed that no communications of the Trump Organization, including social media accounts, will reference or be tied to President-elect Trump's role as President of the United States or the office of the presidency. In sum, all of these actions, complete relinquishment of management, no foreign deals, ethics advisor approval of deals, sharply limited information rights, will sever President-elect Trump's presidency from the Trump Organization. Some have asked questions. Why not divest? Why not just sell everything? Form a blind trust. And I'd like to turn to addressing some of those questions now. Selling, first and foremost, would not eliminate possibilities of conflicts of interest. In fact, it would exacerbate them. The Trump brand is key to the value of the Trump Organization's assets. If President-elect Trump sold his brand, he would be entitled to royalties for the use of it, and this would result in the trust retaining an interest in the brand without the ability to assure that it does not exploit the office of the presidency. Further, whatever price was paid would be subject to criticism and scrutiny. Was it too high? Is there pay for play? was too much paid to curry favor with the president-elect. And selling his assets without the rights to the brand would greatly diminish the value of the assets and create a fire sale. President-elect Trump should not be expected to destroy the company he built. This plan offers a suitable alternative to address the concerns of the American people. And selling the entire Trump organization isn't even feasible. Some people have suggested that the president-elect sell the business to his adult children. This would require massive third-party debt, sourced with multiple lenders whose motives and willingness to participate would be questioned and undoubtedly investigated. And if the president-elect were to finance the sale himself, he would retain the financial interest in the assets that he owns now. Some people have suggested that that President-elect Trump could bundle the assets and turn the Trump organization into a public company. Anyone who's ever gone through this extraordinarily cumbersome and complicated process knows that it is a non-starter. It is not realistic, and it would be inappropriate for the Trump organization. Some people have suggested a blind trust, but you cannot have a totally blind trust with operating businesses. President Trump can't unknow he owns Trump Tower, and the press will make sure that any new developments at the Trump organization are well publicized. Further, it would be impossible to find an institutional trustee that would be competent to run the Trump organization. The approach he is taking allows Don and Eric to preserve this great company and its iconic assets. And this approach is best from a conflicts and ethics perspective. It creates a complete separation from President-elect Trump and separates him and prevents him from participating in the business, imposes strict limits on what the trustees can do, and requires the assent of any ethics advisor to a new deal. I'm going to turn to one last topic today that has been of interest lately, called emoluments. That's a word I think we've all become familiar with and perhaps had not heard before. And we're going to describe some other actions the President-elect Trump is taking to avoid even the appearance of a conflict. Emoluments comes from the Constitution. The Constitution says officials may not accept gifts, titles of nobility, or emoluments from foreign governments with respect to their office, and that no benefit should be derived by holding an office. The so-called emoluments clause has never been interpreted, however, to apply to fair value exchanges that have absolutely nothing to do with an office holder. No one would have thought when the Constitution was written that paying your hotel bill was an emolument. Instead, it would have been thought of as a value for value exchange, not a gift, not a title, and not an emolument. But since President-elect Trump has been elected, some people want to define emoluments to cover routine business transactions, like paying for hotel rooms. They suggest that the Constitution prohibits the businesses from even arm's-length transactions that the President-elect has absolutely nothing to do with and isn't even aware of. These people are wrong. This is not what the Constitution says. Paying for a hotel room is not a gift or a present, and it has nothing to do with an office. It's not an emolument. The Constitution does not require President-elect Trump to do anything here. But just like with conflicts of interests, he wants to do more than what the Constitution requires. So President-elect Trump has decided, and we are announcing today, that he is going to voluntarily donate all profits from foreign government payments made to his hotels to the United States Treasury. This way, it is the American people who will profit. In sum, I and President-elect's other advisors at Morgan Lewis have determined the approach we've outlined today will avoid potential conflicts of interest or concerns regarding exploitation of the office of the presidency without imposing unnecessary and unreasonable losses on the president-elect and his family. We believe this structure and these steps will serve to accomplish the president-elect's desire to be isolated from his business interests and give the American people confidence that his sole business and interest is in making America great again, bringing back jobs to this country, securing our borders, and rebuilding our infrastructure. The American people were well aware of President-elect Trump's business empire and financial interests when they voted. Many people voted for him precisely because of his business success. President-elect Trump wants to bring this success to all Americans. Thank you.
Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump, can we ask you? Mr. Trump, can we ask you some policy questions? Policy questions, sir.
Trump, thank you, Mr. Trump. Trey Yanks with One American News. What is your response to your critics that say not only you but also your cabinet is filled with conflicts of interest? And do you plan to set an example in the future to make sure that your cabinet and everyone throughout your administration?
Good question. I really think that when you watch what's going on with what's happening in Hawaii, I was just watching as an example Rex Tillerson. I think it's brilliant what he's doing and what he's saying. I watched yesterday, as you know, our great senator who is going to be a great attorney general, and he was brilliant. And what people don't know is that he was a great prosecutor and attorney general in Alabama, and he was brilliant yesterday. So I really think that I think we have one of the great cabinets ever put together. And we've been hearing that from so many people. People are so happy. You know, in the case of Rex, he ran incredibly ExxonMobil. When there was a fine, he would get it. When they needed something, he would be there. A friend of mine who's very, very substantial in the oil business, Harold Hamm, big supporter, he said, there's nobody in the business like Rex Tillerson. And that's what we want. That's what I want to bring to government. I want to bring the greatest people into government because we're way behind. We don't make good deals anymore. I say it all the time in speeches. We don't make good deals anymore. We make bad deals. Our trade deals are a disaster. We have hundreds of billions of dollars of losses on a yearly basis. Hundreds of billions with China on trade and trade imbalance, with Japan, with Mexico, with just about everybody. We don't make good deals anymore. So we need people that are smart. We need people that are successful. And they got successful because, generally speaking, they're smart. And that's what I put. I'm very proud of the cabinet. I think they're doing very well. It's very interesting how it's going, but I think they're doing very, very well.
Mr. Trump, quick follow-up, sir, on Russia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. I wanted to ask a few questions on Obamacare.
Yeah.
Can you be specific on what guidance you're giving congressional Republicans on the timeline for repeal and replace,
Sure.
whether it needs to be simultaneous or a
Finally,
delay?
Obamacare. I thought it was never going to be
And
asked.
I also wanted to ask you, though, if you have outlined a plan for what you want the replace package to look like. Would it guarantee coverage for those who have gotten health insurance through the current Obamacare law?
You're going to be very, very proud, as not only the media and reporters, you're going to be very proud of what we put forth having to do with health care. Obamacare is a complete and total disaster. They can say what they want. They can guide you any way they want to guide you. In some cases, they guide you incorrectly. In most cases, you realize what's happened. It's imploding, as we said. Some states have over 100% increase. And 17, and I said this 2 years ago, 17 is going to be the bad year. It's going to be catastrophic. Frankly, we could sit back, and it was a thought from a political standpoint, but it wouldn't be fair to the people. We could sit back and wait and watch and criticize. And we could be a Chuck Schumer and sit back and criticize it, and people would come, they would come, begging to us, please, we have to do something about Obamacare. We don't want to own it. We don't want to own it politically. They own it right now. So the easiest thing would be to let it implode in 17, and believe me, we'd get pretty much whatever we wanted, but it would take a long time. We're going to be submitting, as soon as our secretary is approved, almost simultaneously, shortly thereafter, a plan. It'll be repeal and replace. It will be essentially simultaneously. It will be various segments, you understand, but will most likely be on the same day or the same week, but probably the same day, could be the same hour. So we're going to do repeal and replace, very complicated stuff. And we're going to get a health bill passed. We're going to get health care taken care of in this country. You have deductibles that are so high that after people go broke paying their premiums, which are going through the roof, the health care can't even be used by them because the deductibles are so high. Obamacare is the Democrats' problem. We are going to take the problem off the shelves for them. We're doing them a tremendous service by doing it. We could sit back and let them hang with it. We are doing the Democrats a great service. So as soon as our secretary is approved and gets into the office, we'll be filing a plan. And it was actually pretty accurately reported today, the New York Times. And the plan will be repeal and replace Obamacare. We're going to have a health care that is far less expensive and far better.
Okay. Mr. President-elect, can we just ask you, sir.
President-elect Trump.
Mr. President, which one, Mr. President?
Well, I was going to.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, then CBS.
Okay, President-elect Trump, John Steinberg from Cheddar. When you look at all the meetings that you've had with Carrier and SoftBank and Alibaba, do you conceive of making this a program, maybe sitting inside of Commerce? And then my follow-up question to that is, how soon will we see the program on capital repatriation and corporate tax cuts?
Well, if I can save jobs, for instance, I was doing individual companies, and people said, well, but that's only one company, like we did a good job with Carrier. And I want to thank United Technologies, which owns Carrier, but we saved close to 1,000 jobs. And they were gone, and Mike Pence and his staff really helped us a lot. But those were jobs. That was a tough one because they announced a year and a half before that they were leaving. So it's always tough when they're building a plant. It's a little tougher than before they start or before they make an announcement. So I want to thank United Technologies. But we've been meeting with a lot of companies. But what really is happening is the word is now out that when you want to move your plant to Mexico or some other place, and you want to fire all of your workers from Michigan and Ohio and all these places that I won for good reason, it's not going to happen that way anymore. You want to move your plant, and you think, as an example, you're going to build that plant in Mexico, and you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or whatever you're making, and you're going to sell it through what will be a very, very strong border, not a weak border like it is that we don't even have a border, it's an open sieve, but you're going to sell through a very strong border. Not going to happen. You're going to pay a very large border tax. So if you want to move to another country, and if you want to fire all of our great American workers that got you there in the first place, you can move from Michigan to Tennessee and to North Carolina and South Carolina. You can move from South Carolina back to Michigan. You can do anywhere. You got a lot of states at play, a lot of competition. So it's not like, oh, gee, I'm taking the competition. We got a lot of places you can move. And I don't care, as long as it's within the United States, the borders of the United States. There will be a major border tax on these companies that are leaving and getting away with murder. And if our politicians had what it takes, they would have done this years ago, and you'd have millions more workers right now in the United States that are 96 million really wanting a job and they can't get. You know that story, the real number. That's the real number. So that's the way it is. Okay, go ahead.
President-elect, I have a question about the Supreme Court and the border security, but I also want you to ask you about something you said on Twitter this morning. Are we living in Nazi Germany? What were you driving at there? Do you have a problem with the intelligence community? And on the Supreme Court, what's your timeline? You said a while ago you were down to 4. Have you conducted those interviews yet? What's your timeline for nominating? And on the border fence, it now appears clear U.S. taxpayers will have to pay for it up front. What is your plan to get Mexico to pay for it?
I got it. You have any more?
That's it.
On the fence. It's not a fence, it's a wall. You just misreported it. We're going to build a wall. I could wait about a year and a half until we finish our negotiations with Mexico, which will start immediately after we get to office, but I don't want to wait. Mike Pence is leading an effort to get final approvals through various agencies and through Congress for the wall to begin. I don't feel like waiting a year or a year and a half. I'm going to start building. Mexico, in some form, and there are many different forms, will reimburse us, and they will reimburse us for the cost of the wall. That will happen, whether it's a tax or whether it's a payment, probably less likely that it's a payment, but it will happen. So remember this, okay? I would say we are going to build a wall, and people would go crazy. I would then say, who's going to pay for the wall? and people would all scream out, 25, 30,000 people, because nobody's ever had crowds like Trump has had. You know that. You don't like to report that, but that's okay. Okay, now he agrees. Finally, he agrees. But I say, who's going to pay for the wall? And they will scream out, Mexico. Now, reports went out last week, oh, Mexico's not going to pay for the wall because of a reimbursement. What's the difference? I want to get the wall started. I don't want to wait a year and a half until I make my deal with Mexico. So, and we probably will have a deal sooner than that. And by the way, Mexico has been so nice, so nice. I respect the government of Mexico. I respect the people of Mexico. I love the people of Mexico. I have many people from Mexico working for me. They're phenomenal people. The government of Mexico is terrific. I don't blame them for what's happened. I don't blame them for taking advantage of the United States. I wish our politicians were so smart. Mexico has taken advantage of the United States. I don't blame the representatives and various presidents, etc., of Mexico. What I say is we shouldn't have allowed that to happen. It's not going to happen anymore. So in order to get the wall started, Mexico will pay for the wall, but it'll be reimbursed. Okay? Supreme Court judge. So, as you know, I have a list of 20. I've gone through them. We've met with numerous candidates. They're outstanding in every case. They were largely recommended and highly recommended by Federalist Society. Jim DeMint was also very much involved in his group, which is fantastic, and he's a fantastic guy. So between Leo and Jim DeMint and some senators and some Congress people, we have a great group of people. I'll be making the decision on who we will put up for Justice of the United States Supreme Court, a replacement for the great, great Justice Scalia. That will be probably within 2 weeks of the 20th. So within about 2 weeks, probably the second week. I consider the first day because we'll also be doing some pretty good signings. And I think what we'll do is we'll wait till Monday. That will be our really first business day as opposed to doing it on Friday, because on Friday people are going to have a very good time at the inauguration. And then Saturday, as you know, we're having a big church service and lots of good things are happening. So our first day, and you'll all be invited to the signings, but we'll be doing some pretty good signings on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and then also the next week. And you're all invited. But on the Supreme Court, I'll be making that decision, and it'll be a decision which I very strongly believe in. I think it's one of the reasons I got elected. I think the people of this country did not want to see what was happening with the Supreme Court. So I think it was a very, very big decision as to why I was elected.
Mr. President-elect.
The tweet that you had this morning about are we living in Nazi Germany, what were you driving at there? What are you trying to tell the people?
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out. I think it's a disgrace. And I say that, and that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do. I think it's a disgrace. That information that was false and fake and never happened got released to the public. As far as BuzzFeed, which is a failing pile of garbage, writing it, I think they're going to suffer the consequences. They already are. And as far as CNN going out of their way to build it up, and by the way, we just found out I was coming down. Michael Cohen, Michael Cohen is a very talented lawyer. He's a good lawyer in my firm. It was just reported that it wasn't this Michael Cohen they were talking about. So all night long, it's Michael Cohen. I said, I want to see your passport. He brings his passport to my office. I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. They had Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace. What took place, it's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance? You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect, can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
Obama went too far with the sanctions he put on Russia after the hacking? Do you think they're
I don't say he
disproportionate?
went too far.
And what
No.
will you roll them back?
No.
And what do you think of Lindsey
I don't
Graham's
say-
plan to send you a bill for tougher ones?
Plans to send me a bill for
For
what?
tougher sanctions.
I hadn't heard Lindsey Graham was going to do that. Lindsey Graham. I've been competing with him for a long time. He's going to crack that 1% barrier one day. I didn't realize Lindsey Graham's still at it. It's all right. I think Lindsey Graham's a nice guy, actually. I've heard that he's a nice guy, and I've been hearing it. I've been hearing it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You've been waiting. Go ahead.
As far as we understand, the intelligence community are...
Stand up, please.
Yeah, Ian Pannell from BBC News. Ian Pannell from BBC News.
BBC News, that's
BBC
another
News,
beauty.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you. As far as we understand it, the intelligence community are still looking at these allegations. It's false news, as you describe it. If they come back with any kind of conclusion that any of it stands up, that any of it is true, will you consider your position? Would you think
There's
about
nothing
it?
they can come back with.
Can you
ahead.
this decision to publish fake news and all the problems that we've seen throughout the media over the course of the election? What reforms do you recommend for this industry here?
Well, I don't recommend reforms. I recommend people that are that have some moral compass. You know, I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news, and they're talking about people that go and say all sorts of things. But I will tell you, some of the media outlets that I deal with are fake news, more so than anybody. I could name them, but I won't bother. But you have a few sitting right in front of us. So they're very, very dishonest people. But I think it's just something we're going to have to live with. I guess the advantage I have is that I can speak back. When it happens to somebody that doesn't have this, doesn't have that kind of a megaphone, they can't speak back. It's a very sad thing. I've seen people destroyed. I've seen people absolutely destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. So all I can ask for is honest reporters. Yes.
Mr. President, I just want to follow up on the questions about the U.S. intelligence community and be very clear about what you're saying. Do you trust your U.S. intelligence officials, and what do you say to foreign policy experts who say you're actually weakening national security by waging this war of words against that community?
Intelligence agencies are vital and very, very important. We are going to be putting in, as you know, Mr. Pompeo and others, you know the Senator, Dan Coates, we're going to be putting in some outstanding people. Within 90 days, they're going to be coming back to me with a major report on hacking. I want them to cover this situation. I also want them, however, to cover maybe most importantly, because we're hacked by everybody. You know, the United States, our government, out of a list of 17 in terms of industries, is the worst. It's number 17 in terms of protection. If you look at the retail industry, if you look at the banking industry, various industries, out of 17 industries, they put this in the category of an industry, the United States is last in terms of protecting, let's say, hacking defense. Like we had a great hacking defense at the Republican National Committee. That's why we weren't hacked. By the way, we were told they were trying to hack us, but they weren't able to hack. And I think I get some credit because I told Reince, and Reince did a phenomenal job, but I said, I want strong hacking defense. The Democratic National Committee didn't do that. Maybe that's why the country runs so badly that way. But I will tell you, wait, let me finish. Within 90 days, we will be coming up with a major report on hacking defense. How do we stop this new phenomena, fairly new phenomena? Because the United States is hacked by everybody. That includes Russia and China and everybody. Everybody. Okay.
But how
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, you said just now that you believe that Russia indeed was responsible for the hacking of the DNC and John Podesta's emails, etc.
Well, Russia, but you know what? Could have been others also.
But why did you spend weeks undermining the U.S. intelligence community before simply getting the facts and then making a public statement?
Well, I think it's pretty sad when intelligence reports get leaked out to the press. I think it's pretty sad. First of all, it's illegal. You know, these are classified and certified meetings and reports. I'll tell you what does happen. I have many meetings with intelligence, and every time I meet, people are reading about it. Somebody's leaking it out. So then I said, maybe it's my office. Maybe my office. Because I have a lot of people, a lot of great people. Maybe it's them. And what I did is I said, I won't tell anybody. I'm going to have a meeting. And I won't tell anybody about my meeting with intelligence. And what happened is I had my meeting. Nobody knew, not even Rona, my executive assistant for years. She didn't know, I didn't tell her. Nobody knew. The meeting was had, the meeting was over, they left, and immediately the word got out that I had a meeting. So, I don't want that. I don't want that. It's very unfair to the country. It's very unfair to our country, what's happened. That report should have never, first of all, it shouldn't have been printed because it's not worth the paper it's written on. And I thank the New York Times for saying that. I thank a lot of different people for saying that. But I will tell you, that should never, ever happen.
But
okay.
do you trust Mr. President-elect, ABC News. Thank you, Mr. President-elect. Can you stand here today, once and for all, and say that no one connected to you or your campaign had any contact with Russia leading up to or during the presidential campaign? And if you indeed do believe that Russia was behind the hacking, what is your message to Vladimir Putin right now?
He shouldn't be doing it. He won't be doing it. Russia will have much greater respect for our country when I'm leading it than when other people have led it. You will see that. Russia will respect our country more. He shouldn't have done it. I don't believe he'll be doing it more. Now, we have to work something out, but it's not just Russia. Take a look at what's happened. You don't report it the same way. 22 million accounts were hacked in this country by China. And that's because we have no defense. That's because we're run by people that don't know what they're doing. Russia will have far greater respect for our country when I'm leading it. And I believe, and I hope, maybe it won't happen, it's possible, but I won't be given a little reset button like Hillary. Here, press this piece of plastic. Guy looked at her like, what is she doing? There's no reset button. We're either going to get along or we're not. I hope we get along, but if we don't, that's possible too. But Russia and other countries, including China, which has taken total advantage of us economically, totally advantage of us in the South China Sea by building their massive fortress. Total. Russia, China, Japan, Mexico, all countries will respect us far more than they do under past administrations.
And to my first question,
I want to thank everybody. So this is all, just so you understand, these papers, because I'm not sure that was explained properly, but these papers are all just a piece of the many, many companies that are being put into trust to be run by my two sons, and I hope at the end of 8 years I'll come back and I'll say, oh, you did a good job. Otherwise, if they do a bad job, I'll say, you're fired.
Sir, you did not answer whether any of your associates were in contact with the Russians. Sir, you did not answer whether any of your associates were in contact with the Russians. Can you categorically deny that did not happen, sir? Can you categorically deny that did not happen, sir?
What you gonna do with all that junk?
This is the big one. The 20% off MSRP model year-end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper. With huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now. At Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Ellijay.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine. El Rey and Ellijay.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East Ellijay. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
Looking for in a vehicle, start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in Ellijay, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Are sitting at the table as they divide up what's left of Syria and its assets and what's going to happen in the future, and we're sitting outside. If, as the nominee for being the chief negotiating diplomat for the United States of America, what would you recommend we do to get a seat at that table, and what form of renewed leadership should we exercise to have that leadership respected?
Well, if confirmed, Senator, I think the first step we have to take is to re-engage with our traditional allies and friends in the area and reaffirm that we are back with our leadership, and we're back with a plan of how to affect where events in Syria go from here. We can't do anything about where we are today. I think you described the situation accurately. Russia, Syria, Turkey, and Iran are dictating the terms of how things are going to play out in Syria today, absent our participation. So I think it's a re-engagement with our traditional allies, sharing with them where we believe we have to now go in Syria. We have to re-engage with President Erdogan in Turkey. This is a long-standing NATO ally that in the absence of American leadership, he got pretty nervous about his situation, and he turned to who was next available. And he turned to an ally in Russia that is not a sustainable ally. And it's making clear to him that is not a sustainable alliance. Your sustainable alliance is with the United States of America. So the first step is that re-engagement and reinforce what had been longstanding commitments by the United States to stability and security in this part of the world. And that includes reestablishing a clear statement of how important Israel is to us and our national security and the role they play in this region of the world for our benefit as well. After that, then we will have a plan that will be developed in concert with the National Security Council as to how we accomplish two things. One, we've got to protect the innocent people on the ground in Syria. People are fleeing areas. How do we secure their protection so they are no longer indiscriminately bombed, put under threat? And if that can happen, then perhaps there can be a stabilization of the outflow of people who are leaving because there is not a safe place to go. Second step then, as I indicated, is defeat ISIS. We've had two competing priorities in Syria under this administration. Bashar al-Assad must go, and the defeat of ISIS. And the truth of the matter is carrying both of those out simultaneously is extremely difficult because at times they conflict with one another. The clear priority is defeat ISIS. We defeat ISIS, we at least create some level of stability in Syria, which then lets us deal with the next priority of what is going to be the exit of Bashar Assad. But importantly, before we decide that is in fact what needs to happen, we have to answer the question, what comes next? What is going to be the governance structure in Syria, and can we have any influence over that or not? So there are a number of steps in a long road of regaining stability in Syria, defeating one of the greatest threats to us, which is ISIS, and then determining what is the fate and future of the Syrian people and Syria as a nation. It's going to take many steps, but it isn't going to start until we get re-engaged in that region.
I'll make a statement. You don't have to concur with it or not, but I think it's implicit that we wouldn't be where we are today had two things, and we not failed to do two things. One, we failed to enforce the red line when we drew it. Number one was Syria. And I think that's an important thing to understand because we didn't renew and assert our leadership in that position. And secondly, we never changed our ISIL policy from containment to destruction, and because containment allowed them to continue to operate in that area, it made it impossible to get to a position we are today. Would you have any comment on that?
I would agree with both of those reflections.
Are you familiar with the term the Dutch disease?
I am.
I think that's what Senator Kane was referring to. My son wrote his master's thesis at Tulane in the early 1990s on the Dutch disease, so that's the only reason I know anything about it. But it points out the second thing about the State Department that's so important. The Dutch disease is what the Middle East suffers from. They have an infinite source of, well, not infinite, but for all practical purposes, infinite source of wealth in terms of oil and petroleum. They decided not to invest that money in their people and in infrastructure, and instead kind of bought their people off with the money they had and had kingdoms and palaces where they lived. And now we're suffering today because they have no medicine, they have no educational system, they have no infrastructure. USAID, Millennium Challenge Corporation, those entities within the State Department, which are would be under your responsibility, are where we take our soft power to develop countries and friends at the same time. The Peace Corps being another example of that. I am a huge supporter of those institutions and have seen those dollars, those soft dollars, invested in helping to build the infrastructure of human life within these countries that don't have it, a tremendous asset for us in the future. Do you share that belief?
I do, Senator, and as I think I commented earlier, USAID has one set of criteria by which the aid is provided.
Tillerson and honoring the earth.
The use of AID is multifaceted in terms of both disaster relief and development. One of the most successful programs I've seen is the Millennial Challenge Corporation because it has ownership on part of the country. They have to request the grant. They have to take ownership of the implementation. and it is in many ways an advancement of their institutional capacity to actually get something done. That's where you would hope we can put all of these countries on a pathway where they can begin to take responsibility and develop the infrastructure and the educational systems and the need to meet the needs of their people. It is a different journey for each of these countries, and the use of the foreign assistance, to the extent we can make USAID development programs more like Millennial Challenge, recognizing different criteria, but it goes to the responsibility of the recipient government and putting some level of criteria where we are promoting the development of their institutional capacity to begin to look back to their people and address their needs. They're powerful tools, and they're powerful because, as I said earlier, they really project the best of American compassion.
I appreciate your answer, because a lot of people have questioned whether or not we ought to have a corporate executive from the private sector be Secretary of State. Soft power, which all of us prefer to hard power if we can use it, depends on the concept of joint venture and the investment of capital and natural resources to bring about the best for people where those resources are. Your knowledge of that joint venture process is going to be invaluable with the State Department as we go through Africa and other developing countries to use Millennium Challenge to bring about a reduction in corruption, an increase in friends, and hopefully better votes in the UN when we need them the most.
It is. I think we certainly should use that as a way to build those connections with developing countries around the world, and countries that hopefully are going to be on the rise and can be important models to others to demonstrate it is possible to lift yourself out of this condition.
One last quick question, and it's not a catch-22, but I'm a big supporter of trade. I think trade is important. It's a weapon that we have to use, a soft power weapon to have friends and help the United States of America. China, the whole issue of TPP has been an issue. I know the President was questionable on TPP, but not on trade itself. And do you think trade is an important component in intergovernmental relationships between countries and has a role to the State Department?
Having strong economic alliances where there's a certain, I hate to use the word interdependency because some people find that a threatening term, but having those important connections allows us to have these economic ties where we want to maintain good relations with one another. They also provide an enormous opportunity for us to know one another as people. This is just people going about their daily lives, doing their jobs, and having connections with others in other countries that are doing the same. It allows us to project America's values into those countries we're trading with. We have a presence in those countries bringing American standards of conduct, honest dealings, ethical behavior, a structure around honoring our deals. The deal's a deal, we honor it. So economic trade is critical to the success of our foreign policy.
Well, thank you very much for your willingness to serve, and thanks to your wife and family for their willingness to help you support you in that service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Mr. Tillerson, during your tenure as CEO of ExxonMobil, the company massively expanded its involvement in Russia, going from virtually no holdings in that country to holding the drilling rights to 63 million acres. That is an area inside of Russia that is the size of Wyoming and almost 5 times the amount of holdings Exxon has here in the United States. As CEO of Exxon, you vocally opposed the Russian sanctions that have been put in place, which hamper Exxon's ability to drill there. Now, in recent weeks, we have learned about the incredibly disturbing extent to which Russia has sought to weaken our nation, from its efforts to undermine the election to yesterday's news that it has compromising personal and financial information about the President-elect. Now, I am sure that I am not alone in saying that I believe that these allegations, if true, demand more and stronger sanctions against Russia. Now, just this morning, Donald Trump said that he thinks that the Russians did hack our American election. So, Mr. Tillerson, in light of what you now know about the extent of Russia's hostile acts against our country, do you support increasing sanctions against Russia, even if doing so hurts ExxonMobil?
Well, Senator, if confirmed in consultation with the President, and I'm sure what will be an interagency decision around imposing additional sanctions on Russia, there will be no space between me and the President of the administration in those decisions. I serve, if confirmed, I serve only the interest of the American people.
Well, again, the question that the American people are going to have is that you have spent 41 years at ExxonMobil, and ExxonMobil controls, for leasing purposes, drilling purposes, oil purposes, an area the size of Wyoming inside of Russia. And you've spent your entire adult life working there. So there's a question that people have in their minds about your ability to be able to separate. You know, if the head of the Sierra Club was named tomorrow to be the new CEO of ExxonMobil, some of the shareholders at ExxonMobil might wonder whether or not the head of Sierra Club could put aside their whole past history in order to be able to advance that shareholder interest. Well, the shareholders of the United States, the people who are watching this hearing, are wondering the same thing about this issue with regard to your past history and not just the vast interest which ExxonMobil has in Russia, but in dozens of other countries across the world. Now, earlier you said that you would recuse yourself from issues involving ExxonMobil as required by statute. But that statute, that statutory recusal period is only for 1 year. You could be Secretary of State for 4 years or for 8 years. You, in my opinion, are going to have many, many issues after that 1 year period is up that relates to the economic interest of ExxonMobil. So I ask you, sir, if you would be willing to recuse yourself for the duration of your time as Secretary of State from any manner dealing with ExxonMobil's economic interests, so that the American people are sure that the only interest that you are serving is the interest of the American people.
Senator, as I indicated earlier, I will honor, obviously, the statutory recusal period, and then after that, any matter that might involve ExxonMobil or has the appearance that it could lead to some type of conflict, I will seek the guidance of the Ethics Council, a review by them, and if it is the view that it would be proper for me to recuse, I'll honor that.
Well, again, 1 year is a very brief period of time, given the vast economic interests of ExxonMobil in Nigeria, in Iraq, in Russia, in country after country around the world. I think, Mr. Tillerson, it would be far better for you just to say that for the duration of your time as Secretary, that you will not allow for your own personal involvement to be a part of any decision about anything that affects ExxonMobil anywhere in the world. I think the American people would feel much more comforted if you would, in fact, make that commitment to them. Now, during your tenure as CEO, Exxon has supported public policy groups who have spread climate denial. Senator Kaine dealt with that issue, and also opposed clean energy, including, for example, financial support in 2015 for the American Legislative Exchange Council and the Manhattan Institute, two groups which are climate deniers. In 2016, when the Attorney General of Massachusetts asked Exxon for information on the company's climate activities under Massachusetts consumer and financial protection laws, Exxon sued the state of Massachusetts, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, and other public policy groups that have been critical of Exxon. So we have evidence in the past of Exxon during the time you have been there, supporting groups opposing climate action and also trying to silence groups that have been critical of Exxon. So give the American people, given your personal history at ExxonMobil and the actions of that company, some reason to have confidence that the climate agreement negotiated by Secretary Kerry and President Obama will be something that the Trump administration State Department will honor, and that U.S. leadership will continue on the issue of climate change around the planet. We are not just any country. We cannot be a laggard. We must be the leader. The world expects us to be the leader on climate change. Please give us those assurances that you will guarantee that the State Department will be the leader, as it has been, in advancing a climate agenda for our country.
Well, if confirmed, Senator, I'm sure that there will be opportunity, and I know the President-elect will want the opportunity to do a fulsome review of our policies around engagement on climate issues through global accords, global agreements. And as I indicated, I feel free to express my views to him around those. I also know that the President, as part of his priority in campaigning, was America first. And so there is important considerations as we commit to such accords, and as those accords are executed over time, are there any elements of that that put America at a disadvantage?
Do you believe that it should be a priority of the United States to work with other countries in the world to find climate change solutions to that problem?
I think it's important for America to remain engaged in those discussions so that we are at the table expressing a view and understanding what the impacts may be on the American people and American competitiveness.
Do you commit to ensure that no employee of the State Department is influenced to take action because it would be favorable to business interests associated with the President-elect or his family?
If I understood the question, yes.
All right. The President-elect said famously in a tweet, wouldn't you rather have, in a certain sense, have Japan with nuclear weapons when North Korea has nuclear weapons? And the President-elect has also said that he would be open to South Korea and Saudi Arabia acquiring nuclear weapons. Senator Nunn, who introduced you, has previously described these comments as dangerously off base and stated that Mr. Trump's suggestion would make American families less safe. Do you disagree with the President-elect that it wouldn't be a bad thing for us if Japan and South Korea and Saudi Arabia acquired nuclear weapons?
I think
succinctly, if you will.
I think the priority has to be to deny North Korea the ability to deploy its nuclear weapons.
What about Saudi Arabia and South Korea?
Senator Paul, please.
Mr. Tillerson, congratulations on your nomination. They say that those who refuse to learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. The President-elect has said that the Iraq War was a big, fat mistake. He's said this many, many, many times. I was wondering if you agree with the statement, and if you do agree with the statement, how it will inform your judgment as to the future of the Middle East and the other conflicts that we are engaged or possibly engaged in the Middle East.
Senator, I alluded to the Iraq War in my opening comments when I indicated that actions over the past decades, while well-intended, had unintended consequences that in the end did not achieve the stability that we sought or the national security. And I think in that regard, the decision to go into Iraq and change the leadership in Iraq upon reflection was perhaps did not achieve those objectives. We do not have a more stable region in the world, and our national security has not been enhanced or is still certainly under threat today.
I think that's an important point that we talk about whether our national security was enhanced. I think sometimes it gets lost in the emotions of these are terrible, evil people, X, whichever country we're talking about, and we have to do something about it. And in reality, we maybe forget that really what we're trying to do is to be protecting our vital national interests. Another statement that President-elect Trump has made is that the U.S. should stop racing to topple foreign regimes that we know nothing about, that we shouldn't be involved with. This is kind of interrelated to the last question, but I think is also important in the sense that there are some within the foreign policy community who say, oh, we must go in and topple the regime in Iran. It'll be a cakewalk. It'll be, they'll welcome us with open arms. But one of the interesting things you find as you meet Iranian Americans, many of whom lost all of their land, all of their wealth, and you ask them about Iran and you say, would it be a good idea to militarily, invade Iran? And they say completely the opposite, that much of Iran is younger, much of Iran is pro-Western, and that with the first bomb that is dropped, you'll reverse, a lot of goodwill that is potentially there when Iran does finally change its regime on its own. But I think it's important because we do, and nobody wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. Nobody wants Iran to be an aggressor in the region. And at the same time, I think it is important that we look at the lessons of the Iraq War. The Iraq War actually emboldened Iran, made Iran stronger. And so the questions are, same thing with Libya. We toppled the regime in Libya. But I guess the question is with regard to Iran, those who are advocating, that it'll be a cakewalk, that we should have military regime change, what do you think of that advocacy, and what do you think of, I guess, the Donald Trump statements with regard to regime change?
Well, I think you've described it in many ways, and the same way I would see it is that what is in the best interest of our national security? And I think this is where these priorities sometimes come into conflict of our values and the projection of our American values and our desire and out of our compassion for the mistreatment of people, the violation of human rights, oppressive regimes. We want those people to have what we have. But balancing that against our national security interest. And what's most important is that we protect the American people first. And this is where sometimes I think our priorities, we have too many priorities, and therefore we lose sight of what is the most important. Any decision to affect a change of leadership in a country by force cannot be taken lightly. And I think the question that one has to answer is that I've posed a couple of times, what comes next? And in the case of Libya, I think that was the failing in the decision to change the regime there. As no one had a clear plan or view of what would come next. That's what we're experiencing and have experienced somewhat in Iraq. And it is the question in Syria when people talk about changing the leadership there. What comes next? Certainly, making a decision to use force is a serious, serious decision because we know it will come at a cost of precious American lives. So I think that is important, and if confirmed as Secretary of State, my job is to make sure we never get there. My job is to chart out other pathways by which we can have a steady progress towards causing regimes who oppress their people to change their behavior and use all the other tools available to us. Having said that, I do think that we have to be clear-eyed about the threat Iran poses today and ensure that we have taken all steps appropriate through all mechanisms available to contain that threat and to limit their ability to grow that threat. And in particular, not just on the nuclear, acquiring a nuclear weapon, but more importantly, their widespread support of terrorism around the world. We have to disrupt that.
Thank you. With regard to foreign aid, there's been a lot of love for foreign aid going around today, but I think there's another side that we ought to think about. There are many, many, many reports talking about corruption within foreign aid, that we give it to developing countries and 70% of it's stolen off the top. The Mubarak family in Egypt, everybody, loved the Mubaraks. They were pro-Western, pro-American, and yet they're said to be worth about $15 billion. I don't think they've ever created anything other than they skim a little bit off the top of everything that comes into the country. We've given them $60 billion, and they're worth $10 or $15 billion. I believe it was the Equatorial Guinea that had one of their sons stopped in Paris a few years ago, loading about 10 different cars onto an airplane that were all worth, you know, $200,000, $300,000 cars. So there's a lot of corruption. Now, some of the things that have been mentioned are more directed towards either third-party charities or private entities. I would argue that these are a lot less bad, but I would argue that we can't blithely just look at foreign aid and say, oh, it's all great and it's all going to a good cause. Sometimes it actually works in the opposite way, and I'll give you an example. In Egypt, we gave so much, you know, and the Mubaraks took so much of this money, but some of it they actually spent because we have provisions. They have to buy stuff from us with the money. It's sort of this creation of economic business kind of game that we do. But one of the things that they bought from us was tear gas. And so when they had these big democratic protests in Cairo, they were being doused with tear gas from the U.S., and they would pick the canisters up on the street. And I would argue that that soft power isn't maybe giving a warm, soft, fuzzy feeling for America, that in supporting many people who really are not, you know, pro-human rights or pro-American interests, that actually sometimes the foreign aid backfires on us because they resist those leaders who are using undemocratic and forceful authoritarian means on their own people, that it backfires. But I would appreciate your comments on whether or not you see any kind of difficulty or problems with corruption within foreign aid or things that need to be reformed.
Senator, I'm very aware of, and even in my prior work, I have seen the examples of what you described, where even in disaster relief cases where foreign assistance is flown in, food supplies, and while they're literally being unloaded at the airport, military forces are picking them up and taking them away to be sold. So it is all the challenge. The challenge is never in the intent and our compassion and what the need we're trying to address. The challenge is always in the execution, and I do think that it is important that we have as well-developed execution plans if we're going to deliver aid into a country where we know this is a risk. What can we do in the execution of that, of the delivery of that aid? And if it's a disaster relief, are there other agencies we can partner with to limit that type of theft going on? In terms of development assistance, to the extent we do not give grants directly to governments, but whether we give them to particular projects or perhaps partnering agencies or public-private sector initiatives which are executed by credible NGOs, so that the money just never passes through the hands, that's the preferred mechanisms, I think.
And then one final point I would make, and you don't necessarily need to comment on this, is that it's not only corruption, but it's unintended consequences. As a business person, you'll immediately recognize this, and I think even right and left actually agree on some of this. If you dump Haiti with rice for 10 years, you ruin the ability of them to have their own rice market and to grow their own rice. If you want to give them rice during the middle of a famine, that's one thing. But you have to be very careful about having a big heart, small brain syndrome that we ruin their local economies sometimes with aid as well. But I appreciate you thinking about corruption and then also thinking about unintended consequences of our aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Before turning to Senator Merkley, I think you've made great contributions as it relates to foreign aid, and I think that there is support for the 1% that we spend to try to use it in appropriate ways for soft power. I think, and I've shared this with the Trump incoming transition group, we're still, much of our aid is the Cold War model, where we're buying influence, and so much of it needs to be, all of it actually, transformed into something that has appropriate efficacy. What we're doing right now with food aid is beyond belief, and I could rant about this for another 20 minutes. It's beyond belief. But efforts like we have to end modern slavery, where partnerships are created, where you're building on best practices, some of the things we're doing with water, some of the things we're doing with electricity, I think they're set up on the right principles. But I appreciate the comments. I appreciate, hopefully, all of you looking at foreign aid, because there is much waste, there is corruption. We could deliver it in a much better way. Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's a pleasure to join the committee. Mr. Tillerson, during his campaign, the President-elect talked a lot about what he saw as major mistakes with NAFTA and with giving China full access to our market in terms of its impact on American manufacturing. He was very critical of the TPP. Do you share his vision that NAFTA and WTO, China access, and the TPP are big mistakes in terms of creating living wage American jobs?
Senator, my understanding of the issue that the President-elect has with those trade agreements is, in the case of NAFTA, it's an agreement that's been in place for decades now. And I think even President Peña Nieto of Mexico has indicated that, yes, perhaps it needs a relook, that we're in a different era now, both in terms of the type of trade and technology, but also the global trading environment has changed since that agreement.
And do you share his opposition to the TPP?
I do not oppose TPP. I share some of his views regarding whether the agreement that was negotiated serves all of America's interest best.
Thank you. Exxon has a partnership with Shell, a company known as Infinium, that did a fair number of transactions with Iran, bypassing U.S. sanctions. Are you familiar with the use of this subsidiary to bypass U.S. sanctions, and do you think it was the right thing to do?
I don't recall the incident. I've read about it, but I don't recall it specifically.
So the SEC directly contacted Exxon while you were in the senior leadership, saying this seems fairly material for investors, an effort to bypass U.S. sanctions, and asked why Exxon didn't disclose it. Do you have any memory of that or discussions of whether Exxon should have disclosed these transactions?
Senator, I think the question would be best placed to ExxonMobil, where the information would reside.
Oh no, sir. You were there. I'm asking if you had discussions about this or have a memory of it.
I do not.
If you were Secretary of State and you were working to enforce U.S. sanctions and another CEO had a subsidiary set up and utilized to bypass American sanctions, would you call up that CEO or weigh in and say, this is not a good idea, this undermines U.S. efforts to take on a serious terrorist threat or other malfeasance by some country of the world?
I think if the actions that are being taken violate the sanctions, then there are proper authorities that would examine that and deal with it.
It's not an issue of the technicality of violating this. The operation subsidiary was set up in Europe specifically that Exxon set up so it could legally bypass U.S. sanctions, but it was certainly inconsistent with the goal of U.S. policy to pressure Iran. And if you were the leader of you were Secretary of State, would you try to make sure that U.S. leadership and the effectiveness of using sanctions was not undermined through the setup of foreign subsidiaries?
I would certainly be open to having having folks in the State Department contact companies and just inquire as to whether they're aware of the actions that they're taking and the State Department's view of that.
Well, to be aware of something is different than to be concerned or to be upset by it. Would you consider you would uphold the integrity of the U.S. goal of diminishing the ability of nations like Iran to do a whole host of things destructive to U.S. interests?
I understand, Senator, but I also think it's important that the State Department, as with any agency, also respects the laws that have been put in place. And there's a difference between expressing a concern and suggesting someone's breaking the law.
Yes. Yes. So as you look back on the subsidiary, it doesn't upset you that Exxon took this role to undermine U.S. sanctions and that you would not express concern if another company legally set up a foreign subsidiary to undermine U.S. sanctions?
As I said, I don't recall the circumstances.
Well, I'm not asking you to recall the circumstances. I'm asking your answer is that you don't consider that a problem. It sounds like you're not considering that to be an issue.
I don't know the example, so I don't know how to answer the question.
Okay, that's all. Well, thank you. Let's turn to lobbying in the Ukraine. You said earlier in this hearing, I've never personally lobbied against sanctions. To my knowledge, Exxon never lobbied against sanctions. And yet there's a whole host of material in the public sector about Exxon lobbying on these sanctions. There's a whole host of these lobbying reports in which Exxon reports under the law that they lobbied on these bills that imposed sanctions. There's your report at the 2014 meeting, and I quote, "We do not support sanctions generally." And you continued, "So we always encourage the people who are making those decisions to consider the very broad collateral damage of who are they really harming." And I'd like to enter these articles into the record if I could. And its article is titled from the New York Times, "Rex Tillerson's company Exxon has billions at stake over sanctions on Russia." Political article lays out ExxonMobil helped defeat Russia sanctions bill and notes how ExxonMobil successfully lobbied against the bill that would make it harder for the next president to lift sanctions against Russia. Another article lays out Tillerson visited the White House often over the Russian sanctions. So there's a host of material showing a widespread pattern of weighing in against these sanctions that were harming Exxon interests' activities in Russia, which was a major area of your effort. Do you still maintain that Exxon did not lobby against these sanctions?
ExxonMobil did not lobby against the sanctions, but were engaged in how the sanctions would be constructed. As to the reports of my visits to the White House, my visits were to work through the process of ExxonMobil's compliance with the sanctions. I described earlier the situation where when the sanctions were enacted, there were drilling activities that involved considerable risk that were underway, for which ExxonMobil sought a special license from OFAC in order to complete those in full compliance with the sanctions. Had we been denied the license, we would have had to pull people out, or ExxonMobil would have had to pull people out at that time.
And is that the only instance in which you weighed in?
And all of the other meetings at the, I'm sorry.
What, 20 meetings going to the White House, that's the only issue you weighed in on Exxon's sanctions?
I don't recall 20 meetings, but the visits to the White House, because under the terms of the compliance with the sanctions, the first action was to seek the license to allow us to deal with the imminent risk of the drilling situation. Following that, OFAC required ExxonMobil to file reports on a periodic basis around our ongoing compliance activities. ExxonMobil has holdings in Russia, offshore Sakhalin Island, that are not subject to the sanctions. In partnership with Rosneft, which does contain individuals who are subject to the sanctions.
I'm going to summarize that these reports you consider to be incorrect.
They are inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue. There are 3 individuals who were involved in the Trump campaign, Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, and Carter Page, who public reports have been involved in dialogue with Russia with the goal of finding a common strategy, with Russia believing that Trump would be better on Syria and Ukraine policy, and Trump believing that Russia could help defeat Hillary Clinton. Now, these reports have not been substantiated. I'm sure much more will come on them. But in theory, how do you feel about a U.S. candidate turning to a foreign country to essentially find another partner in defeating another opponent in a U.S. presidential election?
That would not comport with our democratic process.
Thank you. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion of this because the extent of the false news stories, the hacking, the cyber warfare, the use of botnets to amplify false news stories, the hiring of trolls, all of which really attack the fundamentals of our democracy. And the reports have it that Russia not only wanted to weigh in the election, but they also wanted to undermine U.S. confidence, the citizens' confidence in our electoral process and in our democratic values. So that's a real concern to the future of our state, and I assume it's a concern that you might share as well.
Yes, sir. It's a concern I share. I also noted in the publicly available report that I read that the interagency report also acknowledged that these types of activities were carried out during the Cold War as well. The tools of sophistication have only advanced with the advent of cyber.
Yes, many of these tools were internet-based, electronic cyber warfare that was much different in that setting. When we come back in our next round, because I'm a few seconds left, I'd like to ask a few questions about Exxon's involvement in Equatorial Guinea. My colleague mentioned it on the other side, and I think that would be of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Brasso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. I wanted to go to your opening statement and try to talk about a couple things that we haven't really gotten into yet. And one of the statements that you made had to do with defeating ISIS. And as you said, defeating ISIS must be our foremost priority in the Middle East. You go on to say, but defeat will not occur on the battlefield alone. We must win the war of ideas. And if I could just engage you a little bit to talk about how we can use diplomatic efforts and other ways to target and actually undermine the ISIS ideology and its legitimacy, and how can we do that and improve U.S.-led coordination in the region with our allies?
Well, the defeat of ISIS globally is extremely challenging because it does not represent a country that we can apply traditional approaches to. The defeat of ISIS as an ideology, in other words, other than the battlefield, is going to require advanced capabilities in our own communication tools in terms of disrupting their communication to develop their network, more importantly, to further their ideology. This means getting into the Internet airspace and putting forth different ideas and disrupting their delivery of ideas to people who are persuaded to join them. ISIS, the defeat of ISIS in the Middle East removes their caliphate territory, which then undermines their legitimacy. That in itself will not defeat ISIS once and for all. It will simply morph to its next version. And we see that already as terrorist organizations existing in other parts of the world have decided to identify themselves with ISIS just because of the strength of their brand, quite frankly. So I think it's going to require a comprehensive interagency effort informed by intelligence, informed by the Defense Department and other agencies as to how can we disrupt the delivery of this ideology. Why the ideology takes hold in a particular location, again, there's not a country that identifies itself as ISIS. That's why taking away the caliphate is so important.
Yeah, it even looks like they're trying to extend into Afghanistan. I was there at Thanksgiving and near Jalalabad and near the Afghan-Pakistan border. It seems like they're trying to establish a caliphate in that area as well. So the cancer has spread. So I appreciate those thoughts. In your opening statement, you just talked about, and even those that introduced you talked about the fact that the U.S. is not as strong and respected as it had been previously, and that we need a foreign policy aimed at securing our national interests, demonstrating our leadership. From a standpoint of credibility, you and I talked about having the capacity to do something, having a commitment to use that capacity, and communicating that commitment about the capacity. Could you share with us a little bit about what you intend to do in terms of restoring America's position in the world?
Well, as I indicated also in the opening statement, we are dealing from a position of strength, and so the only reason we're not perceived to be there with our strength is because we're not asserting that strength in these issues. So it does begin with re-engaging with friends and allies, reconnecting with them that our commitment is to the stability of the region, that if there are existing commitments and agreements in place, that we fully intend to fulfill those, and then developing a strategy in the region to deal with the most imminent threat. It means projecting the strength of our U.S. military might, but hopefully not having to use it in terms of trying to persuade countries to change their course of action. But in the case of the most immediate threat of ISIS, it involves, can we construct a renewed coalition that, using the forces that are already there, including the Syrian Kurds, which have been our greatest allies, that we recommit to the Syrian Kurds that we intend to continue to support you with the capability to continue the advance on Raqqa, and then build coalition forces that can contain ISIS if it attempts to move into the other parts of the country, and eliminate them from Syria to begin. I think the effort in Iraq is progressing. Hopefully it will progress to a successful conclusion as well in terms of removing the caliphate from ISIS.
Staying in the Middle East in terms of the relationship between Israel and the Palestinians, I've always felt, as has been the position of the country, that direct negotiation between the parties without interference from outsiders was the key. The Obama administration recently abandoned Israel, the one-sided resolution at the Security Council of the United Nations, by abstaining from a vote, which in the past we would routinely have vetoed. Could you talk a little bit about your views on the refusal to veto the recent UN Security Council resolution and the subsequent speech by Secretary Kerry?
Well, Israel has always been, and remains our most important ally in the region. They're important to our national security. The UN resolution that was passed, in my view, is not helpful. I think it actually undermines
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in LOJ, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
Specifically, you were asked about the climate agreements. The international climate change funding is a part of that. The Obama administration has unilaterally pledged $3 billion to the UN Green Climate Fund. The administration has requested $1.3 billion for global climate change initiatives in this year's President's budget for fiscal year 2017. You mentioned Donald Trump campaigning on America First. Will you commit to ensuring that no funding will go to the UN Green Climate Fund?
In consultation with the President, my expectation is that we're going to look at all of these things from a bottom up in terms of funds we've committed towards this effort.
As Senator Isaacson asked about and talked about the value of using soft power, and it just seems there's so many opportunities, whether it's humanitarian assistance, democracy promotion, embassy security measures that are necessary, and countering global terrorist threats, where money could possibly be better spent than on these efforts. So I appreciate your effort to look into that. Senator Corker earlier talked about some of the wonderful things that have been done around the world because of U.S. involvement in soft power. Part of that is helping to power energy in a number of communities around the world. Many of us have been to Africa to see what happens in a community where there is energy available that hadn't been previously in terms of helping as a tool for those countries so people can get better education opportunities, health, well-being. We have had a situation where some of the programs in place have not really supported all of the above energy. And we've seen where the World Bank has blocked funding for coal-fired power plants, which would help bring light and other opportunities to a number of countries in Africa. And I wonder if you could comment on the need to use all of the sources of energy to help people who are living in poverty and without power.
Well, I think, and I know you touched on it, but nothing lifts people out of poverty quicker than electricity. That's just a fact. You give people light, you give them the ability to refrigerate food, medicine. It changes their entire quality of life. They no longer cook on animal dung and wood cooking in their homes, so health issues, their health improves. I think it's very important that we use wisely the American people's dollars as we support these programs. And that means whatever is the most efficient, effective way to deliver electricity to these areas that don't have it, that should be the choice. And that is the wisest use of American dollars.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to give state of play, we're running slightly behind. We're going to go ahead and finish up with Senator Coons and Senator Portman. Senator Risch and Senator Booker are not here. We'll take a 45-minute recess when these two gentlemen finish their time. Each of them will have 10 minutes when they get back to start, and then we'll resume again in the same order, starting with Senator Cardin, and we'll do 7-minute rounds when we get back. So it looks like we'll recess about 1:30 and come back at 2:15. And with that, Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, good afternoon. And to Renda, to your whole family, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve this country in this important post. And I appreciate the frank conversation we had in my office last week. And I just want the American people to hear some of the answers you gave me on, I think, some pressing and relevant questions around your nomination and your views on the world, but in a focused way and on the record. Many of my colleagues have already asked about how you will handle the transition from CEO of the world's leading energy company, oil company, to Secretary of State, advocating for human rights and open press and democracy. I've been encouraged to hear you say that we will stand by our NATO allies, that you would not support accepting the annexation of Crimea by Russia, and that you see
uses of nuclear materials, nuclear power, medical applications and industrial applications, but that would be done under a very controlled process, working with other partners to do that. Whether Iran is prepared to chart a pathway that looks like that, we'll only know once we engage in discussions.
Well, many members of this committee look forward to working with you to make sure that we are restraining Iran's nuclear ambitions effectively, fiercely, and that we are implementing what we get out of that current agreement and reviewing it closely going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I appreciate your observation that every administration is anxious to work with Congress until such a time it in any way inhibits their ability to do whatever they wish. So thank you for that. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Tillerson, it's been a long morning and now going into a long afternoon, and I think I'm the one person between you and a break. So I'll try to be as quick as I can. And look, I appreciate your willingness to step forward and serve your country, and I know it's not without some sacrifice, but also an incredible opportunity. We talked a little in my office, and I appreciate your meeting with me about restoring America's role in the world. And just listening today to your testimony back and forth, I think there is a consensus building in this country that we do need to do some things immediately to put America back in a position of being trusted and respected by our allies and our adversaries. I like to look at it more that we're not looking to be the world's policeman, but to put it in Texas terms, more like the sheriff who gets the posse together. And on the eastern border of Ukraine and in Crimea, that would be NATO. And although Ukraine not a member of NATO, that region relies on it. And those countries need leadership. And with regard to Syria, I think it's the Kurds, it's the Sunni countries in the neighborhood, and so it's the posse. And in the South China Sea, where China has been increasingly aggressive, I think it's the Pacific Rim countries who, as you know, are very nervous. But they're looking for leadership, and that security umbrella we've provided since World War II has kept the peace. So I hope that's consistent with what you have told me in private and what you're saying here publicly today. And I think there's an opportunity as well as a sacrifice related to your service. As we talked about in our meeting, a number of my constituents in my home state of Ohio have family ties to Eastern Central Europe, including Ukraine, very interested in those issues. As a result, I've gotten much more deeply involved in those issues over the last several years, including traveling to that region. And my questions are going to focus a lot on that. First on NATO, just to be clear, because I know there was a discussion about NATO earlier, and particularly Article 5, which reads, an armed attack against one or more member shall be considered an attack against them all. Can you just clarify that you believe Article 5 creates a binding obligation to assist any member of the alliance who's a victim of aggression, regardless of their size or geographic location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as Secretary of State, would you ever threaten to break the U.S. commitment to Article 5 as a means of pressuring allies to spend more on defense?
I would not recommend that, no, sir.
Okay. Understanding that I think all of us around this dais would like to see our partners step up and do more in terms of their defense budget. Since 2014, of course, Ukraine has struggled to defend its sovereignty and its territorial integrity against this Russian aggression. It's been discussed here a lot today. One point that has not been discussed in the way I think it ought to be is the fact that back in 1994, the United States, Britain, Russia, and Ukraine signed an agreement, the Budapest Memorandum, which said that when Ukraine regained its independence following the collapse, having possessed at that time the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, that in exchange for giving up that nuclear arsenal, that we would assure Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I think that's very important because it's a signal. You know, we talked earlier about Sam Nunn and his good work on nuclear nonproliferation. What kind of signal does that send? Clearly, that agreement has been violated by Russia. And the question is, you know, whether we're going to keep to that agreement as well, in my view. So a couple questions. One, in your written statement, you talk about the taking of Crimea. We've talked a little about that. Just to clarify, do you regard the Russian annexation of Crimea as an illegal occupation and annexation in direct violation of Ukrainian sovereignty?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you pledge that the United States would never recognize that annexation of Crimea if you served as Secretary of State, similar to the way the United States never recognized the Soviet occupation of the Baltic states?
The only way that that could ever happen is if there were some broader agreement that was satisfactory to the Ukrainian people. So
Absent that, no, we would never recognize
Never
that.
recognize, okay. I think that's fair. If the President-elect were to ask you for your advice as Secretary of State on whether he should maintain sanctions against Russia for its actions in Ukraine and Eastern and in Crimea until Russia ceased its aggression and fulfilled its obligation under the Minsk agreements, what would you tell him?
As I indicated in answer to a question earlier, I would recommend maintaining the status quo until we are able to engage with Russia and understand better what their intentions are.
Does that mean keeping the sanctions in place?
Yes, sir.
As Russia continues arming, training, organizing, and fighting alongside the separatists in eastern Ukraine, do you support providing defensive lethal assistance so Ukrainians can defend themselves?
I think it's important that we support the Ukrainians in all ways to protect themselves from any further expansion or aggression. I'm hopeful that ceasefires will hold, but in the absence of that, then I think it's important for us to support them in their ability to defend themselves.
So you would provide them with defensive lethal weapons to be able to defend themselves?
That would come in consultation through the National Security Council and certainly would require the input of others, but I would support that.
This United States Senate's on record supporting that. The administration has chosen not to do that. They've used their national security waiver, as my chairman talked about earlier. I think this is significant, and I heard you say that earlier today, and I think this is a big change in terms of U.S. policy that's positive and would get Russia to the table, in my view. We've talked a lot about the terrorist threat here today, and obviously that's a growing threat that we need to address in a much more aggressive way. I believe there's another growing threat to our national security and to the stability of our allies around the world, democratic allies in particular. It's not a kinetic or a military threat. It's propaganda. It's disinformation. Russia, China in particular, but also other countries are more and more pursuing these extensive disinformation and propaganda campaigns against the United States and other democracies. And by the way, this happened well before our most recent presidential election. And the information we have today about what might have happened here in this country, I think is part of a broader effort that we ought to be more focused on, which is this effort of disinformation, and not just by Russia. When I've been to Ukraine and the Baltic countries, members of NATO, by the way, I've been struck by the conversations I've had with their leadership. This is at the top of their mind, top of their list. They feel like they're under assault every day. They feel like they are sovereign, democratically elected governments that are being attacked through this disinformation and propaganda campaigns. I've also been struck by recent public comments by officials in Germany, in the UK, and over time, comments by our friends in Japan, Taiwan, and other places about these kinds of operations and the meddling in their democracies. As you know, these operations blend a range of tools and methods, including cyber attacks and hacking, false news, troll farms to flood the zone on social media, funding of think tanks right here in this town, and political organizations that help them, and also state-owned media, some of whom are following your hearing today and are here in the room with us today. Senator Murphy and I have legislation recently signed into law that is meant to strengthen our outdated U.S. response to this disinformation propaganda campaigns. It establishes a new interagency center at the State Department to coordinate and synchronize U.S. counter-propaganda activities against foreign threats. That's just been passed, just being set up. So my question to you is, one, how would you characterize the threat posed by foreign government influence operations, not just Russia, but in general? And second, what should be done about it? And do you support the establishment of this new agency, and would you put your personal support behind that?
Senator, as I indicated in that response to a question earlier in terms of the broader threat of cyber, and I put all of the activities that you just described as a subset, because those are largely delivered through digital means to people in terms of the propaganda or the undermining, the placing of fake news. All of that is done by and large in the digital space. So as part of this comprehensive cyber strategy, it has to include how do we deal with all of this misinformation that goes on around the world. And there are a number of actors playing in this space, Russia most notably, as you point out, but we know that others are playing in this space as well to undermine legitimate governments. To be honest, the bad actors have got the jump on us. They've been at this already for some time, and we've failed to develop a way to respond to that in that digital space. And so this is it's a very complex technical issue that I think has to be part of a comprehensive assessment of how's the U.S. going to protect itself in the cyberspace and all the aspects of those threats that presents themselves, including the one that you just described, and what are the mechanisms for response, appropriate responses, and how do we get international agreement around some of that sends messages back to the bad actors that there's going to be a cost if this continues, that there's a consequence to these actions. What is that? What is the proper proportional? Or if it's not proportional, maybe it's asymmetrical. I don't know the answers because I think that's part of what's needed in a comprehensive assessment. It'll be multi-agency, interagency driven, but that is, I think, one of the most vexing challenges in front of us, but we can't just be vexed by it. We need to begin to address it.
Well, it sounds like you acknowledge the threat. I would just add one footnote. I don't disagree with you that our cyber response is the weakest part of our response, and we need to strengthen that, but it's beyond cyber. I mean, this is, again, it's media, it's funding think tanks that are spreading this disinformation and false news. Some of it's pretty old-fashioned, and you know, we are just not up to the task, and Radio Free Europe isn't the answer. It has to be much more sophisticated, and I look forward to working with you in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will recess until 2:15 sharp. We will begin with Senator Risch and Booker if they are here, and then start at the beginning. I'll see you at 2:15.
says 1899.
Do you have any cannons?
Coming there with you for a second.
Yeah, come on. Do you want me to go and get some more? Hold on, I can put on my test. I got some. Because of all broken.
Hello, thank you for tuning in to the Katie Sassine Show. I'm your host, Katie. We're addressing the indoctrination of the American nation. And as stated in previous episodes, this is the week of the whistleblowers. And right behind us, that's Mr. Edward Snowden. Nice guy right there. Maybe, maybe not, we'll see. So we started talking about, we've already talked about the situation of Edward Snowden. We talked about how he revealed the Operation Stellar Wind, and he was a member of the NSA and a former Dell employee, a computer genius, computer guru. And we discussed how he revealed Stellar Wind and avoided imprisonment or probable imprisonment by fleeing the country and going to Hong Kong. And then he proceeded to go to Moscow, where he is still in asylum. So now we're talking about, we've already talked about how Stellar Wind violated the Fourth Amendment, and I'm asking for viewers to send me your opinions as to why you may think Snowden is a traitor, because according to the Fourth Amendment, Stellar Wind was unconstitutional. So anyway, we discussed Lincoln Chafee, former governor of Rhode Island. He's the only candidate at the first Democratic presidential debate discussing the Patriot Act, NSA, and Snowden, who openly said that he would bring Snowden home because the courts have ruled that what he did showed that the American government was acting illegally regarding the Fourth Amendment, which requires a probable cause for attaining a warrant before search and seizure take place, which Stellar Wind was avoiding. They were using the umbrella excuse of terrorism and security to be able to collect all of our communications. Now, the NSA claims that it has records of who we're calling and who we're texting and not the content, but that's what they claim. So Hillary Clinton, what did she say at the presidential debate, the very first presidential debate? She said she was not in favor of reforming the Patriot Act. Lincoln Chafee was. And she said regarding Snowden that he should not be brought home, or if he is brought home, he should not be brought home without facing the music, without going before the court. Bernie Sanders, and that's a similar opinion to Mr. Obama. As we know, she was his right-hand woman, so to speak. We could say that, among other things. Bernie Sanders at the debate said he would shut down the NSA program. He was the boldest of all. But yet he didn't make a determining statement on whether or not to bring Snowden home. It seems that there is some kind of taboo to express your opinion on Snowden in the American government, based on Bernie Sanders' statement. Because Bernie Sanders outright said that he would shut down the NSA program, but yet he wouldn't openly call Snowden a hero. So maybe what I'm doing on this show is dangerous for me. Maybe I am putting myself in danger by even putting out the facts and suggesting that Snowden may be a hero. He may be a patriot and not a traitor, as the U.S. government claims, because the only person at the Democratic presidential debate who said he should be brought home was Lincoln Chafee, and he was not in the top running. Enough said. Now, what about Trump, Putin, and Obama? Trump has stated very decisive statements about Snowden. before running for president, before he ran for president, in an interview with Anderson Cooper, before even knowing he was going to run for president, he called Snowden a traitor and a terrible guy, not only to Anderson Cooper, but on different occasions to several reporters. However, depending on the demand of the people, Trump may change his mind. Because Trump, can we get that background photo up of Trump and Mr. Snowden? And so Trump said, Trump says he's for the people, right? He is a president for the people, and that's why we want Trump, because he's here to represent us. And there's Trump with a look of dismay at Snowden here, and maybe disappointment, it looks like. As we know, this is photoshopped. He wasn't really right there with Snowden. And anyway, so that's good editing on that. So Mr. Trump doesn't look very happy with Snowden in this photo. Not a very pretty sight here. So, but according to who Trump is, Trump's stance on Snowden should depend on the demand of the American people, which is why we elected Trump, is because we want someone representing us. We are a government for the people, by the people. We are a republic, and we must not be overrun by a minority. The majority needs to be in control of the majority. And Putin, what did Putin say? Putin said he would hand Snowden over to the Trump administration. So relations right now between Putin and Trump seem amicable. I'm wondering if they've come to some kind of agreement. Because if Trump is a president for the people, and people have gone out and protested for freedom for Snowden, maybe they've come to some kind of agreement because he's not willing to hand over Snowden to the Obama administration. He's expressed that he will hand over Snowden to the Trump administration. So maybe he and Trump have discussed what Snowden did and how the people feel about it. Because if he deems Snowden a traitor when he gets into office and holds him accountable and has him imprisoned for revealing illegal operations of the NSA, I think that the people who elected Trump may be disappointed in Trump for that ruling. Maybe not. I would like your feedback. Again, you can follow me at Katie, FYNTV, or email me at katiefetchernews.com. That's just the way I see it by these facts presented here. Now, what did Obama say? Resembled what Hillary said at the Democratic convention. Obama says he can't pardon him unless he goes before court. However, in 2015, a federal appeals court, as I said, the court ruled Snowden was basically innocent. A federal appeals court ruled in 2015 that the NSA program, Stellar Wind, revealed by Snowden, was illegal because it exceeded the terms permitted by the Patriot Act, which was why the Patriot Act was up for debate along with Snowden and the NSA in the first Democratic presidential debate. So Anthony Romero, writer for the LA Times, he stated something interesting regarding Obama and whistleblowers. Anthony Romero stated that Obama has prosecuted more whistleblowers than any other president in U.S. history. Pardoning Snowden won't undo that legacy, but it will help affirm the critical role of whistleblowers and that the critical role that they have always played in helping our country correct for government overreach. It will also signal that citizens must have a seat at the table in deciding how we run our democracy, which is exactly what I'm trying to say. Maybe Putin is waiting to hand over Snowden to the Trump administration because maybe Putin thinks that Trump will side with the people who have protested for freedom for Snowden and grant Snowden some kind of bargain, at least, for his freedom. I mean, why should he be imprisoned? I don't know. If you know, please tell me. I don't know. I can't see the reason why he should be imprisoned or even go before a court at this point after a federal appeals court ruled that the Stellar Wind program was unconstitutional, evidently shown in, you can just look at the Fourth Amendment and see why, as I've expressed earlier and several times. So let's go and see what Snowden, let's hear a little bit from Snowden on the issue post seeking asylum. We've heard what Snowden said and what he went through during his fight for asylum and how his communications with Sarah Harrison and such. But he also said to NBC while in Moscow that no one wants to be a whistleblower. And I believe this was an interview with Katie Couric. He said, "This is America, and when something goes wrong, don't we want someone to stand up and say something about it?" So that's what he's saying he did. He's saying he put himself out there. He went out on a limb for you and for me and for our constitutional rights. He risked his life. Based on the facts that I've presented thus far, he risked his life to protect our constitutional rights. And he's still in Russia, in asylum, temporary asylum. Snowden also said, when asked by, I'm not positive it was Katie Couric, that he has no regrets about what he did. He expressed that justice takes precedent over established law when the two are not in accordance. And maybe Trump will change his mind, because maybe Trump will agree with this. If Trump wants to drain the swamp, then we should put justice over established law. And our justice is established through our Constitution, and it has been established. So why are we establishing new laws that undermine our Constitution, such as the Patriot Act? Now, there's this website called whistleblowers.gov, and in the first Democratic presidential debate, Hillary Clinton commented that he should have reported to this site instead of fleeing to Hong Kong and getting reporters from The Guardian to release these documents through WikiLeaks. So the whistleblowers.gov is something that's been in place since the passage of the Occupational Safe and Health Act, the OSH Act, in 1970. Congress has since expanded the OSHA's whistleblower authority to protect workers from retaliation under 22 federal laws. Complaints must be reported to OSHA within set timeframes following the retaliatory action as prescribed by each law. So I suppose the issue that Clinton was trying to present was that he did not report this information to the association or to the administration, the OSH, in the appropriate time frame, and that's the issue here. But if what he did was essentially stand up for justice against an unconstitutional act committed by the NSA, headed by Michael Hayden, then he should be forgiven. But then again, I could be missing some facts here, so I can't give you a for certain verdict on this. I'm not a judge, but as of now, I would hope a judge would rule him innocent. Now, thank you for tuning in. Follow me at KDFYN TV. We'll return very shortly.
Looking for in a vehicle? Start your search at Schottenkirk Ford Jasper. We've simplified the process so you can move on to what matters, your family.
This is the big one, the 20% off MSRP model year end clearance at Days Chevrolet in Jasper, with huge savings over $3,600 off the redesigned Malibu. Now just $20,400. Save over $8,600 off Silverado Crew Cab LT. Now just $33,500. 20% off new Chevys. Right here, right now, at Days Chevrolet in Jasper.
Better days ahead, Days Chevrolet.
Find new roads.
El Rey and Elijah.
El Rey Mexican Restaurant.
Family owned and operated, and a local favorite for families, parties, and meetings.
Great prices.
Friendly service and delicious Mexican cuisine.
Patio dining available.
Come sing in Carlos's Cantina every Friday 9 to 1.
Eat in or take away.
Same location for 14 years. Open 7 days at the corner of Maddox Drive and 515. North Georgia's favorite Mexican cuisine.
El Rey.
El Rey and Elijah.
Pizza Hut makes the best pizza in the entire universe, but they won't tell you that. I've been marooned on this planet for a while now. You are an impressive race. Your children know excellent hiding places. Your oceans aren't filled with lava. And you figured out how to combine a grilled cheese sandwich with a Pizza Hut pizza. Surely interstellar travel will soon follow. And then I can finally get back home. Round. Round like home. The grilled cheese stuffed crust pizza. Proof that no one out-pizzas the Hut.
Hello, my name is Chad Watkins. I'm the manager at Larry's Body Shop. We are a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the North Georgia area since 1978. We are located at 1216 Progress Road in LOJ, Georgia. Our shop specializes in collision repair and we work with all major insurance companies. Larry's Body Shop is ICAR Gold, the highest role of training recognized by the collision repair industry. It is estimated that only 10% of collision shops meet these standards. Our shop consists of state-of-the-art equipment such as laser measurement system, down-drive spray booth, spot and MIG welding equipment. All of our paints are mixed on-site so that we can guarantee your paint to match every time. I know that having an accident can be a stressful event. We take pride in making sure our customers are satisfied with the repair of their vehicles. Our waiting area is clean and comfortable with free Wi-Fi and refreshing beverages. So if you're in an accident, stop by and see us at Larry's Body Shop.
North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds. Come on in to view the area's largest selection of fine jewelry at North Georgia Diamond. All repairs and designs are done on-site by our jewelers. And North Georgia Diamond has the lowest prices on loose diamonds. You can also sell your gold, silver, and coins at North Georgia Diamond between Walmart and Lowe's in East LJ. Locally owned by Bill and Allison Craig, North Georgia Diamond is your source for diamonds in North Georgia.
What you gonna do with all that junk?
Welcome back to the Katie Sassine Show. We are discussing Edward Snowden, and we are just about to finish up this debate here. Is he a traitor or is he a hero? Well, what do you think? Based on these facts that I've presented, based off of the opinions of Trump and Obama and Putin and Clinton and Chafee, governor of Rhode Island, former governor, what do you think? Must he first go before court in order to be pardoned? Snowden believed that he was doing something ethically right. Michael Hayden believed he was doing something ethically wrong. Snowden believed he was doing a service to his country to reveal the NSA's unconstitutional actions. Michael Hayden, former head of the CIA and NSA, believed that he was doing a disservice to the security of the nation by revealing the way in which the NSA was collecting data for stellar wind. Michael Hayden clearly expressed that it was not the fact that Snowden revealed the documents. He expressed that it was that Snowden revealed the method by which they collected this information. My stance on that is, my response to that is personally, I'm pretty sure other countries can figure out how to collect data just as well as we did in stellar wind. So I just disregard that statement. From the facts I've presented here, I think Snowden should be pardoned. So we'll just see what happens in the future. Anyway, is it possible that Snowden could have tried to resolve the situation in a more discreet manner? If you were Snowden, what would you have done? So yes, he could have reported to whistleblowers.org. He could have gone about this in a more discreet manner. I think that Snowden should be subject to some kind of, I don't want to say punishment, but he should be subject to he should be reprimanded in some type of way. I don't believe he should be in prison, but I do believe he should be reprimanded. I don't think that he should ever work for the CIA or NSA. I think he should stick to information technology and maybe be a speaker on our constitutional rights and do talks and such like he's doing right now out of Moscow. But I do believe that he deserves to come back to the U.S. based on what I know thus far. I'm not a judge. I don't have all the facts in front of me, but from what I've gathered and been able to gather in the past week or so, that's my stance on it. I'm not going to lie to you as my viewers. That's how I feel about it. So if I was Snowden, I probably would have fled the country as well. However, I don't know if I would have revealed Stellar Wind in the first place, but if I had decided to do so, I would have definitely fled the country based on what happened to Chelsea Manning. So would you speak and subsequently run for your life and your freedom like Edward Snowden? Would you speak out and risk your whole life? Or would you stay silent knowing your republic was collecting records of your communications without probable cause and committing unconstitutional acts in consequence? After all, look what happened to Chelsea Manning. Here's their background of Chelsea Manning. Many people believe and protest for Chelsea Manning the same as they have protested for Edward Snowden. Chelsea Manning was born Bradley Manning and currently 29 years old and was convicted of violations of Espionage Act and other convictions. Manning was sentenced to over 100 years. Excuse me for quoting 120 years in previous episodes. I was mixing up my numbers here. Manning was sentenced to over 100 years from 20 various convictions, 5 convictions of espionage. And this is according to Julian Assange, who established WikiLeaks in 2006, who was also in asylum in the Ecuadorian, I believe, consulate in London. Assange claimed that in the U.S., the desire of authority is much higher than the desire of morality, which is why the NSA has committed unconstitutional acts, because they want to have the power, they want to have all the information, but they need to go about that in a way that's constitutional. If we're going to secure our people, first and foremost, we need to protect our people's constitutional rights. I do value morality over authority, but that's just the way that I see it. Now, let's get into someone else. We've already discussed Snowden. We've discussed how the situation parallels the situation that preceded him, Chelsea Manning, which is probably what prompted him to flee the country to Hong Kong and then to Moscow, where he currently is. And now we're going to talk about a whistleblower who is no longer with us. And we're talking about the late Andrew Breitbart. And there he is speaking to an audience of conservatives, I'm sure. He is a conservative, founder of Breitbart Online News Source. He was, late Andrew Breitbart, founder of Online News Source, publisher, commentator for the Washington Times, journalist, author, television and radio personality on various news programs. He was the editor for the Drudge Report, and he famously claimed he had 2 speeds, jocularity and righteous indignation, in accordance with his book titled Righteous Indignation. And it was titled Righteous Indignation because he's felt so targeted and treated so unfairly just because of his conservative viewpoints against John Podesta and against undermining the Constitution, as we saw with Stellar Wind. So he wasn't always conservative. He went to college, and after Revelation in 91, I believed it was college, he became a liberal, similar to my situation, and then he realized later he wasn't. After a Revelation in 91, a year before I was born, he went from being a liberal to a Reagan conservative with libertarian values. So I guess we could say he believed in Reaganomics. He became fiscally conservative, and he definitely believed in our individual rights, being that he emphasized that he had libertarian values. Breitbart famously was known for calling the media out and reporters for reporting fake news. The credulity of the left reporting on things and subjects that they never even knew about. The unfair treatment of conservatives, in particular the Tea Party movement. And he intimidated the Liberal Party because he was a liberal. He was at one point a liberal, so he understood how the liberals operated. On credulity, they spoke upon facts and upon situations that lacked truth. And, you know, there's this saying, liberals just get louder. When I first met BKP, I took part in a student debate. I didn't know who was watching. BKP was there filming everything. After a meeting he held with an interview with Newt Gingrich on my campus. I was leaving the campus radio station while I was working for them and hosted a politics radio show there, Polytronics, that I discussed in the first week of episodes. And I got into this debate with a whole bunch of liberals, and I was about the only conservative there until all of a sudden, all the liberals there decided to side with me, or about half of them, after I started telling the liberals all these facts and leaving them speechless. And you know what? The only thing they could do was get louder. So he intimidates the Liberal Party because he understands this about the Liberal Party, and I understand this about the Liberal Party. And as my viewers, I'm sure you all understand this about the Liberal Party. They just get louder. So Andrew Breitbart, he died at age 43 on March 1st, 2012, in a very affluent neighborhood outside of LA, Brentwood. I believe he was walking and he collapsed. There's a documentary, Hating Breitbart, released in 2012. In this documentary, Breitbart expresses his feelings of righteous indignation as a conservative. He said, and I quote, "I'm so sick of the media dictating the terms of the narrative in this country." And of course, he is referring to the liberal media. He went on to say, "When the media tries to kill somebody, they behave in a merciless fashion." Breitbart also called John Podesta his mortal enemy. Breitbart has also stated that he is offended by the way the media pits us, the people, against one another. And he's specifically referring to incidents at the Tea Party, where it was reported that members of the Tea Party were shouting racial offensive slurs, and this was reportedly false, according to Breitbart. This was reportedly just rumored by the liberal media and set up by the liberal media to make the Tea Party look like a racist organization, when in actuality the Tea Party is for our individual rights, our inalienable rights given by the Constitution to all, in present day, given to all, everyone who's a citizen of the United States. That's what the Tea Party believes in. So to say that the Tea Party is racist is absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And there's a video where we can clearly see Breitbart and his hatred of John Podesta that we're going to show you right here. In just a few moments here, please enjoy. In this video, he very clearly dislikes Podesta. He even said, "Mr. Podesta, we're watching you at a conservative political action conference." We're just trying to pull up this video here. It should only take a couple of moments.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I am interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
A minute.
So as you can see, there was some serious conflict between Breitbart and Podesta. And we're going to get into that in the next segment of the show and discuss that in just a few moments. So if you stick with me, we will come to those conclusions together. And he has many supporters. Hannity said, thank God for journalists like Andrew Breitbart. Guy Benson said, Andrew Breitbart has all the right enemies, and that was a compliment. And we're going to discuss the Acorn organization and the Acorn tapes. We're going to discuss James O'Keefe and Hannah Giles and Shirley Sherrod. And in coming episodes later this week, William Cooper, the author of Behold a Pale Horse. So please stay tuned in. This is the Katie Sassine Show. You can follow me at Katie, FYNTV. I want to thank y'all so much for tuning into my show tonight, today, for the week of the whistleblowers. And we'll see you soon.
being treated differently, the grandfather's clause, et cetera. And then we talk about leadership, and it was very true on Iran. And Senator Menendez took the leadership on this, that but for the U.S. leadership, we wouldn't have gotten other countries to act. So if we take the position we're going to the lowest common denominator, we're not going to get anything really done. And you talk about being tough and taking tough positions. It requires leadership and requires us to be willing to go the extra amount. And one last point on this, and I agree with Senator Corker, we've never had any administration believe that Congress should take away their discretion. That is absolutely fact. Whether it's a Democrat or Republican administration, they just as soon do away with Congress. We understand that. We get it. But you, I assume, understand the advantage we have in America with the separation of branches of government. And it can be helpful to you as if you're confirmed as our principal negotiator, to have clear directions from Congress that you must impose sanctions, unless you get real progress towards the issues in which those sanctions will be imposed. Take advantage of the independent branch of government. Work with us so you can have those strong tools to help America's interests. I'm going to take most of my time on this round to go over an issue that Senator Corker and I have been working through, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over some of the issues on tax returns, and we'll save that for a different time for our committee, because it really involves an internal debate here more so than our nominee. But as a result, I had sent to you 20 questions to answer that are related to the tax issues, because we didn't have the tax returns. And before the close of business for asking questions, I will be proposing questions to you related to your tax issues in order to better understand areas that I think we need to have information on. We are concerned about the fact, I'm concerned, I think members of the committee are concerned, that you will have some private interests. You're going to continue to operate a farm, you're going to have a charitable foundation, you have a real estate firm, a real estate partnership. We need to know a little bit more how that operates from the person who's going to be Secretary of State. You have trusts that are being set up and how those payments are paid out over time. We need to have better understanding how that operates during your term if you're confirmed as Secretary of State. So that type of information is useful to us. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how this trust that you're taking restricted stock and, if confirmed, selling it to become, or they're putting cash in rather than the restricted stock, but then you are able to withdraw the funds from the trust in the same schedule as I believe as the restricted stock would have become actionable. But as a result of that, you're also putting contingencies on your receipts so you can defer the taxes, or at least, as I understand, defer taxes for a significant period of time. These are issues that I think we have to have more transparency on, because they're big dollars. $180 million of understanding restricted stock. The tax consequences are about $70 million. And these are not types of tools that can be used by average Americans. So I think we need to know more about those types of issues. We also have concern about making sure that all of your employees have been properly documented and taxes paid. That's a standard issue that's been raised now in confirmation hearings. And Senator Corker and I may not think it's relevant to the final confirmations. I shouldn't say relevant, determinative to a final confirmation, but it's certainly relevant for us to have that information before we make those answers. So Mr. Tillerson, I'm going to ask you to answer these questions for the record. I hope we'll be able to get the cooperation in a timely way so that the committee can have this information before we're called upon to act on your nomination. You can respond.
I'm happy to try to answer the areas of concern you have, and I indicated that in the original questionnaire, that it's my objective to address concerns you have. you know, I'm also, though, mindful of privacy issues that are afforded to every American and the privacy issues that are afforded under individuals' tax returns. So I will do my best to answer the questions that you have, but I hope you'll also respect the privacy of myself and my family and the longstanding tradition of the privacy of individuals' tax returns.
And I can assure you that that will absolutely be observed. As I had explained to Senator Corker, much of this information is not even reviewed by members. It's strictly by people who can tell us whether we have a problem or not. So I absolutely respect what you're saying, and my full intentions are to fully maintain your legitimate rights of privacy. I look forward to following up on that, and I thank you for your reply.
Thank you. Just for the edification of the committee, I think that it's true that over the last 4 years, I have worked as the lead Republican on foreign relations to ensure that we move candidates out as quickly as possible, nominees. I think at every nominations meeting we've had, that's been stated. And what I've shared with the ranking member is we have a tradition here that we are following. This has not been a committee that has asked for tax returns. It's asked for a disclosure form. And just because we were so overwhelmingly helpful with a Democratic president's nominees doesn't mean that we want to be changing the standards or unhelpful, if you will, under a Republican nominee. So I just have tried to keep things exactly the same, exactly the same. Disclosures are exactly the same. And, you know, as far as getting into, I've told Senator Cardin that if there is a substantial issue that we need to look at that would affect Senator Tillerson's, excuse me, you don't want to be demoted to that, the nominee Tillerson's role, then I'm more than glad to look much deeper into it, and if we need to have somebody from the outside do so. But to get into silly gotcha questions, not that you've done that, that's just not what we've done in this committee, and I hope we will not turn this process into one that turns qualified people away from wanting to serve. So again, if there's some substantive issue that we need to pursue and we need to get into some private setting and have someone come in from an accounting firm that really matters as it relates to his ability to not have conflicts as a Secretary of State or something like that, I'm willing to look at it as I know he is. Asking questions that, you know, are not in any way determinative in that manner to me is belittling the committee and certainly a huge change in the protocol and the respect with which we've dealt with nominees and their privacy in the past. So I thank you, but I thank you for working with me.
If you would just yield for one moment, I thank you for that. And I can assure you, the disagreement on supplying tax returns has nothing to do with Mr. Tillerson. It is a discussion we are having, and it has not at all delayed any of our operations. And I fully expect that I will continue to use whatever means I can to change our committee practices so that we do have our nominees, as many other committees in the Senate require, to file tax returns. That's not unique. Small business, I've been told by Senator Shaheen, requires but the second point I would just make very quickly is that the second point, the ability of members to ask questions for the record and they ask questions of the nominee has pretty well been respected. And I would hope that that right would not be diminished, that we have the ability to ask questions for the witnesses in regards to areas that we think are important.
No one in any way is trying to diminish that. I know that you and I have agreed on a series of questions that will come from the committee itself, and Mr. Tillerson, as I understand it, is going to answer those. I would think that absolutely the arrangement that he has with Exxon is something that should be fully vetted, and everyone here understands that that is going to happen, and he's going to make that all forth, and has actually. I would just say, again, we may wish to change our standards for 4 years from now. Our most recent Secretary of State, as I understand it, as a couple was worth over $1 billion. Had all kinds of far-ranging investments. And as a committee, we never tried to force a tax return issue. They filled out the disclosures, and we as a committee asked them questions. Same thing happened with Secretary Clinton. So all I'm trying to do is not in any way change the way that we operate because of the outcome of an election, and continue to be, again, that island of bipartisanship where we continue to operate regardless of who wins an election in the same manner. I'm in no way trying to infer that you're attempting to do that. I'm just telling you what I'm attempting to do. And with that, if we can close this matter out, I'll turn to Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Mr. Tillerson, when we met on Monday night, and thank you for coming by, I provided you a copy of a bill that was filed in the last Congress, which I anticipate has or will be filed again in this new Congress here in the Senate by my colleagues, Senator Flake and Senator Leahy. What it would do is it would remove the travel ban to Cuba by Americans. If you are confirmed and that bill were to pass the Congress, would you advise, can you commit that you would advise the President to veto that bill?
Senator, as to the current status of travel to Cuba, that is going to be under discussion with the President-elect. I think he's been fairly clear on his intent that he is going to ask all agencies, essentially on day one, to do a complete review of recent executive orders and the change of the status of travel to Cuba as well as business activities in Cuba. So that would be, it would be my expectation that the President would not immediately approve that bill until after that review had occurred, because that would be part of a broader view of our posture towards Cuba.
Well, again, if he doesn't act on the bill, it would become law without his signature. So my question is, at this time, you cannot commit to supporting a veto of that bill should it pass.
Well, I would support a veto because I don't think we want to change the current status of things until we've completed that review.
That was the question I wanted to get to. Let me ask you this. If a bill were to pass Congress that would remove the U.S. embargo against Cuba, and there hasn't been democratic changes on the island of Cuba, would you advise the President to veto a bill that lifted the embargo on Cuba?
If confirmed, yes, I would.
And can you also commit that you would advise the President to reverse many, if not all, of the Obama administration's Cuba regulations and executive orders regarding Cuba that were recently submitted in 2014?
As indicated, I expect a comprehensive review of all those executive orders, and from the State Department perspective, would want to examine carefully the criteria under which Cuba was delisted from the list of terrorist nations that support terrorism, and whether or not that delisting was appropriate and whether or not the circumstances which led to that delisting still exist.
You do not currently have an opinion at this time as to whether Cuba belongs on the list of terror sponsors?
Well, I would need to examine all the criteria that were used to make the current determination, and then utilizing the expertise of those in the State Department, again informed by the interagency process to look at those criteria that would put Cuba back on that list.
As I'm sure you're aware, there is a dispute between China and Japan over control of the Senkaku island chain. If China attempted to take over the island chain through the use of military force, would you support the United States responding with military force to prevent that from happening?
Well, we have longstanding ally commitments with Japan and South Korea in the area, and I think we would respond in accordance with those accords, which are not a NATO-type agreement, but certainly we have made commitments to Japan in terms of a guarantee of their defense.
I want to, because in your opening remarks you referred to human rights, and I'm glad that you did, and I wanted to walk you through a few examples quickly. I shared with you when we met on Monday a political prisoner database maintained by the Congressional Executive Commission on China. It contains more than 1,400 active records of individuals known or believed to be in detention. Do you believe China is one of the world's worst human rights violators?
China has serious human rights violations relative to categorizing it against other nations. I would have to have more information, but they certainly have serious human rights violations.
Okay. Well, since President Rodrigo Duterte took office last June, The Los Angeles Times reports that roughly over 6,200 people have been killed in the Philippines by police and vigilantes in alleged drug raids. In your view, is this the right way to conduct an anti-drug campaign?
Senator, the U.S., America, and the people of the Philippines have a long-standing friendship, and I think it's important that we keep that in perspective in engaging with the government of the Philippines, that long-standing friendship, and they have been an ally, and we need to ensure that they stay an ally.
That's correct, Mr. Tillerson, but my question is about the 6,200 people that have been killed in these alleged drug raids. Do you believe that that is an appropriate way to conduct that operation, or do you believe that it is something that's conducive to human rights violations that we should be concerned about and condemning?
Senator, confirmed, again, it's an area that I'd want to understand in greater detail in terms of the facts on the ground. I'm not disputing anything you're saying, because I know you have access to information that I do not have.
It's from the Los Angeles Times.
Well, again, I'm not going to rely on solely what I read in the newspapers. I will go to the facts on the ground. I'm sure there's good, credible information available through our various government agencies.
Well, one of the sources for that number and the campaign and its nature is President Duterte himself, who openly brags about the people that are being shot and killed in the streets, who he has determined are drug dealers without any trial. So if in fact he continues to brag about it, would that be reliable information that you would look at and say, okay, it's happening? I mean, what's happening in the Philippines is not an intelligence issue. It is openly reported in multiple press accounts. The president-elect has spoken about it, and quite frankly, the president of the Philippines has admitted to it, in fact, brags about it. So I guess my question is that, in your opinion, an appropriate way for him to act, and should it influence our relationship with the Philippines?
If the facts are in fact supportive of those numbers and those actions, then I don't think any of us would accept that as a proper way to deal with offenders, no matter how egregious the offenders may be.
I'm sure you're also aware of the lack of both religious freedoms and the rights and lack of rights of women in Saudi Arabia. In your opinion, is Saudi Arabia a human rights violator?
Saudi Arabia certainly does not share the same values of America. However, American interests have been advocating in Saudi Arabia for some time, and I think the question is, what is the pace of progress that should be expected for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to advance rights to women and others in the country?
But as it currently stands, do you consider what they're doing to be human rights violations?
I would need to have greater information, Senator, in order to make a true determination of that.
You're not familiar with the state of affairs for people in Saudi Arabia, what life is like for women? They can't drive. We've had people jailed and lashed. You are familiar with all of that?
Yes, Senator, I'm familiar with all of that. And
so what more information would you need?
In terms of when you designate someone or label someone, the question is that the most effective way to have progress continue to be made in Saudi Arabia or any other country? So my interest is the same as yours. Our interests are not different, Senator, and there seems to be some misunderstanding that somehow I see the world through a different lens, and I do not. I share all the same values that you share and want the same things for people the world over in terms of freedoms. But I'm also clear-eyed and realistic about dealing in cultures. These are centuries-long cultures, cultural differences. It doesn't mean that we can't affect them and affect them to change. And in fact, over the many, many years that I've been traveling to the kingdom, while the pace has been slower than any of us wish, there is a change underway in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How and if they ever arrive to the same value system we have, I can't predict that. But what I do believe is it is moving in the direction that we want it to move. And what I wouldn't want to do is to take some kind of a precipitous action that suddenly causes the leadership in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to have to interrupt that. I'd like for them to continue to make that progress.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, I know that you're new to this, and I know that the chairman was trying to help you out on the question of lobbying on sanctions. You stated on the record that, to your knowledge, neither you nor Exxon ever lobbied against sanctions, that you were merely seeking information. I have 4 different lobbying reports totaling millions of dollars, as required by the Lobbying Disclosure Act, that lists ExxonMobil's lobbying activities on 4 specific pieces of legislation authorizing sanctions, including the Comprehensive Iran Sanctions Accountability and Divestment Act of 2010, the Russian Aggression Prevention Act of 2014, the Ukraine Freedom Support Act of 2014, and the Stand for Ukraine Act. Now, I know you're new to this, but it's pretty clear. My understanding is that when you employ lobbyists who submit lobbying forms under the law, you are taking a position. Is that not correct?
If the form clearly indicates whether we were, I don't know, I haven't seen the form you're holding in your hand, so I don't know whether it indicates were we lobbying for the sanctions or were we lobbying against the sanctions.
I know you weren't lobbying for the sanctions, but
well, if the form
it says specifically, for example, here, specific lobbying issues, Russian aggression prevention of 2014, provisions related to energy. You weren't lobbying for sanctions on energy, were you?
I think that's a description of the subject that was discussed. And I haven't seen the form, Senator, so I don't want to be presumptuous.
Well, you don't. Let me just edify you for the future. You don't need a lobbying disclosure form to simply seek information and clarification about a bill. That's not lobbying. Lobbying specifically is to promote a view, a position, and whatnot. So that's, I'd ask unanimous consent to have these included in the record. So there was lobbying here. And I know that Senator Booker asked you about USA Engage, which you said you don't know about, but ExxonMobil is listed on USA Engage, whose whole purpose, and I'm sure that while Exxon is a huge corporation, like the State Department is a very big entity, that you may not know every minutia of what's going on, but you have to generally understand that you're giving direction as to whether or not you want to be lobbying on certain issues or not, you want to be taking positions on certain issues or not. And so just like you told me earlier that in your world conversation with the President-elect, you didn't discuss Russia, it's a little difficult to think you actually don't know that Exxon was lobbying on these issues of sanctions.
My understanding is those reports are required whether you're lobbying for something or you're lobbying against something. You're still required to report that you have lobbying activity.
So you believe you were paying monies to lobby for sanctions?
I don't know. All I know, Senator, is I don't
Could you imagine being in a position in which you would have your company and its shareholders pay money to lobby for sanctions that would affect your bottom line?
I don't know, Senator. It would depend on the circumstance.
All right, let me turn to Mexico, a little different part of the world than we've been discussing. Some of us care about the Western Hemisphere. Last week, the President-elect tweeted that any money spent on building the Great Wall will be paid by Mexico. Mr. Tillerson building a wall on the southern border and having Mexico pay for it has been a hallmark chant at Trump rallies. Now the President-elect says the American people will pay for it and then that the Mexicans will reimburse us. I also want to point out that the last time a country tried to wall itself completely from its neighbor was in Berlin in 1961, and that wall was constructed by communist East Germany. Former Mexican president last week tweeted, and it seems that somehow we are conducting foreign policy by tweets these days, that Trump may ask whoever he wants, but still neither myself nor Mexico are going to pay for his racist monument, another promise he can't keep, close quotes. As you're well aware, the President-elect has repeatedly referred to Mexican citizens who have come to the United States as saying they're sending, quote, people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. So, Mr. Tillerson, do you think Mexicans are criminals, drug dealers, and rapists?
I would never characterize an entire population of people with any single term at all.
Do you think that those comments help our relationship with Mexico, our third largest trading partner, a trading partner that represents $583 billion in trades of goods and services, including our second largest goods export market?
Mexico is a longstanding neighbor and friend of this country.
And so that doesn't help your job as the Secretary of State, does it, if you are to achieve nomination?
Well, we're going to engage with Mexico because of their importance to us in this hemisphere, and we have many, many common issues, common areas of concern.
Let me turn to another part of the Western Hemisphere. Senator Rubio referred to it, so he took care of some of the things I cared about. When you and I met, you indicated to me on Cuba that you needed more time, which is fair. to come to a conclusion about your opinion on U.S.-Cuba policy and the Obama administration changes. I want to share with you the latest report by, it's not me, okay, by Amnesty International, that noted, quote, despite increasingly open diplomatic relations, severe restrictions on freedoms of expression, association, and movement continued. Thousands of cases of harassment of government critics and arbitrary arrests and detentions were reported. Thousands, that's their quote. The Cuban Commission for Human Rights and National Reconciliation, which works within Cuba, documented more than 8,600 politically motivated detentions of government opponents and activists during the year. There's a group of women who march every Sunday to church with gladiolas. They're called the Women in White. They get beaten savagely simply because of their peaceful protests. Now, I would hope that you would agree with me that if our engagement is still going to allow that to take place, then something's wrong with our engagement. Something fell short. And I have a specific question on Cuba. Do you think that as a condition of establishing diplomatic relations with Cuba, we at a minimum should have insisted on the return of fugitives, cop killers, like New Jersey cop killer Joanne Chesimard and other American fugitives of justice being harbored by the Castro regime?
I do, Senator.
Thank you very much. Now, would you finally commit yourself, if you are confirmed as Secretary of State, to work with us and others, New Mexico, others have cop killers that are in, and other fugitives that are in Cuba, to make that conditioning of any future transactions as it relates to Cuba?
Senator, if confirmed, I look forward to working with you most specifically, as well as Senator Rubio and others who I know have a great depth of knowledge on Cuba, to ensure that we are not relaxing the pressure on Cuba to reform its oppressive regime. And certainly, as I indicated in response to a question earlier and in my opening remarks, the Cuban leadership got a lot out of the most recent deal. We need to make no mistake about where the flows of funds are going inside of Cuba. And the Cuban people got almost nothing. And as I indicated, the President-elect, I think, has been very clear on his intent to direct a bottoms-up review of the entire relationship with Cuba.
Thank you.
I appreciate the great senator from New Jersey acknowledging that when our nominee has left an impression that I don't think he is wishing to leave, that I'm giving him an opportunity to change that. Thank you. And with that, Senator Risch.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Risch has got a 10-minute segment because he missed the first round. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take that full 10 minutes. Mr. Tillerson, thank you for your willingness to do this. You're going to be hitting the ground at a very difficult time as far as U.S. relationships around the world. They've spiraled out of control from time to time, and we are not in a good place in many parts of the world, primarily because of U.S. policy. And it's going to be rethought, it's going to be redeveloped, and I thank you for willingness to take that on. I was struck when you were named that this is something that's been a bit off of the radar screen of most Americans, and that is the importance of the work that the State Department does in dealing with our companies and with commerce in foreign countries. Most Americans don't realize how difficult it is to do business overseas, and the State Department really needs to focus on that more than what they have, and be helpful to countries that do want to do business overseas, because it is a lot of times it has to go through government sources to get into business over there. So I was impressed with that, and I'm glad having your business background that you do. I think you're going to be very helpful in that regard, and helping the State Department further understand its responsibilities in that regard. And the State Department does a good job. Every one of us have traveled overseas, sometimes in bipartisan fashion. Isn't that right, Senator Shaheen? And we're always treated, regardless of the political party, so well by our people, State Department people that are working there. We've talked a lot. Russia's got a lot of play in this meeting, but we haven't talked much about Iran and North Korea. Those are a couple of real challenges for us, and those policies, as far as those two countries are concerned, really need to be rethought and recalibrated and then re-announced in a way that they understand what America's going to do, where we're coming from, and what we're going to do. I think in talking with people, our allies, they're confused as to where we want to go with this and what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And the same is true with ISIS, how we're going to handle that situation, where they're operating both in Iraq and Syria. So I'm not going to press you on those because you are just getting your feet on the ground, and I hope the president-elect will be, after you're able to get your arms around these things, he'll listen to you carefully as to the policies we're going to develop for that. The policies need to be entirely different than what they are. In that part of the world, the sipping tea and singing Kumbaya is not a way that you're going to be successful in a lot of those countries. They understand strength, not necessarily the use of strength, but they understand people who possess strength and people who they are convinced will use that strength if necessary. They need to be convinced of that. And I know there's a lot of people complaining about the relationship between Mr. Putin and the president-elect, and for that matter, yourself and Mr. Putin. I hope Mr. Putin gets to know both of you guys really, really well, because I think he'll be convinced that you do project American strength, and that America still has the muscle that it's had, and that we still stand for what we stand for, and we're going to project that around the world. So in that regard, I really hope that Mr. Putin does have a relationship to where he gets to know both of you guys, and especially the president-elect, because I think that will impress him, that he's not going to be able to get away with the kind of stuff that he's gotten away with in the Crimea, or in Syria, or in other places where they've been meddling in the world where they shouldn't be. So finally, let me say again, thank you for your willingness to do this. I've been impressed as we've been sitting here. The meeting we had in my office was very good. We were able to develop a lot of these thoughts a lot more deeply than we can here. I want to say that I've been really impressed, having come from a private sector background myself. It's difficult for people to understand that the transition from the private sector and business into the world of diplomacy is very different. It's a transition that needs to be made. And just sitting here listening to you over the hours that you have been here, I've been very impressed that you've been able to make that transition. You're speaking in terms that diplomats understand. I appreciate that. I think it'll serve you well as you go forward. So again, thank you for your willingness to do this, and with that, I'll yield back time, Mr.
Thank you. This was the last person of the first round, so we're going to get back into the sink we were in before. Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, I want to go back to the 4 responsibilities that Secretary Gates laid out for the Secretary of State: advise the President, negotiate agreements, represent us abroad, and lead the State Department. Represent U.S. abroad. I met you the morning I returned from my trip to Israel, which was a couple days before the way I would term it, our U.S.'s shameful abstention in that vote on settlements. I've never understood why any administration, we've done this on a bipartisan fashion, would force a friend, an ally, to sit down and negotiate with, I guess, negotiating partners that refuse to acknowledge the right to exist. I mean, that's kind of table stakes, right? It's kind of, in business, it's sitting down and forcing negotiation to buy a company somebody doesn't want to sell it. Do you have a similar type of view on that? I appreciate the fact that, and I agree with you, that I think that actually complicates the future negotiation on that.
Well, I do have a view on it, Senator, and thank you. It would be akin, in many respects, if you're negotiating with someone that denies your right to exist, you'd have to question, well, why would they ever live up to an agreement if they don't expect you to be around? So it is already a complex negotiation, and then to force one party to the table through coercion or however you want to describe the most recent resolution is not useful. There have been many opportunities since the Oslo Accord for parties to sit down and try to work things out. The leadership certainly has not seize those opportunities. I would say in the case of the Palestinian leadership, while they have renounced violence, it's one thing to renounce it, and it's another to take concrete action to prevent it. And I think until there is a serious demonstration on their part that they are willing to do more than just renounce the violence, they're willing to do something to at least interrupt it or interfere with it, it's going to be very difficult to create conditions at the table for parties to have any productive discussion around settlement.
Do you agree that Israel's conceded just about every point, and it's, at this point in time, Palestinians just refuse to say yes?
Well, I think there have been many, many opportunities again for progress to be made, and those have never been seized upon. So I do think it is a matter to be discussed and decided between the two parties. To the extent America's foreign policy engagement can create a more fruitful environment for those discussions, then I think that's the role we can play. But at the end of it, this has to be settled between these two parties.
Our policy should be to help strengthen our friends. In terms of negotiating agreements, advising the President, I think Congress has willingly given away its advice consent power. Most famously recently is the Iranian agreement. You look at the federal or the Foreign Affairs Manual, I think clearly that Iranian agreement was a treaty. And I think had we honestly upheld our oath of office, that vote on my amendment deemed that a treaty should have been 100-1. Every senator should have voted to support and defend the Constitution, which first starts with jealously guarding our power, advice and consent. Would you advise, first of all, do you believe that was a treaty?
It would have all the appearances of a treaty. It looks like a treaty.
What about the Paris Climate Accord, which commits us to a fair amount of expenditure? Do you believe that's a treaty, or just an agreement that the executive can enter in on its own?
It looks like a treaty.
Will you work with us then, will you advise the President as you go negotiate for this nation to respect the Constitution and come to Congress, come to the Senate for advice and consent on treaties?
Senator, I respect the proper roles of both branches of government. And in my conversations with the President-elect, he does as well. And I think he's expressed some of these same views that under the past administration, the executive branch has gone pretty far out there in terms of recognizing the proper role of Congress as a body to express its own view on some of these agreements.
Leading the State Department, you obviously were the CEO of a functioning, a successful organization, 75,000 employees, I think the number was. But they're employees that have the same mission statement. They understand their roles to achieve the goals. They're actually supportive of the goals of the organization. You're going to be assuming the leadership of a department that, I mean, let's face it, in many cases you have entrenched bureaucrats that are not only don't necessarily agree with your foreign policy or the next administration's foreign policy, might be hostile to it. Do you understand that challenge? And as an experienced manager, how are you going to react to that? How are you going to deal with that?
You're right, Senator. The State Department had a little over 70,000 employees, interestingly about the same size of the organization that I led when I was at ExxonMobil. About more than 40,000 of those State Department employees are deployed overseas. Interestingly, about 60% of ExxonMobil's employees are not Americans. So in terms of understanding and dealing with people who are representing you around the world, and they're halfway around the world, in various embassies and missions, how do you get all of these people aligned with one objective? And the objective is America's interest and America's national security. So I think part of leadership is expressing very clear views, and then part of leadership is having an organization that has clear line of sight on issues as to who owns these and who's going to be held accountable for them, and having an organization that is all working in concert toward that objective. My experience has been that people look for leadership, and when they're acting in ways that are contrary to the overall mission, it's generally because there's been an absence of strong leadership to clearly define to them what that expectation is and what their role in it is, and then reward people who are behaving in a way that supports the overall mission and not support their own agenda. I've used a term many times in large organizations of working in the general interest. Well, the general interest of the State Department is the American people's interest. And if anyone's working in a way that's only to advance their own interest, they're not working in the general interest. And I think it's important that people understand that is the responsibility of all of us who will serve the country in the State Department, is the general interest, which is the American people's interest.
Thank you, Mr. Tillerson. Good luck in your next assignment.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad you came back after lunch, Mr. Tillerson. I appreciated very much your response to that question, because I have to say my experience with State Department employees is that the overwhelming majority of them are dedicated. They're dedicated to this country. They do their work often at great personal sacrifice, and I think we should appreciate the work that they do. And it sounds to me like you share that appreciation for the sacrifices that they make.
I most certainly do, Senator. I have a great affection for those who are willing to take these overseas assignments. Many of them are in very difficult locations, and particularly when their families go with them, they truly are sacrificing on behalf of this country, and I think that they deserve the recognition for that and the appreciation for it.
Well, thank you. There's been some discussion today about the concerns that this committee has expressed about, which I think are legitimate, about potential conflicts of interest that you might face if confirmed as Secretary of State because of your long career at Exxon. And while I understand there are some concerns about the precise approach that you've taken to divest your financial interests in Exxon, I do appreciate that you have taken these concrete actions and that you plan to take more if you are confirmed. And I wonder if you could talk about why you think that's important.
Well, Senator, and again, as I commented in response to a question earlier, I had a great 41-and-a-half-year career. I was truly blessed, enjoyed every minute of it. That part of my life's over. I've been humbled and honored with the opportunity to now serve my country. Never thought I would have an opportunity to serve in this way. And so when I made the decision to say yes to President-elect Trump when he asked me to do this, the first step I took was to retain my own outside counsel to begin the process, and the only guidance I gave them is I must have a complete and clean break from all of my connections to ExxonMobil, not even the appearance. And whatever's required for us to achieve that, get that in place. I am appreciative that the ExxonMobil Corporation, who were represented by their own counsel, and the ExxonMobil Board were willing to work with me to achieve that as well. It was their objective too. And in the end, if that required me to walk away from some things, that's fine. Whatever was necessary to achieve that. And again, told people I don't even want the appearance that there's any connection to myself and the future fortunes, up or down, of the ExxonMobil Corporation.
Well, again, thank you very much for that. I'm sad to say that I think it stands in stark contrast to what we heard from President-elect Trump today, who announced that he is not going to divest himself of his vast business interests around the world. So I do appreciate your recognition that this is important for maintaining the integrity of the position with the American public and the world. You talked about eliminating ISIS as one of your top priorities if you're confirmed. And your opening statement connects radical Islam to ISIS. And you also make the point of saying that you think it's important to support Muslims around the world who reject radical Islam. During the last Congress, this committee heard about the importance of working with the Muslim community in the United States to combat ISIS and the domestic terrorists that have been produced as the result of ISIS ideology. In your view, is it helpful to suggest that as Americans we should be afraid of Muslims?
No, Senator. In my travels and because of my past work, I've traveled extensively in Muslim countries, not just the Middle East, but throughout Southeast Asia, and have gained an appreciation and recognition of this great faith. And that's why I made a distinction that we should support those Muslim voices that reject this same radical Islam that we reject. This is part of winning the war other than on the battlefield. I mentioned we have to win it not just on the battlefield. We've got to win the war of ideas. And one of our greatest allies in this war is going to be the moderate voices of people of the Muslim faith who speak from their perspective and their rejection of that representation of what is otherwise a great faith.
And so, do you support restricting travel or immigration to the United States?
Following people as they have moved through various other countries. It's a huge challenge, and I don't think we can just close our eyes and ignore that. We have to be very clear-eyed about recognizing that threat and developing a means to deal with it.
In the military on the ground, and will you support continuing that program to ensure that those people who have been properly vetted, who helped our men and women, are able to come to this country when their lives are threatened in Afghanistan?
Special visa waiver program, it's important that we protect those whose lives are truly at risk because of their efforts to assist our American military forces or other forces in Afghanistan. I think it is also important to make the distinction, otherwise we undermine this program and risk losing it, and not expand it to allow other people to come through the program that are not truly at risk. And so it is, I think it's the execution, and this gets back to following through on what the intent of these programs were, and let's be very specific and execute well and not get sloppy in the execution and start having a lot of other folks coming through the program that really don't meet that criteria.
Well, thank you. I think Congress has pretty narrowly focused the program. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I do want to say I appreciate the fact that you were able to highlight that, you know, the Secretary of State shares his views, ultimately has to carry out the policies of the President or he's not successful, but I think it's good to distinguish that sometimes people have very different views and they lobby strongly for those views, and that's what we're wanting to hear from, is what Mr. Tillerson's views are on these issues and how he will attempt to persuade the administration. He may not be successful, but I thank you for highlighting that just now. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, thank you again for your continued patience and participation in this very important discussion. I would follow up with many of the discussions today on human rights issues. I just was notified that the administration has sanctioned 2 additional individuals in North Korea under the legislation that we passed this past year, North Korea Sanctions Act. The younger sister of Kim Jong-un was sanctioned for human rights violations, as well as the Minister of State Security in North Korea. I think it's important that we continue, and I appreciate your commitment that you gave me in the prior round of questioning about your commitment to the mandatory sanctioning of people who carry out human rights violations. It's something that we can do together. It's something the administration and Congress should work together to make sure that we're trying to protect people from tyrants around the globe who would murder their own people. Mr. Tillerson, you mentioned Southeast Asia in your last answer to Senator Shaheen. China has been actively reclaiming, building islands in the South China Sea, 3,000 acres of land since reclamation activities commenced in 2013. Reports and open source information that they have militarized some of these reclamation areas. We authored legislation last year, a resolution that called for the Obama administration to take a very stronger and much more aggressive approach to these activities in the South China Sea, including additional and more frequent freedom of navigation operations over flights of the South China Sea. In July, The Hague, the International Tribunal, ruled against China, held that they violated Philippines' sovereignty. What do you believe the position of the United States ought to be in the South China Sea, and what more could we be doing to stop China from violating international law?
Well, I think when it comes to China, and you mentioned North Korea previous to this, that we've really got to take what I would call a whole of China government approach. I think part of where we've struggled with China is, and I mentioned in my opening remarks, we do have important economic relationships. I said our economies are intertwined. But we've got to step back and look at all of China's activities. And the one you mentioned now, the island building in the South China Sea, the declaration of control of airspace in waters over the Senkaku Islands with Japan. Both of those are illegal actions. They're taking territory or control or declaring control of territories that are not rightfully China's. The island building in the South China Sea itself, in many respects, in my view, building islands and then putting military assets on those islands is akin to Russia's taking of Crimea. It's taking of territory that others lay claim to. The U.S. has never taken a side in the issues, but what we have advocated for is, look, that's a disputed area. There are international processes for dealing with that, and China should respect those international processes. As you mentioned, some of their actions have already been challenged at the courts in The Hague, and they were found to be in violation. So it is, China's activity in this area is extremely worrisome, and I think, again, a failure of a response has allowed them just to keep pushing the envelope on this. So again, we find we are where we are, and we just have to deal with it. And the way we've got to deal with it is we've got to show back up in the region with our traditional allies in Southeast Asia, and I think use some existing structures to begin the re-engagement. Use ASEAN, of which most of the members of ASEAN are affected by this. You've got $5 trillion of economic trade goes through those waters every day, and this is a threat to the entire global economy if China is allowed to somehow dictate the terms of passage through these waters. So this is a global issue of great importance to many, many of our important allies, but certainly to people in the region.
And you would support a more aggressive posture in South China Sea?
We're going to have to send China a clear signal that first, the island building stops, and second, your access to those islands is also not going to be allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Tillerson. Last year, I passed legislation that would encourage Taiwan's entry into the international police organization, Interpol. It was signed into law by the President. The President has made it clear that Taiwan is our friend, and last Sunday, mainland Chinese, as a result of some of President-elect Trump's activities and actions, the state-run newspaper, the Global Times, said the following, quote, "If Trump reneges on the one China policy after taking office, the Chinese people will demand the government to take revenge. There is no room for bargaining." The editorial also went on to say that they should also impose military pressure on Taiwan and push it to the edge of being reunified by force. Combined with the PRC's recent show of forces exercises around Taiwan, it appears that Beijing has increased its pressure considerably on Taiwan. Can you share with this committee the Trump administration's position on Taiwan and its position on the one China policy?
Well, I think with respect to Taiwan, we've made important commitments to Taiwan through the Taiwan Relations Act, through the 6 Issues Accord, and I think we should express a reaffirmation of those. Again, this is part of this approach that I'm trying to lay out over and over, that we've made commitments to people. We need to reaffirm those commitments and live up to those commitments. And I think it's important that Taiwan know that we are going to live up to the commitments under the Relations Act and the 6 Issues Accord. That in and of itself is a message. So I think the importance of that action to, again, this whole of China approach that I'm speaking about is we've got to deal with the whole of China's actions and recognize that we have these balancing forces in our relationship that need to be dealt with.
In terms of one China policy, the new administration's position?
I don't know of any plans to alter the one China position.
Thank you. And an issue back in Colorado that I think is very important. It's coming to attention of a lot of people around the country as they hear from NGOs. Compassion International, a faith-based group in Colorado, serves nearly 2 million children living in extreme poverty around the world. They've operated in Colorado since, Compassion's operated in India since 1968. They've contributed nearly $50 million in aid to India. They've provided one-to-one scholarships for 145,000 Indian children. But since 2014, Compassion has been the target of multiple coordinated governmental attacks because of its unapologetically Christian belief, but it's been delivering humanitarian services to hundreds of thousands of Indian children. But due to the restrictions by the Indian government, they've been unable to fund its India operations since February of 2016, despite having broken no laws. I believe the State Department should take notice that this ill treatment of Compassion International should stop. It's part of a broader pattern by the government of India, where other NGOs have seen similar problems. The State Department should insist the Indian government release Compassion funds, restore its FCRA licenses, and permit Compassion to immediately resume its humanitarian operations. And we just appreciate your assistance on that. This is a pattern that's very disturbing as an organization does nothing more than try to help children in poverty.
Well, Senator, I appreciate you bringing it to my attention and look forward, if I'm confirmed, to discussing it further with you.
I also appreciate you bringing it up. I know Chairman Royce very concerned about this issue, and I know he'll be thankful that you brought it to everyone's attention here today. Thank you. Senator Udall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tillerson, in your capacity as CEO of ExxonMobil, you praised the Paris Agreement last year, noting that addressing climate change, and I quote, requires broad-based practical solutions around the world. Do you personally believe that the overall national interests of the United States are better served by staying in the Paris Agreement? If so, why? And if not, why not?
As I indicated earlier in a response, I think having a seat at the table to address this issue on a global basis, and it is important that I think it's 190 countries or thereabouts have signed on to begin to take action. I think we're better served by being at that table than leaving that table.
And I think you understand that it's been a generation or more that it's taken to get all the countries at the table to sign an agreement, be willing to move forward with targets, and it would be very unfortunate, I think, to move away from the table. So thank you for your answer there. I just wanted to follow up on a discussion Senator Flake had with you in the first round, urging you to look at the successes of our policy change in Cuba. And this is mainly because you, as a CEO at Exxon, I suspect that you had a low tolerance for old ideas that had failed to produce positive results. Regardless of what one thinks about the Cuban government, no one can argue that the policy of embargo and isolation has achieved any progress. The proof is right in front of us. The Castro regime endures. And I'm a strong supporter of the policy of re-engagement, which has already produced results. And, you know, you mentioned you're going to do a bottoms-up review. In thinking about that bottoms-up review, I would just point out that these things that I'm going to mention have happened and are very positive. First of all, we've worked with the Cubans to combat diseases such as Zika, diabetes, and a multinational effort to combat Ebola in Africa. Efforts to increase access to the Internet have paid off with new Wi-Fi hotspots in Havana and increased efforts to bring improved cellular access to the island, including roaming deals with U.S. carriers. Increased bilateral business activity supported by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Hispano Chamber of Commerce. And last week, the United States and Cuba signed a bilateral agreement to prepare for and respond to oil spills and hazardous substance pollution in the Gulf of Mexico and the Straits of Florida. Our new policy towards Cuba, according to a 2015 Pew Research poll, shows that 72% of Americans support the renewed diplomatic relations and 73% support ending the embargo. I doubt that there are many issues where such a vast majority of the American people agree, and I hope we will not be letting those Americans down by returning to a period where such efforts are made impossible by a failed policy that showed no results. Instead, I hope you will continue to work to support the Cuban small business owner, almost 500,000 licensed businesses and growing, and to continue the engagement which has led to increased opportunities for both Cuban and American businesses in Cuba. Will you recommend to President-elect Trump a policy of engagement with Cuba in order to foster the change that is needed on the island? Or do you prefer to go back to the old policy of the past 50 years that failed to bring real change or undermine the Castro regime?
Well, Senator, again, if confirmed, the job of the diplomat is to engage. And so engagement is always preferred, and our door is always open to want to engage to affect change. But I think we have to be honest with ourselves about the engagement with Cuba. There are longstanding statutes in place that govern that relationship. The Helms-Burton Amendment, the designated list of state sponsors of terrorism, and there are specific criteria around whether we and organizations and those who are conducting affairs in Cuba are in compliance with those statutory requirements. So if we are able to engage in a positive way and still meet all of the compliance of those statutes, then that's a good thing. I don't know because I've not had the opportunity to have a fulsome examination, as I said earlier, of what changed. Because there's a lot of activity that's been enabled, and obviously someone had to make a determination that something changed. Did it in fact change? I'd like to see all of the documentation, the information around that. Otherwise, if we're going to change the relationship, we've got to change those statutes as well. So I'm, again, kind of this common theme maybe you're hearing from me is I believe we live up to the agreements and we live up to the laws and we fully enforce them. They were put there for a reason. If circumstances change, then we need to change our posture on those as well. But that's the reason I think it demands a bottoms-up review, because a lot of things have been changed in the recent past here, much of it by executive order, and I think the President-elect has indicated he'd really like to understand all of that. What was the criteria that the State Department used to make its determinations? That's what he's going to be asking me.
Well, the reason I cited those polls is I think the American people are at the point of wanting those statutes to be set aside, and I quoted one, and so I don't want to argue with you, but I very much appreciate your answers in terms of consulting State Department people, and I can't think of better professionals than these State Department professionals that spend decades learning about the regions that they serve in, the specific countries they work on, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness in terms of doing that. And just a final question here is Senator Menendez mentioned the whole issue of fugitives. We also have a fugitive by the name of Charlie Hill, who's I believe should be brought to justice. And I really believe that we have a better chance at getting him out. We're already having discussions if we engage with them rather than going back to a policy of isolation. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Flake.
Thank you. We'll continue on the same theme for just a bit. I want to talk for a minute about we hear the word concession a lot, and we shouldn't make concessions to dictators or despots. Part of some of the executive orders that have been taken over the past couple of years, one of the first of which is in 2009, we found that Cuban Americans who had families still in Cuba would have to choose between going to their mother's funeral or their father's funeral if their parents died within the same 3 years. What a horrible thing to ask of an American. Do you believe that it is a concession to the regime to allow a Cuban American to visit or to go to his father or mother's funeral in Cuba?
Senator, these are really heartbreaking questions that, again, I have to take us back to what are our statutes, what are the provisions that govern that, and these are where exceptions become really difficult.
Right.
And so I want to be honest with you. When I say my expectation is, if confirmed, is to do a complete bottoms-up review of all these issues. You know, under what provisions are we making exceptions? What provisions allow for a waiver? Under what conditions can we grant perhaps an exception for someone to resolve these really these difficult personal issues for people, but not undermine our American values, which is the leadership of Cuba must change the way it treats its people.
Right. I don't think it was the president's executive authority to make that change. I don't think was questioned. There were certainly no lawsuits filed or any real resistance. As soon as Cuban Americans started to travel back to Cuba, it was assumed this is a great thing, and hundreds of thousands of them have.